Hey, I heard you had an accident this time. He hurried back from outside the province, but didn't expect that. Your mom was also worried about affecting you since the college entrance exams are coming up, so she didn't tell you. Wang Lu recounted everything she knew about the situation to Lin Mo. Since this matter had already spread around, what she said was not incorrect. After hearing the entire story, Lin Mo's heart sank. He never imagined that his father would suffer such an accident. This usually silent man had been silently supporting this family. The accident occurred at 3:30 a.m. Normally, he never drove during this time because it's when people are most likely to feel drowsy. Clearly, this time he must have broken that rule because Lin Mo was injured. However, no one expected that this time he would have an accident. Dad! Lin Mo felt immense sorrow. His father was doing this for him. Right now, his father was lying in the intensive care unit, urgently waiting for money. But their family truly couldn't afford it at the moment. His mother had already begged everyone she could. He found it hard to imagine what his mother had gone through emotionally in just these few days. Mom is fine, don't worry. I'll find a way to get the money for Dad's treatment. Let's go to the hospital first. As he spoke, Lin Mo helped Tang Susu up. Seeing the determined look in Lin Mo's eyes, Tang Susu felt a bit relieved. Son, unconsciously, you've grown up. I know you're trying to comfort me, but the current situation really has no way out. We are already at the end of our rope. Tang Susu's eyes were filled with despair. On the side, Wang Lu said, sister, just let Lin Mo say it. Maybe he really has some way to help. Though Wang Lu said this, her expression revealed a hint of disbelief, as if to say, how can a student like him come up with 100,000 yuan? Aunt Wang, I'm sorry to disturb you this time. Lin Mo turned to look at Wang Lu. He didn't want to have too much to do with anyone from An Miaowei's family. Helping his mother, he turned to leave. Mom, let's go home. Trust me. If I say I have a way, then I definitely have a way. Although Tang Susu didn't believe that Lin Mo could gather that much money in such a short time, looking at her son's seemingly confident demeanor, she felt inexplicably reassured. However, just as they hadn't walked far, they heard Wang Lu's deep voice from behind. Xiao Mo, I've also seen your father. In that situation, the chances of saving him aren't great. Even if he survives, he'll be a cripple. I think maybe it's better to give up. With the family in trouble, Lin Mo's mood was already not good today, and his anger suddenly erupted. Everyone has a line that, if crossed, will provoke their anger. That's my dad. Even if it costs 1 million, I will save him. I respect your age and call you Aunt Wang out of respect for my mom. Lin Mo suddenly turned around and stared fiercely at Wang Lu. Wang Lu and Tang Susu exchanged glances, both stunned. Chui also stared blankly at Lin Mo. It was the first time she had seen him so angry. However, this did not make her dislike him. On the contrary, it made her admire him even more. If it were her, she would make the same choice as Lin Mo to save her father. Faced with Lin Mo's sudden outburst, Wang Lu also shouted angrily, Hey, you little brat, how can you shout at me? I'm just giving you advice. Tang Susu, look at your son. Can he even speak? Wang Lu said loudly, and Lin Mo felt even more furious after hearing this. Aunt Wang, you and my mom have always pretended to be close, but now that our family is in trouble, you can't even spare a little help, and you're here making sarcastic comments. What are you thinking? You still think you have a reason to complain? Let me tell you, helping is a kindness, not helping is the norm. With your half-dead father, even if I lend you money, you can't save him. You have no idea how badly he was hurt. He hasn't woken up until now. Can he even survive? If I lend you this money, isn't it just throwing it away? After years of suffering under An Miaowei, Lin Mo's frustrations exploded at this moment. Aunt Wang, how come my parents never noticed your selfishness hiding behind that kind facade? No wonder you raised such a daughter. His domineering attitude left Tang Susu slightly stunned. Lin Mo had really grown up. He was no longer as naive as he appeared on the surface. At this moment, Chu Yi, who was standing nearby, also understood the situation between the two families. It seemed that Lin Mo's relationship with their family was not as bad as the rumors suggested. Just as Lin Mo finished his scolding, a familiar voice came from behind. Lin Mo, how can you talk to my mom like that? An Miaowei had returned at an unknown time, her face full of anger as she approached Lin Mo. She had just come back from school, not expecting to find a quarrel happening in the yard. Upon entering, she realized it was Lin Mo arguing with her mother and Chui. As soon as An Miaowei stepped through the door, she witnessed Lin Mo cursing at her mother. What the heck is happening? Seeing her mother being scolded made An Miaowei angry as well. Lin Mo, what do you mean by this? What have I done wrong to deserve you bullying me like this? It's one thing to insult me, but you also insult my mom. I must have been blind to bring you breakfast and hope you would change your mind. How can you do this now? An Miaowei rushed in, her expression furious as she glared at Lin Mo. Seeing An Miaowei, Lin Mo only felt more amused. In his past life, he had suffered countless grievances because of her. He could only blame himself for not seeing clearly. Calm down. Lin Mo ignored An Miaowei and helped his mother toward the door. Vivi, I'm sorry. Only Tang Su spoke softly, knowing that after today, the relationship between their families would be irreparably damaged. Little Mo and Wei Wei probably won't be able to be together anymore. Sigh. Chui remained silent, as her upbringing taught her that as an outsider, she should avoid interfering in other people's family matters. But her silence didn't mean An Miaowei didn't notice her. Seeing Chui holding onto Lin Mo's mother's hand, An Miaowei felt a surge of jealousy. Being ignored by Lin Mo made An Miaowei feel even worse. Plus, she had already been hurt psychologically after Lin Mo had rejected her before, and now all her grievances erupted at once. Lin Mo, you jerk. You just know how to bully me. It's one thing to bully me, but now you're bullying my family too. You even brought Chui to our house. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to show off to me? Do you think I'm not good enough for you? Then do you think you're good enough for Chui? Chui was taken aback. What's going on? Why is this related to her? Who is Chui? Although she acted gentle in front of Lin Mo, she was always strong-willed in front of others. An Miaowei, I've now realized that you truly don't deserve Lin Mo. Chui looked at An Miaowei, revealing a look of disappointment. After spending these days with Lin Mo, Chui had become highly aware of her feelings for him, and in comparison, An Miaowei seemed a bit unreasonable. Me? How am I not worthy of Lin Mo? An Miaowei trembled with anger, pointing at her own nose as she questioned Chui. You're talking nonsense. What makes you think I'm not worthy of him? My family background is better than his. I'm prettier than him, and I like him. Why would he look down on me? Seeing An Miaowei's demeanor, Chui felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Was Lin Mo out of his mind to like a girl like An Miaowei? Perhaps to others, An Miaowei was a very beautiful girl with many admirers. But who was Chui? Not to mention the socialites around her. Even in her class at Jiangxing No. 1 High School, there were at least a dozen girls who were prettier and came from better families than An Miaowei. Moreover, An Miaowei's academic performance was far behind even the weakest students in her class. In Chui's eyes, An Miaowei was not only unimpressive, but she also seemed a bit earthy. Now, An Miaowei's unreasonable outburst further lowered her impression in Chui's mind. Who are you to say such things about my Wei Wei? An Miaowei's mother, Wang Lu, also looked at Chui with vigilance. The girl in front of her was indeed very beautiful, and her demeanor seemed quite extraordinary, which made Wang Lu start to worry. I'm Lin Mo's classmate Chui. Chui did not hide her identity and directly introduced herself. You're the super rich second generation that Wei Wei mentioned? Wang Lu suddenly remembered this name, clearly having a deep impression of it, and then she turned her gaze to Lin Mo. Oh, no wonder your attitude has changed. You've climbed up to a rich girl, and you don't want my Wei Wei anymore, right? After Wang Lu finished speaking, she reached out to push Lin Mo. Chui stood by without moving, but Lin Mo's mother, Tang Su, blocked Wang Lu. What are you doing? Do you two girls have no conscience? Don't you know what kind of person our little Mo has been since he was a child? Tang Susu defended Lin Mo, while Wang Lu refused to back down. Lin Mo, give me an explanation. You don't want Wei Wei anymore, right? If so, then don't think about marrying Wei Wei in the future. Ha! Lin Mo suddenly laughed, his laughter tinged with a hint of sadness and relief. He had seen clearly what kind of person An Miaowei was before, and today, he had once again seen what kind of people her parents were. Only when it came to losing their own interest did their true colors get exposed. What are you laughing at? Want to apologize? Do you think we will agree to let Wei Wei marry you? Dream on. Wang Lu's attitude was very firm. An Miaowei was her only daughter, and she absolutely could not let her marry someone like Lin Mo otherwise. All her hopes for this life would be ruined. Lin Mo's father was already in such a situation. The family needed to sell everything, and even the subsequent treatment would require selling the house. Whether he could be cured was one thing. Even if he was cured, he would still be a burden needing care. Even if Lin Mo did well academically and got into a prestigious university, after graduation, he would need several years to pay off the family debt, and then there were houses, cars, and tens of thousands in betrothal gifts to consider. Did that mean her daughter would have to wait until she was 35 to marry? If Lin Mo's father had not fallen ill, she would not have looked down on Lin Mo's family. Once Lin Mo achieved success, he could buy a house and save enough for the betrothal gifts in a few years. But things were different now. Her daughter was so beautiful. Maybe she could marry into a rich family. Thinking of this, Wang Lu became even more resolute that she could not let Lin Mo and An Miaowei be together. You all! Lin Mo looked at Wang Lu, his face full of anger. Indeed, adversity reveals a person's true character. Aunt Wang, please remember what you said today. Mom, let's go. After saying that, Lin Mo pulled his mother and strode out of An Miaowei's house. Chu Yi gently shook her head, looking at Wang Lu with a hint of confusion and pity, and followed Lin Mo out. This place was probably somewhere both she and Lin Mo didn't want to step into again. By the Black Benz, Lin Mo and Chu Yi stood beside it, waiting for Lin Chi to pack up and prepare to go to Jiangxing People's Hospital. Right now, Lin Mo's father was still in the hospital's intensive care unit waiting for money to save his life. Lin Mo furrowed his brows as he learned from his relative that in order to save his father, they had already spent 200,000 savings, and now, another 200,000 was needed for the surgery. His relative had scrambled to gather money, but only managed to put together 100,000, still short by 100,000. Without the money, the surgery couldn't proceed, and every day of delay meant more danger for his father's life. 100,000, where could he possibly get that? Lin Mo. Suddenly, he felt something gently poke at the soft flesh around his waist, and at the same time, he heard Chu Yi's voice quietly. He turned slightly and saw Chu Yi's bright eyes sparkling with a mischievous light as she stared at him. Ah! Lin Mo let out a soft grunt, puzzled. Chu Yi smiled, not speaking, and continued to poke him again with something. Lin Mo looked down and saw that Chu Yi's delicate hand was holding a black bank card. The moment he saw the black bank card, Lin Mo turned in surprise to look at Chu Yi. What is this? Here Chu Yi smiled and handed the bank card to Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked confused. What do you want me to do with this? This card is a loan to you. Chu Yi smiled at Lin Mo. I know you must be short on money. This card is my pocket money. I'm lending it to you now. Lin Mo was stunned, looking at the bank card in his hand, momentarily unsure how to react. Take it. It's not a gift. You still have to pay it back later. Chu Yi playfully blinked her big watery eyes, looking mischievous, and for some reason, she felt quite happy at the moment. Lin Mo looked at Chu Yi's face, then at the bank card in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally clenched his fist slowly, a determined light shining in his eyes. Thank you. I will remember this. Lin Mo said earnestly to Chu Yi. Lin Mo was truly grateful to Chu Yi. Although they had only known each other for a short time, she had helped him so much. The password is my birthday. You've seen it before. The money in the card should be enough to save your uncle. Ah! Lin Mo was instantly stunned. Enough to save his father? He looked again at the bank card in his hand. How much money was really in there? Chu-yi said this was her pocket money. In Lin Mo's eyes, a high school student's pocket money. Even for a rich girl, tens of thousands should be an exaggerated amount, right? But from Chu-yi's tone, it seemed to far exceed Lin Mo's imagination. Seemingly aware of what Lin Mo was thinking, Chu-yi chuckled and said, I forgot how much money is in the card, but it should be around 7 to 800,000. 7 or 800,000? Pocket money? Lin Mo was once again shocked, feeling a sense of inadequacy in his imagination regarding others' financial capabilities. A super luxurious villa beyond imagination, pocket money of 7 or 800,000. If Chu-yi were a university student or had entered society, he wouldn't doubt if she had hundreds of thousands or even millions. However, he knew that Chu-yi was still underage. Yes, Chu-yi's 18th birthday was during this summer vacation. A high school student who is still a minor with pocket money of several hundred thousand. Lin Mo had to admit he was stunned. What's wrong? Chu-yi looked at Lin Mo, who had fallen silent with curiosity. Lin Mo took a deep breath to calm the turbulent waves in his heart. If I had known there was this much, I wouldn't have accepted it, Lin Mo sighed lightly. This statement from Lin Mo was indeed the truth. He had only known Chu-yi for a short time, and she had already lent him several hundred thousand. He didn't know what to say about this kindness. After all, Chu-yi had no idea about his agreement with Chu Qianhe, which meant that, in her eyes, he was merely an outstanding high school student. 7 or 800,000. How many people would take a decade to earn that much? Yet Chu-yi didn't hesitate for a moment and just handed it over to him. Chu-yi smiled and said, Lin Mo, we are good friends, and good friends should help each other, right? Good friends. Lin Mo felt a bit choked up. He had only had one person he could truly call a good friend before, and that was Gu Xiaojing. He still remembered in his past life, after graduating from university, he had difficulty finding a job. Not wanting to worry his mother, he sent a message to Gu Xiaojing. Are you there? Before this, he and Gu Xiaojing had cut off all ties and hadn't been in contact for half a year. Then, the next moment, Gu Xiaojing directly transferred 2,000 yuan to him and said, Brother Mo, is this enough? If not, I have more here. That's how the bond between brothers is. They might argue and sever ties in the morning, yet by the afternoon, they would be happily dining together. Sometimes, having a few good brothers and friends is far better than having many relatives. Now he had another good friend, Chu-yi. Yes, we are good friends. Lin Mo smiled as well, his smile warm and gentle, like a comforting spring breeze. All right, quickly put the card away. Don't let my driver see it, or my dad will scold me again. Chu-yi reminded him, urging Lin Mo to quickly tuck the card into his pocket. Okay. Lin Mo nodded, slipping the card into his pants pocket. At that moment, Tang Susu had finished packing and hurried over with a large bag. Annie, let me help you into the car. Chu-yi quickly ran over, supporting Tang Susu as they slowly walked towards the car. Lin Mo also walked over to take the large bag from his mother's hands. The back seat of this black Mercedes-Benz had plenty of space. It could easily fit 3 people. Lin Mo and Chu-yi sat on one side of Lin Mo. Mom, don't worry about the surgery fees. I've already prepared everything, Lin Mo reassured her. Hearing this, Tang Susu was instantly overjoyed, tears welling up in her eyes. So? Tang Susu choked up. Having endured for so long, she ultimately couldn't hold back and began to cry. Annie, don't cry. Lin Mo is an excellent person. Heaven won't let down any kind and hard-working individual. Chu-yi hastily comforted. Lin Mo nodded as well. Mom, don't worry. Just leave it to me. You don't need to be concerned anymore. Tang Susu wiped her tears, nodding repeatedly. Half an hour later, a black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of Jiangqing People's Hospital. At Jiangqing City People's Hospital, in the 45th Intensive Care Unit, Tang Susu was tearfully leaning by the bedside. The man in front of her, wrapped in bandages from head to toe and connected to an oxygen tube, was her child's father. You have to hold on. You said you wanted a son, right? Now he's right in front of you. Our son is safe and sound. Open your eyes and take a look. Tang Susu became more and more agitated as tears glistened on her face. Lin Mo, standing aside, felt a deep ache in his heart, feeling choked up. His father was injured, and he was just as sad as his mother, but he couldn't express too much right now. Because his father had fallen, he had to take on the responsibility of the family and become its backbone. Everything that followed would need him to handle it. "Mom, please stay here with Dad. I'm going to pay the surgery fee." Tang Susu nodded slightly, and Lin Mo turned to head towards the door, with Chu Yi quickly following him. When he got to the payment window, Lin Mo didn't expect to attract a large crowd's attention. "Oh my God, that's a Black Gold Supreme card." "What's a Black Gold Supreme card?" It said that you need to have a net worth of over $1 billion to own a Black Gold Supreme card. Wow, that young guy is so rich, he has a net worth in billions. Seriously, that's incredible. A group of people began to discuss, their gazes filled with awe as they looked at Lin Mo. The Black Gold Supreme card commanded respect from anyone who saw it. Don't think this is impossible. Having a net worth in the billions is a concept that's hard to grasp. Just having that money in the bank, the interest alone could yield a daily income of $10,000. For $10,000, countless people would be willing to kneel and call someone grandpa. Especially since Lin Mo was so young and handsome, it highlighted the uniqueness of his identity even more. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Mo felt the importance of being wealthy once again. Before he took out the card, no one had paid him any attention, but as soon as he pulled out the card, he became the center of attention, especially the young lady at the payment counter. Her demeanor instantly turned formal and respectful, her attitude incredibly warm. Black Gold Supreme card? A voice of surprise came from an old professor who approached. "Professor Wang Karen is here." Seeing this, everyone immediately made way, showing respect. Wang Karen was a highly regarded professor of neurology in the medical field. The old professor glanced at Lin Mo and the Black Gold Supreme card in his hand, frowning slightly. This young man didn't seem like someone who would possess a Black Gold Supreme card. But the next moment, his eyes lit up when he spotted the transparent Chu Yi beside him. Others might not recognize Chu Yi, but he did. Seeing her, he no longer doubted the authenticity of the Black Gold Supreme card. However, his gaze swept over Lin Mo and Chu Yi, and his expression became somewhat strange. What was the relationship between the young lady from the Chu family and this young man? "Young man, may I see your payment slip?" Wang Karen asked Lin Mo politely. "Of course." Lin Mo handed it over. Wang Karen took the payment slip from Lin Mo, examined it carefully, and nodded. "You two, follow me to my office to discuss. This surgery happens to be my specialty." In the office, through the introduction of Chu Yi, Lin Mo learned that this person was actually the chief neurosurgeon at the People's Hospital, Professor Wang Jiangwo. Although Lin Mo had never heard of this Professor Wang, Chu Yi seemed to know him very well. She said that Professor Wang was highly skilled in medicine and had been invited to her home to treat her family and had even treated their bodyguard for injuries. Professor Wang had a deep impression of Chu Yi as well. He warmly conversed with both Chu Yi and Lin Mo, giving ample respect to the daughter of Jiangqing's richest man. "Yi, you can rest assured, we will do our utmost to save him," he said. Hearing the doctor say this, Lin Mo quickly added, "Then I'll trouble you, Professor Wang. Please use the best medicine and the most advanced treatment methods for my father. You could do whatever you need and whatever costs arise. It's all fine. I just hope, Professor Wang, that you could do your utmost to ensure my father's safety," he continued. Chu Yi chimed in from the side. "Professor Wang, please feel free to treat him. Make sure to use the best medicine." Seeing that both Chu Yi and Lin Mo had said this, Wang Jiangwo understood their intentions. With the Chu family as a backing, he naturally didn't have to worry about medical expenses. After all, what kind of existence was the Chu family? They could easily buy his entire hospital. With that in mind, he was determined to give it his all. At that moment, he felt a hint of admiration for the young man before him. From his perspective, it seemed that he had already regarded Lin Mo as part of the Chu family. Indeed, how could a normal person not think that a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman together had a complicated relationship? Moreover, the Chu family's daughter valued this young man so much that she even gave him a black gold Supreme card. This young man was likely the one Chu Yi liked, the future heir of the Chu group. Huh? This kid has some means? He also knew about the patient, having heard that he was from an ordinary family and needed to borrow money for the surgical fees. He hadn't expected his son to be so impressive. This was practically a real-life version of a poor boy's rise to success. All right, since that's the case, there's no time to waste. I'll arrange for the surgery immediately. Thank you, Professor Wang. By the way, in addition to that, could you also arrange for a comprehensive checkup for my father, especially regarding his heart? Lin Mo recalled suddenly while thinking about his father's condition. In his previous life, his father had heart problems, and they were discovered too late. Perhaps the car accident this time was related to his father's heart issues, which had not shown symptoms in his previous life. Discovering it early and treating it early. Throughout his life, Lin Mo felt he owed the most to his family. Okay, I'll arrange that. You both can rest assured, Professor Wang said. He felt a growing admiration for the young man before him. To think that such a wealthy child could still consider his father's health, what a good kid. With such a child, a father could enjoy his life. At the Chu family's villa, Chu Qinhe, who was reading in his study, suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He took out his phone and glanced at the message, momentarily taken aback. Hospital spending record? His daughter had gone to the hospital and had paid over 200,000 at once? The next moment, he called his driver, and after a brief moment he put down the phone, stroking his chin as he fell into thought. It seemed he had underestimated the relationship between his daughter and Lin Mo. You little brat, you just took away the flower I've nurtured for 18 years. Chu Qinhe murmured, his expression carrying a hint of amusement, as if he had stumbled upon something interesting. If you have the ability, that's fine, but if you don't say I didn't help you. There are plenty of rich young masters pursuing Yi. At the entrance of the operating room in Jiangqing People's Hospital, Tang Susu sat on a nearby bench, her face filled with worry as she kept her eyes fixed on the door that had been closed for half an hour. Lin Mo and Chu Yi sat quietly beside her, one on each side. Although Lin Mo appeared calm on the outside, he was constantly praying for his father in his heart, hoping for good news to arrive soon. His father had worked hard all his life and had never enjoyed a day of peace. From time to time, Chu Yi glanced at Lin Mo. She could tell that he was pretending to be calm. The worry reflected in Lin Mo's eyes as he looked toward the operating room made her understand his deep concern for his father. As a good friend, she too was praying for him. With her hands clasped together, Chu Yi seemed to have a subtle connection with Lin Mo. He looked at her, feeling grateful for her presence. He truly needed to thank her. If it weren't for Chu Yi's reminder, Lin Mo would have seriously injured himself 5 days ago. He might still be lying in the hospital now, possibly in life-threatening danger. And today, if it weren't for this girl lending him hundreds of thousands to help his father get the best treatment, he wouldn't even know if his father would make it through today. This kindness was firmly etched in Lin Mo's heart. As for the chain of butterfly effects that had followed his rebirth, Lin Mo felt increasingly alarmed. Chu Yi transferring schools, the assassination attempt, his father's car accident. These were all things that hadn't happened in his previous life. It seemed that many things required him to act quickly. It's getting late. You should head back. You've been a great help today, Lin Mo said, standing up and gently urging Chu Yi to leave. Professor Wang had mentioned that this surgery would take at least 6 hours if everything went smoothly. By then, it would probably be dark outside. No, your father hasn't come out yet. I'm going to wait until I know he is safe. Chu Yi shook her head, refusing to leave. But it will be dark soon, Lin Mo frowned slightly. Lin Mo, aren't we good friends? I won't leave until Uncle Lin is out of danger, Chu Yi insisted. Seeing her determination, Lin Mo sighed helplessly. Noticing Lin Mo's expression, Chu Yi chuckled. Don't worry, Uncle Lin will be fine. Yeah. Lin Mo nodded heavily and sat back down on the bench. So, the three of them quietly waited at the door of the operating room for a full 7 hours. Finally, the door to the operating room opened. The three of them were startled awake and nervously walked over as Professor Wang approached them with an excited expression. Congratulations, the surgery was very successful. Hearing this, the three of them sighed in relief at the same time. Thank you, Professor Wang. Thank you. Chu-yi said, Lin Mo, I knew everything would be fine. Looking at the girl who had waited with him for a full 7 hours, Lin Mo's eyes glimmered with warmth. As the daughter of the richest man, she was not pretentious at all, which was truly rare. Thank you. Chu-yi shook her head. No need to be polite. We're good friends. Yes, good friend for life. Although the surgery was very successful, the patient still needs to rest. The next phase is crucial for recovery, and strict monitoring is essential. The specific precautions will be communicated to you later. Additionally, if you need a specialized caregiver, feel free to tell me, and I can help you make arrangements. Professor Wang, along with several nurses behind him, wore bright smiles. This good news also made Lin Mo, Tang Susu, and Chu-yi so excited that they could hardly contain themselves. After hearing the news, Tang Susu and Lin Mo repeatedly expressed their gratitude, holding on to Professor Wang's hand without letting go. Professor Wang, you are truly a great benefactor to our family. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Wang, for saving my father. Lin Mo and Tang Susu continued to express their thanks. Although Wang Zhengwo was happy, the 7-hour intensive surgery had left him quite exhausted. After exchanging a few more words with Tang Susu and Lin Mo, he took his leave. Tang Susu and Lin Mo then accompanied the other nurses to take their father to the intensive care unit. Lin Mo, Uncle is no longer in danger, so I'll head out first. If anything comes up, remember to contact me immediately. Chu-yi flashed a sweet smile at Lin Mo, waved goodbye to Tang Susu, and left the intensive care unit. What are you standing there for, silly boy? Go see her off. Tang Susu glared at the motionless Lin Mo, expressing her frustration. What a stubborn man. Hearing this, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized what he had forgotten. In his excitement over his father's news, he had completely overlooked seeing her off. He hurried out and just caught sight of Chu-yi as she turned the corner. Wait for me, Lin Mo called out, quickly walking over. Upon hearing his voice, Chu-yi turned around and asked in confusion, Is there something else? Nothing much, just wanted to see you off. Lin Mo replied with a light smile. When she heard this, Chu-yi suddenly laughed, her smile radiant, her eyes crescent-shaped like a moon. Okay, Lin Montag was momentarily stund. Chu-yi looked really beautiful when she smiled. Let's go, she called, and the two walked side by side, leisurely heading outside. Their silhouettes stretched under the glowing lights. Lin Mo's father, Lin Guodong, gradually stabilized as a result of the successful surgery. Consequently, Tang Susu suggested that Lin Mo quickly return to school to continue reviewing. Lin Mo had already missed a full half-month of classes. This was not a good situation for him, especially with the college entrance exams approaching. Although Lin Mo was a good student, long periods without engaging with coursework or exam papers made it hard to say he wouldn't be rusty. Furthermore, Tang Susu knew that the third mock exam in Jiangcheng was about to begin. This exam was more important than the previous 2 mock tests. She didn't want Lin Mo to face a setback in this crucial exam before the college entrance tests. Thus, she urged Lin Mo to hurry back to school to study and prepare. Even though Lin Mo repeatedly stated that he was fine and wanted to stay at the hospital to take turns caring for his father with his mother, he ultimately had to return to school due to Tang Susu's insistence. Coincidentally, Chu-yi was also visiting Lin Mo's father at the hospital that day, so the two of them went back to school together. When Lin Mo and Chu-yi appeared together in the campus during a non-school period, all eyes at Qingchuan No. 1 High School unconsciously focused on the two of them. Look, the goddess of Jiangcheng, Chu-yi. Wait, the guy next to her is Lin Mo. Wow, the study god Lin Mo is back. Welcome. Those two seem to be a bit too close. Could it be that Lin Mo and Chu-yi are really getting together? What's so surprising about that? Didn't we guess this would happen when Chu-yi transferred here? By the way, wasn't Lin Mo injured by Su Ran? I heard his heart was punctured, and he's healed so quickly? That's just too incredible. Heart? Why did I hear it was his kidney that was cut? Can you stop acting like you've never seen a scene like this? Chu-yi is who she is. If her dad steps in, wouldn't he get Lin Mo a good doctor? And with some good medicine, isn't that reasonable? When Lin Mo and Chu-yi arrived at the campus together, they immediately attracted the attention of their classmates. These two were already prominent figures at Qingchuan No. 1 High School, and their simultaneous appearance on campus, shoulder to shoulder, was bound to attract attention. The neat rows of heads peeking out from the balcony were enough to illustrate the scene's excitement. Their gazes kept flowing back and forth between Lin Mo and Chu-yi. The word envy had already been shouted to the point of exhaustion. Lin Mo and Chu-yi were just too well matched. A perfect pair of talent and beauty, a natural couple. Moreover, one was a tall, handsome study god, and the other was a rich, beautiful, genius girl. Standing together, they looked perfect from every angle. Compared to the previous scene where Lin Mo chased after An Miaowei, this moment, though a bit dreamy, felt much more comfortable. At this moment, Lin Mo seemed to be the real Lin Mo. This scene matched his super study god aura perfectly. Before returning to class, Lin Mo first went to talk to the class teacher to explain the situation. The class teacher was surprised and very happy about Lin Mo's return. Not only was he glad that Lin Mo had overcome his ordeal, but he was also pleased for their class. The third mock exam was just a week away, and this mock exam was different from the previous two. After the third mock exam, it would be less than a month until the college entrance examination. Moreover, the difficulty of the third mock exam was closer to that of the college entrance exam, so they could treat this exam as a real test for the college entrance examination. This was also the last exam before the college entrance examination. The results of this exam would determine how they would review and what mindset they would maintain in the coming time. This was very important. If they failed this exam, their mentality would definitely be affected. If they couldn't adjust their mindset well, they might not be able to perform to their true level in the college entrance exam a month later. Once the college entrance exam was failed, it would really be over. Years of hard study were all for the chance to leap over the Dragon Gate. Although there was an opportunity to repeat the year, how many people would be willing to spend another year to retake it? At the same time, the class teacher also told him the outcome of the person who hurt him. It was Su Ran. He was jealous of you and lost his rationality for a moment. Because Chu-yi almost got hurt, Chu Qinhe was furious and personally stepped in, indicating severe punishment would follow. I'm afraid a few years in prison is unavoidable. Hearing this outcome, Lin Mo felt somewhat emotional. What surprised him was that the person in black was Su Ran, who had been quite successful before. He got into a good university, and after graduation, with his father's arrangement, he became a teacher at Jiangqing No. 1 High School with a bright future ahead. And now, under Lin Mo's repeated blows, his mentality collapsed, leading him to hurt others with a knife. A few years in prison, offending the powerful Chu Qinhe, Su Ran is probably finished for life. His biggest enemy before had now completely become Lin Mo's stepping stone. The fate of the future had also completely changed. In the week that followed, after school, Chu-yi would always accompany Lin Mo to the hospital before leaving. Lin Mo spent every day at the hospital taking care of his father. Lin Guodong, under the meticulous care of Tang Susu, woke up on the third day and was able to speak by the fifth day. Seeing his beloved son safe and sound brought Lin Guodong a sense of peace. Upon hearing how Chu-yi helped their family, he was moved to tears. He was that kind of person, too kind, often neglecting himself. Lin Mo frequently urged his father to think more about himself, but such advice was completely useless. Due to his character, upbringing, and experiences, it was difficult to change him. Lin Guodong knew that Lin Mo would be taking exams soon, so he, along with Tang Susu, advised Lin Mo not to come for the next few days and to focus on his studies. Lin Mo couldn't refuse his father's wishes and reluctantly agreed. In the next 2 or 3 days, Lin Mo and Chu-yi steadily prepared for the third mock exam together. Whenever there was a question Lin Mo couldn't answer, Chu-yi would ask him, and he could always pinpoint her mistakes with sharp precision. She was influenced by Lin Mo step by step moving forward. Meanwhile, the ever-annoying An Miaowei hadn't approached Lin Mo recently. She didn't even glance at him, and Chui. Since the aura of the school beauty had faded, her status in class had also plummeted, especially as her grades were average. She gradually became a social outcast. At this time, Gong Lily, like other classmates, rarely contacted An Miaowei anymore. An Miaowei seemed to have become a solitary figure. Now the atmosphere in the classroom was harmonious. Time passed quickly amidst the busyness. The extremely important third mock exam quietly arrived, much to the anticipation of the senior students. The exam was underway, tense and serious. Lin Mo's return caused quite a stir, but compared to before, only a few people focused on it. The third mock exam was simply too important. Most people understood this, so they restrained themselves and concentrated fully on the exam at hand. The first Chinese exam ended quickly, and it seemed everyone had found it easy. The rhythm of answering questions was smooth, and many students were satisfied with their performance, filling them with confidence for the exams to come, especially the students of Class 3-1. They were already the top students at Qingchuan No. 1 High School, and under the influence of Lin Mo and Chui, along with their teachers' encouragement, their recent efforts finally bore fruit, especially in the math exam in the afternoon. On the afternoon of the first day after the exam, all the students gathered around Lin Mo and Chui to discuss the math answers. Lin Mo openly shared his answers for everyone to reference. The response to this walking answer key was very enthusiastic. "Class monitor, you're so incredibly handsome. I just checked my score, and I can get 120 in math this time, which is an improvement of over 10 points. Thank you for helping us with problems. I checked too. I think I can get 130, also an improvement of over 10 points. Class monitor, I really love you. Having you around is a blessing. Hey, calm down a bit. Maybe watch fewer commercials." Exactly. Even though your math score is good, I guess your Chinese score is just barely passing. Wah, don't force me to slap you when I'm happiest. Lin Mo's popularity in class was comparable to that of a star at a concert. He had already gotten used to it. He could even sit quietly and draw while everyone around him screamed. That's right. He treated this as a form of personal cultivation. Meanwhile, Chui watched Lin Mo, who remained calm amidst the chaos, and smiled softly. Having grown up in the spotlight, she understood the frustrating lack of freedom that comes with being the center of attention. Despite having experienced many such scenes throughout her life, she still couldn't be as composed as Lin Mo. "Don't look at me. Take some time to rest and recharge. There's an exam tomorrow," Lin Mo said to Chui without turning his head, putting down the pen in his hand and resting one hand on his head against the desk. "Okay, I'll listen to you." After saying this, Chui mimicked Lin Mo and rested her head on the desk with one hand. At this moment, she was facing Lin Mo, who had his eyes closed, while Chui stared at him for a while before slowly squinting her eyes. Such behavior might not be unusual during a regular afternoon nap, but at any other time, who wouldn't feel a bit dazed seeing such a scene? Whose candy spilled? Why is there a hint of sweetness in the air? The classmates looked at the two with their eyes closed, revealing ambiguous smiles. One by one, they whispered to their desk mates from behind the drawers. The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. The words reached An Miaowei's ears, causing her already crumbling heart to be thrown into chaos. She constantly reminded herself that her relationship with Lin Mo had already been severed. She kept deliberately reminding herself of the noisy scene when Lin Mo had come to her house that day. But the more she tried to think about it, the more images of happy times spent with Lin Mo popped up in her mind. Those moments when Lin Mo brought her breakfast, gave her gifts, and when they went home together, An Miaowei felt a tearing pain in her heart. Ultimately, she gave up resisting her feelings for Lin Mo from deep within. Love and hate intertwined tightly in her soul, tearing it apart and then piecing it back together. In this mental state, she gradually sank into a breakdown. She had lost her direction. The day after the mock exam, the sky was blue and cloudless. Such weather in late May wasn't too hot. Sitting by the window, feeling the gentle breeze It was incredibly pleasant. She felt revitalized. How could one not perform well in an exam in such a state? Let's not even talk about the English test in the morning. Those who knew it felt no pressure. For those who didn't, aside from erasing mistakes and guessing, what other tricks were there? It was worth mentioning the comprehensive science exam. Although the difficulty was significantly lower compared to the first and second mocks, the last two big questions, one on motion analysis and the other on electric field analysis, really made the students feel overwhelmed. I don't understand at all. This is bad. My total score is only 250. Oh wow, as expected of you, 250. Unlike me, even though I don't understand, I just wrote down a few formulas. Surely I must have guessed a few correctly. Haha, that's just how I am. Come on, you think writing a few formulas will make the grading teacher pity you? You really are full of yourself. Wah, don't say that, I have my pride too. After 2 days of exams, everyone was still holding their breath. Now, they were just waiting for the results in 2 days. It all depended on how well they performed this time. If they did well, they would continue to work hard, striving for brilliance in the college entrance exam. If they did poorly, they would quickly adjust their mindset and focus on reviewing. Everyone was well aware that time was truly limited. The outcome depended on this last month. After 12 years of hard work, whether they would be heading toward the neon lights or returning to the fields depended on the exam in 18 days. In the 2 days following the conclusion of the third mock exam, students welcomed a long-awaited 2-day holiday. Everyone cheered and celebrated, each planning how to make the most of this precious time off. Some were planning to go out and have fun, others continued their revision, and some were preparing to finish a whole set of mock exams for the college entrance examination over the next half-month. Lin Mo, on the other hand, went to take care of his father. As usual, Chu-yi first took Lin Mo to the hospital. After dropping him off and visiting Lin Mo's father, Chu-yi finally returned home. During these few days that Lin Mo was at school, it was his mother, Tang Susu, who stayed in the hospital to take care of Lin Mo's father. After so many days of continuous care, Tang Susu looked quite exhausted, and her struggle was evident. "Mom, I have a holiday for the next 2 days. Let me take care of Dad during this time," Lin Mo said. "You've already worked hard for so many days. It's a good opportunity for you to rest," Tang Susu replied. Tang Susu understood that Lin Mo was concerned for her, but thinking about her son having to take the college entrance examination in half a month, she firmly refused his offer. After a long conversation, Lin Mo continued, "Mom, if you think about it this way, if you end up falling sick from overworking yourself, then our family will only have me left to take care of both you and Dad. At that point, I'd have to ask for leave to take care of you both, and I wouldn't be able to focus on my exams. So, right now, I have a holiday, which is perfect for me to take over your duties. You need to rest well to take better care of Dad and yourself. Don't you think?" Lin Mo's words touched Tang Susu deeply. She knew her son was right, and she felt tired herself, but for the sake of the family, for her son, and for her husband, she had to persevere. The college entrance examination is a must. I have to take it. Finally, under Lin Mo's persuasion, Tang Susu agreed to go home and rest. Even so, she still brought prepared nutritious meals to Lin Mo and her husband every mealtime. Although this ordeal was fraught with dangers, it ultimately deepened the bonds within Lin Mo's family. It gave them a clearer understanding of their future lives and revealed a petty scene involving An Miaowei's family. They could be wealthy, but they could not endure hardships. Cherish the present. Cherish everything. Aside from that, this experience also helped Lin Mo's father eliminate some hidden health issues, which could be seen as a blessing in disguise. Although Lin Guodong was seriously injured after several days of treatment, his condition was gradually stabilizing and recovering. This was also thanks to Chu-yi's financial assistance and Professor Wang's medical care. Because of the reminders from Chu-yi and Lin Mo, Professor Wang used imported special medications for Lin Guodong this time. Although they were expensive, their effectiveness was undeniable. By the time Lin Mo's 2-day holiday ended, Lin Guodong had already been moved out of the intensive care unit and transferred to a general ward. Although he was still bandaged in many places, his complexion had become much rosier, and he looked to be recovering quickly. Tang Susu and Lin Guodong knew that they had been able to endure this great calamity thanks to Chu Yi's help. Therefore, on the day Lin Mo returned to school, they specifically urged him to express their gratitude to Chu Yi. Lin Mo exchanged smiles with his parents, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of fate. As ordinary people, who would have thought that their son would have such life opportunities? To gain the favor of the richest person in Jiangxing, how many people yearn for this dream but cannot attain it? Although I don't know how far these two children will go in the future, judging from the current trends, they will surely take a step further sooner or later. Everything will follow its natural course. It's just that I didn't expect that Child and Miaowei would turn out this way. They were childhood sweethearts, yet I never thought they would end up in such a situation after growing up. Truly, life is full of uncertainties. But perhaps it's all fate. On the day Lin Mo arrived at school, he conveyed his parents' words to Chu Yi. After hearing this, Chu Yi felt a sense of happiness in her heart. After the results of the third mock exam came out, Qingchuan High School broke its previous style and began to vigorously promote the score reports. On this score report, there were also each person's scores and corresponding rankings for the college entrance examination. The whole grade could see everyone's scores. It seemed that everyone understood that after 10 years of hard work, the time for the final showdown at the peak was truly approaching. At this moment, all the flashy tactics unrelated to their true abilities were unnecessary. The teachers also recognized that rather than earnestly persuading students to take the exams seriously, it was better to let them feel what it was like when the college entrance examination results came out. And their approach was indeed effective. These young boys and girls finally understood when faced with this score report that a difference of just 1 point could eliminate thousands. This was an objective reality. However, despite this, many still faced everything with an optimistic attitude. It was evident that everyone had grown. This was also reflected in the fact that when they saw Lin Mo still holding the astonishing top position in the nation with a perfect score, although they were surprised and excited, there were already fewer who screamed and shouted like during the first mock exam. They would just shout a few times in their class while chatting with their classmates. Lin Mo is amazing. And they would discuss with those envious classmates whether Lin Mo had some sort of cheat. Afterward, when they talked about this with friends, they excitedly described just how amazing Lin Mo was. However, compared to the students, the media that had long been waiting outside the school gate appeared even more exaggerated. They hid in dark corners, waiting for after school, when Chu Yi and Lin Mo came out of the campus together. They suddenly rushed out with cameras, shoving microphones at Chu Yi and Lin Mo, firing off questions. Student Lin Mo, according to reliable sources, you scored a perfect 750 in this exam. How did you achieve that? Student Chu Yi, you only scored 740 this time, 10 points lower than Lin Mo. Could you share your feelings at this moment? Several reporters spoke at once, eager to throw out all their questions in one go. I must say, they truly know how to create public opinion and capture hot topics, being graduates of the journalism profession. Only scored 740? Wow, impressive. Students passing by, upon hearing the reporter's questions, couldn't help but comment. In response to these questions, Lin Mo and Chu Yi just smiled and replied, "No comment." The interview ultimately ended in failure, but one couldn't help but admire some of the media people's cleverness. They still capitalized on Lin Mo's perfect score in the third mock exam as a gimmick and attempted to steer public opinion. Several media outlets followed suit and published the following reports. Answers to the city's third mock exam leaked again. What truth is hidden behind the all-subject perfect scorer of the senior year academic genius? The legendary Qingchuan academic god scored perfectly. Is this a distortion of society or a reflection of morality? Another article was blocked, possibly to be seen tomorrow. 18 days, just a little over 2 weeks. Usually, such a period would pass by almost unnoticed. But these 18 days before the Gaokao seemed to drag on considerably. Perhaps it was because this exam was so crucial for everyone that people's subconscious began to pay attention to the daily processes. This was not only a shift in mindset, but also an external manifestation of how all students approached the Gaokao, both expectantly and nervously. Moreover, the teachers seemed different from usual. In the current classrooms, all the teachers wore smiles on their faces. Even the previously serious math, physics, and chemistry teachers had changed their stern expressions during class. Especially when facing a few students who had struggled in the mock exams, the teachers appeared particularly enthusiastic. Dafeng, don't be sad. It takes 5 bowls of rice to fill your stomach. How could one exam define your future? Keep reviewing and good luck on the Gaokao. Dalong, don't be upset either. You're still young. You can aspire to Oxford or study the I Ching more. Even if you don't master it, at least you're a clever person. Faced with the teacher's sudden enthusiasm, the students were still a bit unaccustomed. However, everyone understood that in this final moment, encouragement was the best morale booster for them. Maintaining a good mood and performing well in the exam hall to submit a perfect answer sheet. There was nothing more important than that. During these long days, without the teacher's urging and supervision, the students were extremely self-disciplined. There was no noise during study periods or breaks. Everyone was reviewing earnestly. Of course, this included Lin Mo and Chui. Even though they had performed well in previous exams and their results were among the best, those were still just mock exams. When the time came, it would truly be a case of thousands of soldiers crossing a narrow bridge. Thus, this final battle could not afford to fail. Although they were confident in their abilities to achieve excellent results in the Gaokao, wouldn't better results be even better? Living a life. Lin Mo wanted to turn all his wishes into reality through his own hands. Only then would his experiences in these 2 lifetimes not be in vain. Since meeting Lin Mo as a competitor, Chui had long regarded him as her goal and worked hard to catch up. As a result, her performance in the 3rd mock exam improved, breaking through the 740-point barrier for the first time. Although she knew there was a significant gap between her and Lin Mo, she didn't want to admit defeat. Even if she couldn't surpass Lin Mo, at least she wanted to keep up with his pace. If Lin Mo scored first in the nation, then she would strive for second. The Gaokao was indeed the final battle between them at this stage. She didn't want to leave any regrets. As for choosing a school, she wasn't worried at all. Because with her and Lin Mo's scores, schools would definitely come knocking on their doors to recruit them. At that point, it would depend on where Lin Mo wanted to go. However, Chui was still quite curious about this issue. Lin Mo, which university do you want to attend? As for me, I'd like to keep it a secret for now. So mysterious. All right, I'll keep it a secret too, but you must tell me when the time comes. Okay, I'll definitely tell you then. Chui and Lin Mo chatted happily, but their voices were like arrows flying towards An Miaowei's ears, drilling in whether she wanted to hear it or not, disturbing her mind. In fact, 3 years ago, Lin Mo had already discussed this topic with her. At that time, Lin Mo boldly told her that wherever An Miaowei went to school, he would go to that school too. At that time, she didn't think much of it and disliked Lin Mo for being clingy. Who would have thought that time flies? And now, 3 years later, she hears Lin Mo discussing this issue with other girls. However, she never heard Lin Mo mention the final answer. Perhaps Lin Mo is afraid she, An Miaowei, would listen? Or maybe Lin Mo is worried that the future Chui would be like how she used to be with Lin Mo. It seems Lin Mo doesn't trust Chui that much. An Miaowei analyzed, setting aside family matters. How much difference can there be between me and Chui? If I can't get Lin Mo, why should Chui? What a joke. Suddenly, a thought popped into An Miaowei's mind. She wants to follow in Lin Mo's footsteps. Since they can attend the same school, she will go to the same city. She wants to see the final outcome between Chui and Lin Mo. Days went by. The wheat ears in the fields gradually turned golden under the sun's rays. The green expanse that had come is now starting to shimmer with golden light. The harvest season will unexpectedly arrive in a month. At school, the review progress of the students never stopped for a day. This momentum lasted for half a month. Finally, in the afternoon 2 days before the college entrance examination, The school held a meeting to give all students one last wave of encouragement, and then the 2-day pre-exam break unexpectedly arrived. This eased the tense nerves of the students quite a bit. Although this is a tradition every year, it is undoubtedly the best remedy for these students under immense pressure. Yes, they are too stressed. A brief moment of recuperation is even more beneficial for them. As for how to use these 2 days, it depends on the individual. Some students chose to catch up on sleep, while others wanted to go hiking or have a picnic to relax a bit. In addition, some students expressed, "Why sleep long before life? After death, one will naturally rest." They only love studying. Lin Mo was different from them. He neither went to the hospital to see his father, nor returned home to review. He came to a suit store, took off his school uniform, and changed into a suit. At only 18, Lin Mo's entire demeanor changed dramatically after putting on the suit. Standing in front of the mirror in a well-tailored black suit, his tall stature of 1.8 meters appeared simple and clean. Especially his gaze, devoid of the childishness expected at this age, instead revealing a sense of determination and maturity. His handsome and refined face had sharper angles, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a nose like a hanging gallbladder, and thin, sexy lips that carried a hint of indifference and coldness. He exuded a strong, aristocratic aura. It seemed he was meant to be this way, naturally perfect. He seemed to carry a certain charm that made it hard to look away, leaving people in awe. Even the female staff in the store were so stunned by Lin Mo's handsome appearance that they couldn't speak. Some female staff stared at him wide-eyed, nearly drooling. Lin Mo looked at his reflection in the mirror, a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth, nodding in satisfaction as he walked out of the suit store. On the day before the college entrance examination, while others were either reviewing or relaxing, he was going to negotiate a big deal, a business opportunity that was a small target in itself. More than a month ago, Lin Mo made an agreement with the richest man in Jiangxing. He needed to use 100 million as startup capital to earn 100 million within a short period of time. Only then could he gain recognition from Chu Qianhe. With 100 million in startup capital, Lin Mo was confident he could turn it into 10 billion. However, earning that 100 million in such a short time was quite difficult. Why? Because if Lin Mo invested in projects that were expected to rise in the future, such as Miaowei or Iluma, then after a certain period, Lin Mo could see a 100-fold return, but just a short time, too short to see any progress. However, Lin Mo wasn't without solutions. He had other plans. And now, this opportunity had arrived. This project was initially not considered by Lin Mo because the timing was too rushed for him to take on. It was so rushed that he felt he didn't have the strength to accept it. But now it was different. He had 100 million in startup capital, and with the backing of Jiangxing's top investment group, he was confident he could secure this project. In his previous life, on the eve of the college entrance examination, while passing by a certain place, he witnessed a middle-aged man jump from the 6th floor. This left a deep impression on him, and later, he looked up related information and discovered that the man was the owner of a half-finished building. His wife had run off with his partner after embezzling money, leaving him broke and the project halted, forced to become a half-finished building. As a result, he was responsible for tens of millions in debts, and after finding no way out, he jumped from there, ending his own life. But fate is cruel. Just before he committed suicide, the government had planned to develop the area and turn it into the core of a new city. The location was too prime, backed by a great river with pleasant scenery, convenient transportation, and a beautiful environment. In a certain period, this place would become the core of the new city. But for now, it was still a collection of half-finished buildings. It was just a pity for that man who jumped. If he had just held on for another month, the government's announcement would have come down, and he not only wouldn't have needed to be in debt, but would have also made several billion. The most ironic part was that when it became known that the government was going to buy back the land, his wife came back, eager to inherit his estate. Simply a hellish joke. Poor man. Lin Mo calculated the timing, and when he arrived in front of the half-finished building, he immediately saw a figure on the 6th floor of the first building. The man was staring blankly ahead, his eyes vacant, seemingly lost in thought, and Lin Mo remembered his name. Wang Difu. What a pity for this piece of land. If only there were enough funds to build these houses. How great it would be. Lin Mo's voice rang out, causing Wang Difu to momentarily freeze in surprise before turning to look at Lin Mo. You? Who are you? Mr. Wang Difu, I am Lin Mo, an investment consultant from the Chu Group. Lin Mo extended his hand. I come here today with something very important to discuss with you. Would you be willing to have a chat with me? Wang Difu dazedly shook Lin Mo's hand, still in a state of confusion. He had been preparing to commit suicide, and suddenly someone appeared, claiming to be from the Chu Group, which left him somewhat bewildered. What do you want to talk to me about? Wang Difu's mood was extremely low. His wife had cheated on him and run off with the money. The project had stopped, and he was heavily in debt. The blow to him was tremendous. Mr. Wang, I won't bother with any pleasantries. The Chu Group is interested in your piece of land. Please make an offer. We are prepared to acquire your company. Upon hearing this, Wang Difu widened his eyes in disbelief. Really? He looked up and down at Lin Mo, who was well-dressed, cultured, and exuded an extraordinary demeanor, just the image of a successful person. At a glance, he didn't seem like a scammer. He must be a senior executive from a big company. If a scammer had this kind of presence, why would they even be scamming? Moreover, what could he possibly have to deceive Wang Difu with? Indeed, it was hard to believe that Lin Mo, dressed in a suit, was a high school student about to take the college entrance exam. Of course it's true, Lin Mo nodded. But our company is such a mess. Wang Difu forced a bitter smile, nearly in tears. He had considered selling the land, but he realized that even if he sold it, he wouldn't be able to pay off the debts. His wife not only took all of his assets, but also borrowed several million in high-interest loans for him. If he didn't pay them back, losing a limb would be the least of his worries. Suicide was already his only way out. In 2012, the value of land in Jiangcheng was not even 1/10 of what it would be 10 years later. Especially undeveloped land, which could be said to be worthless. So even if he sold this piece of land now, he probably wouldn't be able to pay off the loans, and he would never be able to turn his life around. There was no way out. Mr. Wang, please rest assured, we are not just buying this piece of land. We are also taking on all the debts of your company. Lin Mo spoke steadily, and we can help you get through this difficult time and resolve this crisis. His words seemed to give Wang Difu a glimmer of hope. He urgently grabbed Lin Mo's sleeve and asked excitedly, Really? Lin Mo smiled and patted his shoulder to calm his emotions. Then, he took out 2 prepared contracts from his bag and handed them to Wang Difu. Please read this contract carefully. If there are no issues, you can sign it right now. Wang Difu picked up the contract and quickly skimmed through it. The more he read, the more excited he became, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The value of this land is 40 million, and my company is already 80 million in debt. This means that if you acquire our company, you will still incur a loss of 40 million. But now, you are willing to give me 20 million. He found it hard to believe. After all, this was a losing deal. Wang Difu thought that the Chu Group must have lost their minds to make such a money-losing transaction. In his heart, he thought that even if they didn't give him 20 million, just being willing to take over this mess was something he would accept. As for filing for bankruptcy, it wasn't that he didn't want to, but many of the debts were borrowed in his personal name. There was no way to declare bankruptcy. Now, not only would he not lose 40 million, but he would also earn an extra 20 million. Even if he paid off all his debts, he would still have over 10 million left. Was heaven finally opening its eyes? Lin Mo nodded. Taking on 40 million was in line with what was reported in his past life. Wang Difu wasn't lying. But then again, he was on the verge of suicide, so there was no need to lie. When a person is about to die, their words are often sincere. Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, For the Chu Group, a mere loss of several tens of millions doesn't affect anything. Wang Difu shivered all over. Yes, the Chu Group. What a colossal entity that is. With assets worth hundreds of billions. Why should he, a small company, worry about such a big player? This was also why Lin Mo had previously requested Chu Qianhe to establish this investment company under the name of the Chu Group. The four characters Chu Group are the biggest brand and credit. At least, in Lin Mo's eyes, before the Chu Group goes bankrupt, this brand is worth more than 1 billion. Is this real? Wang Difu looked at the contract in his hand, still somewhat in disbelief. Am I dreaming? He pinched his own arm hard. Hiss. The pain hit him. He was sure that this was not an illusion, nor a dream. His mouth couldn't help but break into a smile, like a child. This was the most exciting news he had heard in recent days. His wife didn't run off with the money, leaving him to bear huge debts. His life was completely ruined. But unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. The contract is here, in black and white. It has legal effect. Mr. Wang, please rest assured. Lin Mo smiled and said, Now, let's discuss the specifics of the acquisition. Of course, Wang Difu quickly agreed. He wished he could sell this piece of land immediately. All right, Lin Mo nodded and said, Mr. Wang, we are acquiring your company. This negotiation lasted a full 3 hours, during which Lin Mo held an absolute advantage. When people are in a desperate situation, they instinctively grasp at any lifeline. If Lin Mo hadn't appeared today, there would have been only one ending for Wang Difu. That is to commit suicide by jumping off a building. Now, Lin Mo's appearance was like dawn in the darkness for him. In fact, Lin Mo could have been even harsher. He could have purchased this land for just a few million. These few million would cover Wang Difu's debts. Once Wang Difu paid off his debts, he could start anew without being forced to commit suicide. However, Lin Mo ultimately didn't harden his heart, perhaps out of sympathy for Wang Difu's unfortunate fate in his previous life. Or maybe he found a point of resonance with his own past, which is why he spent an additional 10 million. 80 million to acquire Wang Difu's company, with 20 million given to Wang Difu, amounts to a contract worth 100 million. After 3 hours of negotiation, it finally ended, and Wang Difu signed a contract with enthusiasm. Normally, a contract worth 100 million would take several days of back-and-forth discussions. But for Wang Difu, he wished he could sign it in just 1 minute, fearing that the Chu Group might suddenly back out of the purchase. Thus, this contract was signed so simply. Perhaps this is the fastest speed for a contract worth 100 million? After signing the contract, Wang Difu's expression gradually became serious. He deeply bowed to Lin Mo and thanked him. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Lin. I will remember this gratitude in my heart. After saying this, he added, In the future, as long as Mr. Lin needs anything from me, Wang Difu, just say the word, and I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Before signing the contract, he referred to Lin Mo as Mr. Lin, but after the signing, he had already changed his title to President Lin. The young man in front of him, who looked to be only in his 20s, was already capable of making decisions on contracts worth 100 million. This person must have an extraordinary background. Lin Mo shook his head. It's just a small effort. Mr. Wang, you're too polite. Someone will be going to your company tomorrow to hand over the work, and the funds will be available at that time. Although the collaboration had been finalized, Lin Mo did not show any signs of relief. After all, this was only the beginning. His goal was not just this 100 million. Mr. Wang, wait a moment. Just as Wang Difu was happily preparing to leave, Lin Mo stopped him again. President Lin, you're not going to back out, are you? Wang Difu's nerves suddenly tensed up. He was afraid Lin Mo might change his mind and quickly asked, How could I back out? I still have something else to discuss with you, Mr. Wang, Lin Mo explained with a faint smile. Seeing that Lin Mo had no intention of backing out, Wang Difu breathed a sigh of relief and listened patiently. Mr. Wang, I have a way to help you find your wife. Really? Wang Difu's eyes suddenly lit up. He had reported it to the police, but the other party had already fled overseas. How could he catch her? Lin Mo whispered a few words in his ear, and Wang Difu's eyes suddenly burst with astonishment. He looked at Lin Mo in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. President Lin, are you serious? Lin Mo smiled lightly. Of course, if Mr. Wang doesn't trust me, then forget it. But if you do, your wife will be back in a month. I believe. I believe. I believe you. Wang Difu replied eagerly. I will definitely trust you. Don't say, just pretending to be dead. Even if you want me to harm myself, I'm willing. After his wife ran away with another man, he had become utterly desperate. If Lin Mo could catch her, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he would absolutely have to give it a try. After everything was settled, looking at the departing Wang Difu, Lin Mo stretched and felt incredibly relaxed. In his previous life, he remembered that the government eventually bought this piece of land for 230 million. This means that a month later, Lin Mo would earn 130 million from a small target. This greatly exceeded his agreement with Chu Qianhe. Adding in the more than a month prior, it meant that in just 2.5 months, Lin Mo had earned 130 million from the initial investment of 100 million. This terrifying speed was simply astonishing. Even for Chu Qianhe, it would be a considerable profit. However, for Lin Mo, it was nothing at all, because he knew that in the future, China's economy would experience explosive growth. The next 10 years would be a golden decade. Why not set a small target? In 10 years, he would surpass the Chu group. Lin Mo got up, went to a corner, took out a bag, and pulled out his school uniform. Wearing a suit to go back was too eye-catching. He preferred wearing his school uniform, which made him feel much younger. Probably no one knew that a high school student about to take the college entrance examination had negotiated a small target contract on the eve of the exam, which would allow him to earn 130 million in a month. Looking at the sky, Lin Mo bought some water and snacks and went to Jiangxing People's Hospital to visit his parents. With the college entrance examination approaching, it was time to reassure them. When Lin Mo arrived at the hospital room, his father was still quietly lying on the bed with his eyes closed, resting. Lin Mo's mother was also leaning against the window nearby, resting, completely unaware of the caregiver's absence. After some inquiry, Lin Mo learned that his mother felt hiring a caregiver was too expensive. Though it was tiring, she decided to manage on her own. So, she had sent the caregiver away. Lin Mo's father actually felt sorry for her, but he couldn't go against Tang Susu's wishes, so he just went along with it. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their mother. Similarly, a son understands his mother as well. Lin Mo felt a bit distressed for his mother, worried that she might wear herself out. However, he also knew that his mother had grown accustomed to a frugal lifestyle and preferred to do things herself rather than spend money. Moreover, the current situation at home was not optimistic and did not allow for extravagance. This made Lin Mo more determined to earn money and enable his parents to live better lives. After taking care of his father's needs, Lin Mo finally found a moment to rest. He didn't feel tired. Compared to his mother's days and nights of care, what he had done was just a drop in the ocean. During their break, the father and son began discussing Chui. Brat, do you like your classmate named Chui? Lin Mo was taken aback. His father, who usually looked serious, suddenly brought up this topic. But upon reflection, it made sense. When it comes to marriage, which parent wouldn't be concerned? Dad, don't talk nonsense. I'm just grateful to her. Right now, I can only say it's mutual appreciation. She appreciates my talent, and I feel the same. Lin Guodong smiled meaningfully. He had also been through that stage and had some insights. Lin Mo said this because that's how he felt at the moment, but who could say how things would change in the future? People are always moving forward, and relationships change over time, sometimes growing closer and sometimes drifting apart. As for the final outcome, it depends on the efforts of those involved and the will of fate. Son, I understand your thoughts. However, I still want to nag a bit. How many years can a person live? How many opportunities can one have? In this vast sea of people, it's not easy to meet someone who resonates with you. No matter what happens in the future, you must cherish what you have now. Lin Guodong's words echoed in Lin Mo's heart. Some truths can only be fully understood at a certain age. Having lived 2 lives, he deeply resonated with his father's perspective. How many opportunities does one have in this life? If Lin Mo hadn't had this chance to be reborn, would he still see his parents? If he hadn't been reborn, would he have met Chui? Perhaps everything is predestined. Chu-yi was the butterfly that set his fate in motion in this life. However, he also understood that he and Chu-yi had not yet reached that stage. As for what the future holds, that remains to be seen. Lin Mo nodded earnestly at his father. I understand. Don't worry, Dad. I know what I'm doing. Lin Guodong smiled with relief. He felt completely at ease with Lin Mo. Since childhood, Lin Mo had been a thorough person, though he had been a bit timid in the past. But seeing Lin Mo now, he could feel the assertiveness and responsibility of his son. He was happy about Lin Mo's growth. Lin Mo stayed in the hospital, caring for Lin Guodong for a whole day. On the way home, he passed by the riverbank, the bridge, and the streetlights that he had walked by before. He had a lot on his mind. Standing at the doorstep, he gazed up at the starry sky. The universe was so profound, mysterious, and elusive. His life was just as enigmatic. He just didn't know what lay beyond the door of fate in this life. That night, the stars twinkled brightly. The Big Dipper shone particularly brightly above Jiangcheng. Lin Mo slept exceptionally sweetly under the covers. The next morning, the sun slowly rose over the distant horizon. The warm sunlight gently caressed the earth, with every green leaf and red flower slowly stretching out. Lin Mo came to the hospital to report safety to his parents. This is your first major exam in life. You must do your best. Tang Susu and Lin Guodong looked at their precious son with full of expectation. Lin Mo looked at his parents and bowed respectfully. Dad, Mom, you can rest assured. This time, I will not let you down. Lin Mo, carrying his ID and exam admission ticket, strolled towards the college entrance examination venue. His exam venue was at Qingchuan High School, his alma mater, a place he was very familiar with. On June 7th and 8th, the whole country was bustling with activity. The significance of the college entrance examination was immense, and everyone was aware of it. This examination not only carried the dreams and hopes of millions of families, it also witnessed the laughter and tears of countless students who had studied hard. It was also a gateway to the hope of this ancient nation achieving its great rejuvenation. This examination was too important, so much so that during these 2 days, no other national matters could compare. It is no exaggeration to say that during these 2 days, the eyes of the entire nation were focused on this grand examination. Even in Jiangcheng, at the entrance of Qingchuan High School, it was bustling with activity. On either side of the school gate, large red couplets were cheering for the diligent students. In the crowded entrance, thousands of students' parents were filled with eager hope, still earnestly advising their children. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the crowd, 5 or 6 media personnel were working in pairs, carrying cameras to conduct interviews. Can I interview you for a moment? No. The cameraman looked confused. The host was extremely awkward. Why are you looking at me? Next. Hey, student, the college entrance examination is about to start. Are you feeling nervous? Me? Not nervous at all. I'm not the one taking the exam. So why should I be nervous? Wait, student, you're standing right outside the exam venue. Are you sure you're not here to take the exam? Isn't that a stupid question? I'm in the 2nd year of high school. What am I here to take an exam for? Ridiculous. This student turned and left, leaving the cameraman dumbfounded, making notes of the situation. Wait, which class are you in? We'll walk around next time. All right, next one. Hey, that student seems to be chatting quite well with the surrounding Annies. Looks like a cheerful personality. Let's go take a look. Student, are you here to take the exam? Oh, what do you think? Oh, sorry for being presumptuous. By the way, may I ask you, did you bring a watch? Well, that's common sense. Watches aren't allowed in the exam room. Oh, no wonder. There are still 10 minutes until the exam starts, and you don't seem worried at all. What the heck? The exam is about to start, and you're still interviewing me. Beautiful dialect not suitable to display. With 5 minutes left until the first language exam started, Lin Mo arrived at his exam venue. To his surprise, Chu-yi was walking over from another direction. The two exchanged glances, both surprised. They hadn't expected to be in the same examination room. Perhaps it was fate. They smiled at each other and stepped into the exam room together. The college entrance examination had begun. Where would their destiny lead them? Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. This answer, perhaps, only he knew. Moreover, he vaguely felt that this was probably fate's arrangement. In the examination hall, Lin Mo sat quietly at the front while Chu Yi sat beside him, occasionally glancing at Lin Mo. Perhaps it was fate. For this college entrance examination, Chu Yi unexpectedly found herself right next to him. Of course, it's also possible that this was arranged in a previous life, but Lin Mo just didn't recognize Chu Yi. Chu Yi noticed that Lin Mo appeared particularly spirited on this day and recalled what he said to her before entering the exam room. Give it your all. Don't waste your youth. Chu Yi felt quite excited inside. Clearly, Lin Mo took this exam very seriously, which motivated Chu Yi to be fully focused as well. As a pleasant bell rang, this long-awaited event commenced. The first exam was the Chinese language exam. The proctor began distributing the test papers from the front to the back, and students in the rear were already excitedly peering forward. Many students in the front row who received their test papers showed hints of joy in their expressions. Some students even blew on their fingers, rubbed them together, rolled up their sleeves, and prepared for battle. A few students had already started quickly filling out the header of their papers and analyzing the questions during the brief moment before receiving their test papers. For some simple questions, they skimmed through and already generated a rough idea in their minds. So now, they were just waiting for the 5 minutes of paper distribution to pass, and then they would pick up their pens and begin the fight. As the bell for the start of the exam rang, the classroom was filled with the sound of pen tips scratching against paper. Everyone instantly entered their own state of focus. In this exam hall, almost everyone, like Lin Mo and Chu Yi, unconsciously chose to tackle the easy questions first. However, although their thought processes were aligned, their progress varied greatly. For the questions that were easy to answer at a glance, Lin Mo only took 1.5 minutes, and Chu Yi took a full minute longer than Lin Mo. In fact, Chu Yi was already much faster than during the second and third mock exams. But this time, Lin Mo seemed even more formidable. When Lin Mo turned the page and began tackling the later questions, the proctor and the students around Lin Mo's vicinity all unwittingly focused their attention on him. This is the famous Lin Mo, the academic god. Truly, his reputation is well-deserved. There's no comparison. It's just not on the same level. With that speed in answering questions, I would believe it if someone said he created this test. Chu Yi glanced at Lin Mo. A slight smile appeared on her lips, and then she suddenly increased the speed at which her pen glided across the paper. Several students who knew Chu Yi and Lin Mo wanted to follow the pace of these two super academic stars, but they found themselves unable to even see their taillights. What shocked them even more was that when Chu Yi was writing her essay, she seemed to do so in one go. This was simply outrageous. They had never seen anyone write an essay at such a speed during a formal examination. In other words, after Lin Mo finished answering this exam paper, he still had nearly an hour left. This was simply too amazing. To know, this was a Chinese language exam, and the amount of answers required was very large. Just writing the answers took a long time. For most people, time was barely enough. Even those who could finish and still have half an hour left were very few. Lin Mo, however, had an hour left. How terrifying! But the fact was that he was really too fast. The fluidity Lin Mo displayed while writing the essay was just like Chu Yi's, if not better. This was the last exam of senior year, and it was the first major checkpoint he faced after his rebirth. He didn't want to leave any regrets. Lin Mo wanted to achieve perfection as much as possible. Thus, Lin Mo's answering of the Chinese exam completely ended. He didn't dare to say that he could score full marks this time, but his expectations in his heart were pretty close. Lin Mo looked up at the clock. There were still 10 minutes left. At this time, Chu Yi had already finished answering and had checked her answers 3 times. Lin Mo put his pen into his pencil case and turned to glance outside the window. Beneath the blue sky, there were only a few white clouds basking in the sun. For Lin Mo, the Chinese exam had already ended. Fortunately, he left the classroom early and walked out. Yes, the college entrance examination, leaving early. If it were in the past, Leaving early wouldn't be a big deal, but this was the college entrance examination. Every minute of this exam was extremely important. When Lin Mo walked out of the examination room, the students below had dazed expressions, as if they were saying, "Are you really not going to check again?" After Lin Mo left, Chui followed closely behind. They walked out of the examination room, one after the other, and the parents and reporters waiting at the school gate looked bewildered. Is the exam over? No. Then why are they coming out? Are they not taking it? While they probably left early. Hurry, prepare for the interview. Aren't these two the famous Lin Mo and Chui? The reporters, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly adjusted their cameras and microphones. They had long wanted to interview Lin Mo, but had been waiting for the opportunity. Now, Lin Mo actually walked out early just as the first Chinese exam was about to end. This was truly a rare opportunity. Moreover, today's college entrance examination itself had a hot topic. It's no exaggeration to say that whoever interviewed Lin Mo first today would be equivalent to catching a hot topic. Let's not even mention being popular nationwide. At least it would definitely be a hit in Jiangcheng. As Lin Mo walked step by step towards the school gate, the reporters excitedly gathered around. Suddenly, the crowd at the school gate became crowded. As soon as Lin Mo arrived at the school gate, he was instantly blocked by the crowd and couldn't get out at all. The reporters one by one thrust their microphones in front of Lin Mo and began to ask questions. Lin Mo, as the first student to walk out of the exam room, can you share your feelings at this moment? Lin, did you find today's Chinese exam paper difficult? Lin Mo, how many points do you expect to score on this Chinese exam? Will you continue the myth of full marks from the previous mock exams? Lin Mo, what are your plans after the exam? The reporters were buzzing with excitement, creating an unusually lively atmosphere at the scene. In light of this situation, Lin Mo didn't want to say too much. He still had to prepare for the math exam in the afternoon, so he simply smiled faintly and replied, "Just performing normally, nothing special." Thank you all for your concern. Lin Mo casually answered a couple of questions and then hurried to leave. However, there were simply too many people at the scene, all congested at the school gate. The security personnel maintaining order couldn't get in at all. At that moment, Chui also arrived at the school gate. The reporters became even more excited upon seeing her. Lin Mo and Chui already had a certain level of fame in Jiangcheng, and previously, Chui had been in the news for transferring to Qingchuan No. 1 High School. At a glance, it was obvious that Chui was coming for Lin Mo. It could be said that when the two of them stood together, they became the topic of conversation, a hot spot. As Chui approached, some reporters began to point their microphones at her. Their questions came one after another. However, before Chui could respond, a few police officers suddenly squeezed into the crowd. Everyone step back. Step back. Stop the interviews. Step back. There are 2 minutes left until the exam ends. Everyone must keep quiet. As soon as the police officers arrived, the scene instantly quieted down. It was at this moment that the excited reporters realized how serious their mistake was. Nevertheless, in order to interview Lin Mo and Chui and capture the first hot news of the day, many of them were still restless. As the crowd dispersed, Chui quickly jogged over, took Lin Mo's hand, and seized the opportunity to walk briskly out of the school gate. They then made a dash towards the Mercedes waiting by the roadside. Although the reporters swarmed after them, they were ultimately a step too late. By the time they rushed over, Lin Mo and Chui were already in the car, and the doors were shut. Watching the car speed away, the reporters who had been waiting nearby felt a sense of loss and regret, slapping their thighs in frustration. The first opportunity to easily go viral in Jiangcheng had slipped right through their fingers. Yet, they were left with no way to recover it. However, regretting now was futile. Instead of lamenting, it would be better to devise a careful plan and find another opportunity to interview Lin Mo and Chui in the afternoon. They believed that given their abilities, they would surely finish the exam early again. Just as the media personnel were still lamenting the lost opportunity, suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, someone else is coming out after finishing the exam early." This shout immediately caught the attention of the media personnel present. "Camera, quick, quick, follow them." Although this student finished just a minute early, they can be considered one of the earliest to leave the school and must be a top student. We have to seize this opportunity and not let anyone else get ahead. The various reporters quickly gathered at the entrance. With prior experience, this time they waited until the student walked out of the school gate before surging forward to surround them. "Student, what's your name? Did you find the language exam questions difficult today?" The reporters asked in unison. "Not difficult at all. Actually, I finished answering a long time ago. I just felt like something was missing, so I sat there until there were only a few minutes left before I submitted my paper." The student replied confidently. "Since you're so confident, you must have done very well. Could you share what the essay topic was today?" "Wait, that's what I felt was missing. Damn it. I forgot to write the essay." The student turned around and pushed through the crowd to rush back into the campus. The reporters were left in shock. It seems this student forgot something important." A reporter awkwardly tried to smooth things over. "Isn't it important? He didn't even write the essay for the language exam. Does he think he's Lin Mo or something?" The cameraman scoffed. As the figure of the student disappeared into the distance, a pleasant ringing sound echoed throughout the entire campus. The language exam had ended. The reporters quickly reacted, rushing towards the students who had just come out. "Student, you were the first to rush out. How do you feel right now?" "Don't mention it. Tomorrow I'll be your topic." The student finished speaking and turned to leave, not taking a speck of dust with them. "Student," the host was speechless. "Stop calling me next one, the cameraman urged. "Student, how do you feel now that the exam is over?" "My feelings are pretty stable, but I slept for 2 hours and now I feel energetic. Right now, I'm going to go back and play some League of Legends. Are you here to interview me?" "Yes, student." The reporter was at a loss for words. "Then I request this. Please buff Yasuo." As soon as the student finished speaking, another one squeezed out. I'll speak. Buff the blind monk. You must buff the blind monk." The student shouted heart-wrenchingly. The reporter was dumbfounded. "Stop looking. Hurry up to the next one. Maybe the next one will be even more explosive," the cameraman urged. After the exam, Chu Yi and Lin Mo went to Lin Mo's house. Since they had a math exam in just over 2 hours, and Lin Mo's house was close to the exam venue, Chu Yi didn't go home. Once they returned home, Lin Mo's mother called. "Come on, the food that my mom prepared an hour ago is heating in the pot." Lin Mo didn't think much of it and brought out the meal his mother had prepared to share with Chu Yi. A plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a plate of stir-fried greens with tofu and pork, 2 bowls of dragon beard noodles, and 4 poached eggs. These were all home-cooked dishes from Lin Mo's family. Although Chu Yi, used to exquisite delicacies, had never eaten such home-cooked meals, she found the meal very comforting. Chu Yi didn't expect that the second time she would visit Lin Mo's house would be on the day of the college entrance examination. Even more unexpectedly, she had a meal after arriving at Lin Mo's house. This feeling was quite novel. She had never eaten at another student's home, let alone had such home-cooked dishes. These dishes looked very ordinary, but the taste was really good. After finishing the meal, Lin Mo went to wash the dishes. Chu Yi wanted to help Lin Mo, but was firmly refused. "You're a guest. Guests follow the host's lead. Listen, go rest well and save your energy for the afternoon exam." "Oh, okay." Chu Yi had no choice but to comply. Perhaps she didn't even realize it herself, but despite not usually listening to her own mother, she was very obedient to Lin Mo. After Lin Mo finished cleaning up, Chu Yi lay down on the sofa in the living room and quickly fell asleep. Lin Mo covered her with a small blanket from the sofa, set an alarm, and then began to rest with his eyes closed. When the math exam started, it was the hottest time of the day. However, the number of people waiting outside the exam hall had not decreased. But unlike in the morning, everyone had opened umbrellas and set up small stools by the roadside to wait. Most parents were staring intently at the exam hall where their children were taking the exam, their eyes filled with worry and hope. Math was one of the subjects where students often lost points easily. So, facing this exam, all students were doing everything they could to keep their spirits high. As the papers were handed out, the students immediately focused and got into the zone. Lin Mo and Chu Yi quickly began to observe the exam paper and adjust their strategies. Soon, the two of them had observed the entire paper. Although they seemed relaxed, judging from the ashen faces of the surrounding students, this exam was likely to be quite challenging. There's still one more chapter to go. We'll continue later. Mathematics is a magical subject. It's hard for anyone to guess the difficulty level of the Gaokao mathematics exam. For those who can solve math problems, it seems very simple, but for those who can't, they can only stare blankly. Just like at this moment. As the bell for the exam rang, Lin Mo and Chu Yi's pens began to dance across the exam paper. But the expressions and actions of other classmates in the exam hall varied widely. Some furrowed their brows, scratching their heads. Others twirled their erasers, skillfully eliminating options A, B, C, and D. It must be said that in the subject of mathematics, the joys and sorrows of humanity are truly different. Chu Yi and Lin Mo's pens were quickly flying across the exam paper. They completed the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections in just over 10 minutes. Comparatively, Lin Mo was about a minute faster. The difference was small at the beginning, but it became apparent in the later large questions. Lin Mo made steady progress. Most calculations were done mentally, so his speed was quite fast. On the other hand, Chu Yi combined mental calculations with written calculations, which made her relatively slower. Before long, Lin Mo had already completed a large question faster than Chu Yi. Especially when faced with a geometry question, Chu Yi chose to solve it using trigonometric functions, writing 5 more lines than Lin Mo, however, used geometric relationships to prove similarity and solved it using calculus, making the process seem much simpler. Although their approaches were different, there was no right or wrong, as they arrived at the same result. During the math exam, everyone felt that time passed quickly, much faster than during the Chinese exam. The reason for this phenomenon is simply that the questions were too difficult. In the Chinese exam, most people could finish writing. However, in the math exam, it was possible that half the time had passed, and they hadn't even completed the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions. Don't look, this is just the author talking. Some students took as long as 20 minutes to solve a large question, which was too slow. However, compared to those who spent 20 minutes but only wrote down a solution, this was still somewhat acceptable. Before long, 2 hours of exam time had already passed halfway. Lin Mo and Chu Yi had filled out their exam papers. Lin Mo started checking his answers first, with Chu Yi closely following. Both of them worked quickly. For the simpler questions, they only needed to glance at the prompt and then the answer. The larger questions required the same process, but with an additional step, checking the process. Among those larger questions, the difficulty of functions and geometry was self-evident, requiring more time to solve. Especially the last question, which combined geometry and functions, was incredibly difficult. In Lin Mo's exam room, only he and Chu Yi had documented their solving processes. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. This time, Lin Mo did not submit his paper early. He and Chu Yi chatted as they walked along with the flow of students. The reporters who had been waiting at the school gate to interview Lin Mo later realized that no one had submitted their papers early. The first students to come out, however, were in tears. They knew that the mathematics exam had definitely been challenging this time. This is a hot topic. So when they waited for a long time without seeing Lin Mo, they decisively decided to interview those sad students who were crying. However, just as they were about to start the interview, Lin Mo and Chu Yi came out of the school gate, chatting and laughing. The reporters at the school gate were still interviewing other students, and, upon seeing Lin Mo and Chu Yi come out, thought about rushing over for an interview. But they found that they couldn't move at all. There were too many people. Thus, they once again shed tears over missing another hot news story in Jiangxing. Many students and parents, crying as they exited the exam hall, hugged each other, weeping bitterly. This scene was heart-wrenching to watch. 10 years of hard work, and it all comes down to this. The hellishly difficult math exam had repercussions that extended into the English exam on the 5th day, and even into the comprehensive science. Because for some students, English and math share certain commonalities. If you know it, you know it. If you don't, you don't. However, there were many multiple-choice questions in English, and some students could rely on their unique skills to guess an answer. But the accuracy rate was hard to say. Even though the difficulty of the English exam was not too high, similar to previous mock exams, some students couldn't even understand the questions, let alone answer them. But Lin Mo and Chu Yi had everything go smoothly on their side. The comprehensive science exam in the afternoon was the same. From the start to the finish of the exam, the two of them completed the paper in one go. Moreover, after finishing, they even checked their answers twice. While they couldn't say the accuracy rate was 100%, it was certainly not far off. Compared to these two, other students appeared much less composed. The comprehensive science exam was extremely difficult, like climbing to the sky. On top of that, there was the English they couldn't understand and the math they couldn't solve. Most students realized that their scores in this college entrance examination might not be very good. And so, amidst various voices from the crowd, the college entrance examination quietly came to a close. Outside the exam hall, countless parents waited to greet their children, hoping for good results, feeling proud yet filled with worry. Some children ran out with smiles, rushing into their parents' arms. Some children looked dejected, with expressions of despair. Others were overjoyed, looking satisfied and accomplished. In short, every kind of emotion was vividly expressed. Everything ended with the ringing of the bell. No one knew where the road ahead would lead, but everyone clearly understood that after 10 years of hard work, the first major stage of life had come to an end. Among these people, some would step into the halls of university, starting a new chapter in life, continuing their youth. But there were also some who would step into society, beginning to experience the grind and accept challenges, marking the complete end of their youth. Besides that, perhaps some would choose to return and repeat a year, striving for higher scores in the next college entrance examination. Everyone's choices were different, and so were their fates. It is precisely because of all these differences that this colorful human society is created. And these 17 or 18-year-old boys and girls, at this moment, use their youth to add a vivid stroke to this beautiful historical picture. And from here on, everything will continue. The college entrance examination is not the end of life, but a new starting point for their lives. Their youth will slowly unfold in the new historical starry sky, shining brightly. However, how each person will shine is entirely up to their own choices. As for Lin Mo, from the moment he was born, it seemed destined that he would be the brightest star. His youth has just begun. Of course, interviews were still happening. The last day after the exams was also the time when reporters were at their busiest. This student, now that the college entrance exams are over, how do you estimate your score? Just okay, probably third place. What? You want to know who the first and second are? Of course, it's you and him. Student, be specific. Who are you talking about? Can't you understand human language? There's only you, me, and him in this space. I scored third. So who do you say the first and second are? On the afternoon of the day the college entrance exams ended, the soon-to-be college students flooded out of the classroom, starting to pack up the test papers and books that had accompanied them through 3 years of youth. We finally graduated. We'll take off. I'm finally free. Accompanied by some long-suppressed shouts from the students, everyone threw their torn test papers and books into the air all at once. Snow-like pieces of paper danced in the air, fluttering down like snowflakes. The sight of those pages of shredded paper floating in the wind mirrored the ups and downs of everyone's emotions present. As those paper pieces passed before their eyes, they suddenly realized perhaps their youth was slowly coming to an end. However, at this moment, many people still had a phrase echoing in their minds. A light boat sails past 10,000 mountains. Those words they once struggled to memorize, those problems they couldn't solve, at this moment, were worth nothing. Everything vanished under the magic of time. At this moment, some cried, some laughed, and some wore blank expressions but still joined in the cheers. I'm going to sleep until noon tomorrow. I can't wait until tomorrow. I'm going to play all night tonight. Let's go. Hey, are you coming? I'm not going. I have things to do tonight. Hey, you little brat, he? The students were completely caught up in the celebration. Below the teaching building, the principal and teachers looked at the sky, full of test papers, and, for the first time, did not get angry. Instead, they showed a relieved smile. Watching the children they taught laugh freely in front of them, they suddenly felt grateful that these kids had such a carefree and joyful youth. They are the hope for the future, the principal murmured to himself, a kind smile on his face as he turned to leave. I hope they can always keep this innocence. That night was destined to be a sleepless one. Each class organized a gathering. Everyone attended because they all knew this might be their last gathering. They not only wanted to bid farewell to old friends, but also to say goodbye to the selves they once were. At 6 o'clock, the Sichuan restaurant at the entrance of Qingchuan No. 1 Middle School was packed with people. Lin Mo and his classmates organized this gathering after discussing it among themselves. This was their first private gathering outside of class meetings, and perhaps it would also be their last. Although everyone enthusiastically said they would keep in touch, under the dual barriers of time and distance, if they were to meet again in a few years, perhaps they wouldn't even be able to gather a dozen of them. At this moment, they came together. At this moment, they commemorated their lost youth together. At this moment, they were still the best of friends. More than a dozen people gathered around a large round table, laughing and chatting. Some talked about what had happened recently, while others shared their dreams. Some said they wanted to be great lawyers, to make those bad guys pay the price they deserved. Others mentioned wanting to become police officers, to catch criminals and uphold justice. Still, others aspired to enter the medical field, to open a hospital and cure all sorts of ailments. Of course, some even talked about their dreams of entering the entertainment industry to become actors. In the end, 2 students ended this topic. One said, I want to be a scientist. The other replied, I want to be an astronaut. The students looked at each other as if they were recalling their childhood when they told their elementary school teachers they wanted to be scientists when they grew up. Time flew by, and they had changed so much. Their dreams had become unpredictable. In the next moment, the topic shifted again. They started discussing all the gossip they knew over the past 3 years, who was having an underground relationship, who had ambiguous feelings for whom, one by one, they shared passionately. However, when it came to Lin Mo, they changed the subject. They reminisced about Lin Mo's stories of dominating the rankings for 3 years at Qingchuan No. 1 Middle School. Lin Mo's effortless dismissal of Su Ran's stories and the spectacular tales of his perfect scores in mock exams were shared. One by one, they recounted these memories as witnesses, and they were still shocked back then. Now, recalling them casually still made people feel excited. Lin Mo had undoubtedly become an insurmountable peak in everyone's hearts. To this, Lin Mo said nothing, just smiled along with everyone. As someone who had lived through it all, he also felt a bit sentimental at this moment. The previous him had lost to Su Ran, not only failing the college entrance exams, but also being mocked and humiliated by Su Ran at the last student gathering. He even clearly remembered that when they were halfway through dinner, Su Ran had publicly expressed his feelings for An Miaowei. The playful glances exchanged between Su Ran and An Miaowei were still vivid in his memory. However, none of that mattered now. Su Ran was already locked away in prison, and An Miaowei probably didn't even know where she was hiding, secretly wiping her tears. Thinking of this, Lin Mo let out a quiet sigh. Fate is indeed wonderful. Lin Mo poured himself a drink, then raised his cup to Chu Yi, who was sitting beside him. Chu Yi initially didn't want to attend such a meaningless gathering for her, but since Lin Mo was coming, she decided to join as well. After this gathering, it might be a month or more until they met again. Chu Yi, happy graduation. Chu Yi cheerfully raised her coconut milk, smiling. Lin Mo, happy graduation. The two exchanged smiles, as if saying, having you as a friend is truly a blessing. Just as everyone was immersed in a sea of laughter and joy, suddenly, a girl's sharp voice pierced through the air, startling everyone's eardrums. Ah! Everyone turned to look, and they saw the class atmosphere king, Dalong, dressed sharply in a suit and holding flowers as he strode in. Wow, Dalong, how come I never noticed that you could look this handsome with a little effort? You're almost catching up to Mo now. Of course. Dalong is the flower of our class. Ha! Everyone laughed together. Hey guys, I'm just a grass. Dalong said seriously. Lily is the real flower of our class. As Dalong said this, he raised the rose in his hand towards Gong Lily, catching everyone off guard with his sudden shift, almost causing them to pull a muscle. Holy crap! Wow! Dalong, what are you doing? I just finished eating. I can't swallow this dog food. Dalong's confession brought the atmosphere of the class gathering to a new high. The restaurant was filled with shouts and cheers. How many people wanted to express their feelings to their longtime crushes? But how many truly had the courage to do it like Dalong? As they watched Gong Lily tear up and accept the flowers from Dalong, most of them felt more envy and admiration than anything else, because this was also something they wanted to do but had yet to accomplish. At this moment, Gong Lily was extremely excited. She had never imagined that she would be the first girl in the class to receive such a confession today. She had always thought that the first person to experience this would be An Miaowei, although she also knew deep down that this was almost impossible. Even though she had liked Lin Mo before, she was more clear-headed than An Miaowei. She understood the gap between herself and Lin Mo and knew she could never compete with Chui. So she had long given up. As for Dalong, although he was a bit mischievous, his optimistic and cheerful personality was very attractive to Gong Lily. So she agreed to Dalong. Though she was unaware of what the future held, in this moment, she felt happy. With Dalong leading the way, the atmosphere of the subsequent dinner became even more joyful. Many students started to mimic Dalong, eager to express their own feelings. Lin Mo watched this scene with a subtle smile on his lips. Love during school days is the purest and most sincere. Once you enter society, who knows how long it will take to encounter such love again? Thinking of this, he slightly tilted his head to look at Chui, who was smiling beside him. Sensing Lin Mo's gaze, Chui turned her head to look back. Their eyes met, and they both smiled. They were a kind of people who shared a belief that belonged to each other, firm and persistent, just as everyone was enjoying the laughter and joy. An Miaowei suddenly pushed through the crowd and walked toward Lin Mo. Lin Montak. An Miaowei's voice was soft, and she wore a smile. However, anyone could see how stiff that smile was. The surrounding students were drawn to this sudden scene. Some whispered, "Oh, I smell hidden danger." Lin Mo didn't even turn to look at An Miaowei's call. Though he wasn't sure what was going on with An Miaowei, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Lin Montak, I like you. An Miaowei held back for a few seconds but still said this in front of the entire class. The expression on her face remained that stiff smile. In fact, before making this move, she had been entangled for a long time and had drunk 2 bottles of beer to muster her courage. Watching her classmates gradually pair up, An Miaowei felt a deep sense of bitterness in her heart. Although the scenes of Lin Mo hurting her were still vivid in her mind, the memories of Lin Mo's meticulous care for her were even more prominent. Especially after this college entrance examination, she felt more resolute. Some opportunities in life only come once or twice at most. Once you miss the chance, what's left for the future is only endless regret. For Lin Mo, An Miaowei still wanted to fight for another chance. What if Lin Mo was just being stubborn before? Perhaps Lin Mo was really waiting for her to apologize after the college entrance exam? An Miaowei finally managed to convince herself with her usual naive thoughts. But she didn't realize that her current actions instantly dampened the enthusiasm of everyone at the gathering. When she said those words, her classmates in Class 3-1 felt a pang in their hearts. Everyone knew about the situation between Lin Mo and An Miaowei. They were clear about how Lin Mo used to treat An Miaowei. They also understood why Lin Mo later became so heartless towards her. In fact, if they were in Lin Mo's shoes, they might have been even harsher. Yet, faced with the current situation, Lin Mo remained calm and showed no reaction. The onlookers could only mutter quietly, An Miaowei is really a fool. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't respond, An Miaowei's heart sank a little. In fact, being ignored is more painful than being rejected. because it means you can't even catch his attention. He doesn't even see you as a person. Lin Mo had truly, completely given up on An Miaowei. Everyone present could see that. Although An Miaowei was foolish, she wasn't stupid and naturally noticed Lin Mo's attitude. But she still couldn't accept it. Biting her lip and gathering her courage, she uttered those few words again. Lin Mo, I really, really like you. Can you forgive my past? Only if you forgive me, you can ask me to do anything. But Lin Mo still didn't respond. Instead, he turned to the classmates standing around and said, Why are you all just standing there watching me? Hurry up and eat. You have to eat the dishes while they're hot. They'll lose their taste if they cool down. Besides, we still have projects to do later, so hurry up. Lin Mo's disregard for An Miaowei's actions left the onlookers in shock, but they secretly applauded him. Not only did he express his stance, but he also handled the situation coolly, extinguishing the flames of conflict before they could spread. He neither spoiled the mood for the other classmates, nor did he let An Miaowei escape the most damaging psychological punishment. The classmates dispersed in a flurry. Lin Mo's continued indifference shattered the last remnants of An Miaowei's dignity. She felt as if her heart had broken into a million pieces. A person without dignity always feels as if they have lost something significant. This was how An Miaowei felt at that moment. And this feeling intensified under the influence of alcohol. Lin Mo, do you remember 10 years ago when you said you would marry me? In the amusement park, an 8-year-old girl smiled sweetly at the boy in front of her. That was the initial promise between the two children. In her past life, An Miaowei ignored this promise, saying it was just a childhood smile. Now, however, An Miaowei was crying as she talked about this promise, just like Lin Mo in her past life, though Lin Mo was even more humble in his previous existence. 3 months ago, that Lin Mo who liked you. He's already dead, killed by your own hands. Lin Mo picked up his newly bought phone and dialed a number. An Miaowei, I've already informed your father that you are emotionally unstable. Uncle will come to pick you up shortly. Lin Mo, you bastard. Why won't you forgive me? I've already humbled myself so much. What more do you want from me? Wah! An Miaowei began to cry loudly. Her face was a mess of tears and despair. All the classmates heard her, but no one came to comfort her. Suddenly, An Miaowei stumbled and fell to the ground. Then she closed her eyes and fell asleep. However, she was still shouting, Lin Mo, you bastard. I'll kill you. Classmates gathered around, looking at this former school beauty. Everyone sighed. An Miaowei hated Lin Mo deeply. But how did she feel when Lin Mo faced the same treatment back then? After a moment, An Miaowei's father arrived. He said nothing and simply carried An Miaowei away. He knew that this outcome was already predestined for An Miaowei. After An Miaowei was taken away, Lin Mo and his friends continued their wild night at the restaurant until 8:30 p.m. After the first round of festivities ended, they moved to the KTV upstairs. A male classmate transformed into a karaoke king as soon as he entered, showcasing his singing talent. To be fair, although this guy was a bit overweight, his singing was really quite good. He held the microphone, facing everyone, and opened the second round of festivities. On the day I skipped class for you, the day the flowers fell, in that classroom, why can't I see, the rainy day that disappeared, how I wish I could be drenched again. His voice was thick and lingering, expressing the naivete of youth, that sense of regret, that feeling of wistfulness. In their minds, didn't they all think of that unattainable crush from their youth? Listening to this familiar song that no longer existed in this era, Lin Mo's expression became somewhat strange. This song was one he liked in his past life. He had copied it into his notebook and sometimes hummed it on his way home from school. How come this guy was singing it now? Alright, he remembered that he had lent his notebook to this guy once, the one for taking notes. But like this, how would you let the author who wrote the lyrics create anything new? Lin Mo rubbed his chin. The lyrics seemed like a potential investment direction. Turning around, Lin Mo suddenly found that Chu Yi was missing. He scanned the surroundings and found her at the back door of the private room. Opening the back door revealed a balcony where a beautiful girl in a white dress was resting her chin on her hands, gazing at the night scenery of Jiangqing. She was stunning, like the bright moon or the stars, exuding an ethereal aura, resembling a blooming lotus flower. Lin Mo gently closed the door and slowly walked towards her. "What are you doing hiding here by yourself, enjoying the breeze? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" The girl turned her head to look at him and smiled sweetly. "Since I was young, my father took me to various banquets, and I resisted it a lot, so I don't like these crowded gatherings." Her tone was gentle, and her demeanor was elegant and refined. "I'm sorry, if I had known you didn't like gatherings, I shouldn't have dragged you along." Lin Mo lowered his head, looking remorseful. The girl chuckled lightly. "If it were someone else, I definitely wouldn't go, but who made you my good friend?" She tilted her head back, smiling at him, her bright eyes sparkling enchantingly, like a pool of autumn water, causing Lin Mo's heart to race a little faster. Lin Mo and Chu Yi chatted casually. They leaned against the railing, gazing up at the starry sky, with the bright moon hung high above. The long silver Milky Way spanned the vast sky like a jade belt, resembling a magnificent jade arch bridge in the dark universe. Lin Mo suddenly asked, "What kind of boys do you like?" "I like." Chu Yi paused, her gaze fixed on Lin Mo, a hint of haziness appearing in her eyes. Who was the person she liked? After a moment, she turned her head to look at the bright moon in the sky, giving a bittersweet smile. "Being born into a wealthy family, the word like feels very distant to me, so far away that it's clearly right in front of me, yet I can't grasp it." Chu Yi's gaze gradually dimmed. She came from a prominent family, a rich girl. Such an outstanding person was destined to draw a line between her and their mundane lives, never to be together. Commercial marriage may be her only choice. Lin Mo looked at her profile and, for some reason, felt a little sad inside. He opened his mouth, wanting to comfort her with a few words, but he didn't know what to say. "Lin Mo, have you thought about marriage in the future?" Lin Mo was puzzled as to why Chu Yi suddenly asked this question, and he instinctively glanced at her. At that moment, Chu Yi's gaze was fixed on the starry sky. When she posed the question, she seemed to have a lot on her mind, yet her expression remained calm. Her delicate features appeared even more refined under the soft moonlight. Lin Mo's eyes inadvertently lingered for 3 seconds. "The future? I have thought about it. You must have thought about it too." Like Chu Yi, Lin Mo looked up at the starry sky. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew, and their hair swayed in the wind. "Of course I've thought about it. I want to be a painter, a musician, a writer, a photographer." Chu Yi listed many things without pause. Lin Mo listened intently and nodded seriously. "You have quite a few hobbies. I believe that with your intelligence, given time, you can definitely achieve these things." Chu Yi smiled slightly, but her gaze dimmed. "I believe I can do it too, but I don't have much time to do what I really want to do. My father only has one daughter, and he hopes I can take over his entertainment business. As the only daughter, I have no room for negotiation on this matter." Lin Mo understood that what Chu Yi said was the truth. Perhaps everyone's fate has already been largely determined from the moment they were born. Chu Yi was no exception. No matter who it is difficult to change one's fate. Just like Lin Mo, if he hadn't been reborn, his fate would have long since been halted at the tragic ending of his previous life. Lin Mo could fully empathize with Chu Yi's sense of helplessness in fighting against her fate. But despite the helplessness, he still comforted Chu Yi, saying, "One must look forward and be optimistic. I believe that one day, you will have time to do the things you love." Chu Yi naturally appreciated Lin Mo's comforting words. However, reason is reason. No one can be sure about the future. She was still very grateful that Lin Mo was able to listen to the voice deep within her heart. She felt increasingly fortunate that coming to Qingchuan High School was the right decision. Otherwise, she wouldn't have met Lin Mo. "Don't talk about me. Let's talk about you. What are your plans for the future? Any good ideas?" Facing Chu Yi's question, Lin Mo smiled lightly. "There are indeed some plans, but there's not much to say about it. We are in this society where no one knows what will happen tomorrow. All we can say is plan step by step and do our best." Chu Yi nodded thoughtfully. "Then do you have anything special you want, or something you particularly want to do? For example, Chu-yi stared blankly at Lin Mo, wanting to say something but hesitating. When Lin Mo turned his head, he happened to meet Chu-yi's gaze. For example, what? Chu-yi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly turned her head away. It's nothing. Let's work hard together. Let our youth be without regrets. Lin Mo and Chu-yi chatted on the balcony for a long time, discussing interests and hobbies, then moving on to life ideals. Gradually, more and more classmates came up to enjoy the night view. The breeze on the terrace gently brushed by, quietly listening to the heartfelt exchanges of the young boys and girls. This night felt too fleeting. It was so short that they barely finished saying the lines they had prepared before it came to an end. At this moment, they were still lost in the revelry of that dream. With you, my youth will never end. As the shutter clicked, their shouts were captured, forever frozen in that moment. This youth gathering also came to a close. They bid farewell to their dear friends. This parting, who knows when we'll meet again? Brother, take care of yourself, use less toilet paper, and I hope to see you next year. Whoa, you too. Pay attention to your health, stay up late, sleep less, and if you really can't, remember to eat more leeks and oysters. When did youth begin? No one knew, and as for when it would end, no one expected that now. Those emotions, whether joyful or sad, would eventually fade over the long years. The days of chasing the wind and moon, those moments of sharing secrets, have been forever etched in the rings of their lives. Everything they experienced merged into their lives, becoming a part of their journey. Even if they eventually went their separate ways and lost contact, they would never forget each other. This pure friendship would be enough for them to cherish for a lifetime. As the class monitor, Lin Mo said goodbye to his classmates one by one. Finally, only Chu-yi remained. Lin Mo turned his head to look at Chu-yi. She was wearing a white dress, standing in the dim light, as if the noise around her was separated by a veil. She quietly gazed at Lin Mo. Their eyes met, and Chu-yi smiled softly at him. We won't say goodbye. Anyway, we'll see each other again. Chu-yi's tone carried a hint of playfulness, making Lin Mo unable to help but smile gently. Yeah, we'll definitely see each other again. Then, I'll take my leave now. Lin Mo watched her and nodded. Bye-bye. See you. Chu-yi waved her hand and walked towards the Mercedes-Benz car. Wait a moment. Lin Mo suddenly called out to her. He took long strides to catch up with Chu-yi, stopping at her side. Chu-yi turned her head to look at Lin Mo, her face adorned with a faint smile, as if she was expecting something. I have a song for you. Lin Mo took out a white card and handed it to Chu-yi. Chu-yi stared blankly for a moment before reaching out to take it. When she looked down, her eyes widened in surprise. On the back of the card were two simple lines of poetry. With you along the way, together until forever. Signed with the names of Lin Mo and Chu-yi. Instantly, Chu-yi revealed a captivating smile, with the corners of her eyes tinged with a hint of peach blossom color. I really like it. Although Lin Mo's card didn't contain many sentimental words, it spoke volumes more than 1,000. As long as you like it. Lin Mo nodded with a smile. Don't you have anything else to say? Chu-yi blinked her big, watery eyes, looking at Lin Mo. Her extraordinary beauty appeared even more stunning and enchanting in the moonlight, making it hard for anyone to look away. Nothing more? Lin Mo shook his head. Upon hearing this, Chu-yi let out a disappointed sigh. Then she lifted her head, smiled brightly at Lin Mo, and said softly, Then I'll head off first. Okay, good night, Yi. Chu-yi tucked the card Lin Mo gave her close to her, turned around, opened the car door, and looked back over her shoulder with a smile. Good night, idiot. After saying this, Chu-yi got into the back seat of the car. The driver was already impatient, and the black Benz drove off into the distance. The car slowly left the entrance of Qingchuan High School, disappearing into the night, gradually concealed by the darkness. Only one phrase remained. Good night, idiot. Lin Mo stood still, watching Chu-yi's departing figure. However, there was no trace of frustration on his face. Instead, a hint of a smile appeared. Lin Mo touched his chest, In the left side of his chest, a beating heart was contained. He was warming for himself, and Lin Mo's smile grew even brighter. The future will be better. Good night, idiot. June's weather was exceptionally hot. However, the students' spirits were even more fervent than the weather. Because after the college entrance examination, they were about to welcome an almost permanent vacation. No more homework constraints. Well, except for a few students preparing to retake the year. Everyone started stepping into the life they had long anticipated. Moreover, many people got new phones during graduation. In social media, they were freely enjoying various travel destination check-in photos and local delicacies. It was truly enviable. During this past half-month, Lin Mo spent most of his time in the hospital caring for his father. After this period of recovery, Lin Guodong's injuries had mostly healed. He could now walk with assistance. He still needed Lin Mo by his side. Lin Mo was very willing to help. Since Lin Mo had time to care for his father, his mother's stress had significantly decreased. Tang Susu was finally able to sleep well, freeing up time to tidy up the house. During this time, Chu Yi also visited the hospital twice. After seeing Lin Mo and his father, she quickly chatted with Lin Mo before leaving. She said she had been quite busy lately, as her father, Chu Qianhe, took her along for business discussions, allowing her to sit in and learn. To this, Lin Mo simply replied to Chu Yi, "It's good to learn more." They both understood that Chu Qianhe's plans had already begun. He was already working on grooming Chu Yi, allowing her to gradually grow into a strong woman capable of shouldering the entire Chu group's business in the future. Although Chu Yi wasn't very willing. But this was her mission as Chu Qianhe's daughter, and she was clear about this, so she faced it with a lot of openness. Watching Chu Yi making rapid progress, Lin Mo felt happy for her. But at the same time, he inexplicably felt a sense of urgency. He couldn't let the gap between him and Chu Yi widen. Otherwise, they would truly never be able to be together. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, the day of the college entrance examination results arrived, and the class group chat, which had been quiet for several days, suddenly became lively. Lin Mo took out his phone and saw that someone had mentioned him. Gu Xiaosheng. "Hey, Mo Gu, hurry up and check the results online. The college entrance exam scores are being released at 10 o'clock today. Only 10 minutes left." Gu Xiaosheng. "Mo Gu, if you don't have time, just tell me your exam number, and I'll check it for you." I want to know Mo's score." Gu Xiaosheng. "Oh no, Mo Gu, please tell me. Tell me." Lin Mo looked at Gu Xiaosheng's messages on the screen and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "Lin Mo, you don't believe in my abilities, do you?" Lin Mo opened the class group chat. At that moment, the class group, which had been quiet for half a month, suddenly became lively again. In the class group chat, it was incredibly lively at this moment. Students were sharing their experiences from the past half month while discussing this year's score thresholds. They were also talking about which schools to apply to, and some even made plans to attend the same university together, hoping to continue their connections. At this time, Delang was especially generous, sharing photos of him and Gong Lily out on a date. Wow, Delang really lives up to his name. Things are moving fast. Has he already gone to Sanya with Gong Lily for their honeymoon? The students flooded the chat with laughter and congratulatory emojis one after another. In response to the enthusiastic comments from his classmates, Delang sent a voice message. It's just a regular operation. We're going again tomorrow." Delang's proud tone. Hey, take it easy." Delang scream. "Are you trying to kill me? Why are you saying that? Letting everyone know?" Gong Lily's voice abruptly cuts off. As soon as this voice message was sent, a series of question marks appeared in the chat. "What the heck, Delang? What are you guys up to? Beastly stuff." As the hour hand gradually approached 10 o'clock, the lively atmosphere in the class group began to calm down. What replaced it was a tense atmosphere. "Scores are about to come out. Hurry up and check. I'm already clicking. The mouse can't keep up with my speed." At this moment, everyone was nervously staring at the clock. When the hour hand pointed at 12, they quickly clicked to check their scores. After 10 years of hard work, the moment of truth had finally arrived. Brothers, the score thresholds are out. Science Stream first tier is 532 points, Second tier is 456 points. Wow, this year's thresholds are also pretty high. Has anyone checked their scores? How did everyone do? Same question. My computer is lagging. I can't get in. Has anyone checked? I checked. 666. It's 30 points higher than my usual mock exams. Gu Xiaosheng was the first to share his joy in the class group. Indeed, this score was already quite impressive. Other than a few top-tier schools, he could choose just about anywhere. The students let out envious and jealous howls. Of course, it's my brother Sheng. When he strikes, it's always 666. Brother Sheng is mighty. However, while some were happy, others were worried. I only scored 250 points. What the hell? Seriously? Is there anyone in our class who scored below 500? I didn't say total score. I'm talking about the science comprehensive. Ahem. Damn. Are you intentionally showing off? I did fine, scored 555, which is about my usual level, normal performance. I also checked. I got 568. Students shared their scores one after another in the group. Despite the mix of joy and concern, everyone was facing the reality head-on at this moment. However, as they chatted, they realized something seemed to be missing. Why isn't Mo Gus saying anything? How much did Mo Gus score? Class monitor, come say something. At class monitor. Someone started the trend, and in an instant, the group was flooded with at Lin Mo messages. There was no way around it. Lin Mo's presence was too dazzling, and everyone was full of expectations for him. At this moment, Lin Mo sat in front of his computer, helplessly typing 3 asterisks, and then hit send. The students watching Lin Mo's message were left confused. Mo go. What does this mean? Class monitor, how much did you score? Tell us. I already said, the check is just this. Lin Montak Keduali explain it. Some students were puzzled by his statement, but a few perceptive ones understood what Lin Mo meant. It's not that Lin Mo doesn't want to share his score. It's just that what he checked is. And indeed, this situation does occur when checking the exam scores, but this situation only appears on the report cards of the top 50 in the province. What this news means is clear to everyone, and the class group instantly boiled over. The class monitor is indeed the class monitor, stable performance. Although I had already thought during the mock exam that the class monitor would score very high, it was still shocking. There is still some regret. I want to know if the class monitor is the national first place, the top scorer. Yeah, our Jiangqing has never had a national first place, right? At this moment, everyone knew in their hearts that Lin Mo had really leaped over the Dragon Gate and succeeded. Not only that, but they even felt that Lin Mo's score would be higher, perhaps even the national first place, because they knew what level Lin Mo had performed at during the previous mock exams. No one could defeat Lin Mo in the examination room. While everyone was celebrating, Gu Xiaosheng asked in the group, "What about classmate Chu Yi? Does anyone know how much she scored?" Just as Gu Xiaosheng sent the message, Chu Yi replied in the group, "Chu Yi, I scored the same as Lin Mo." Chu Yi's tone was incredibly calm. It was like casually saying during a chat, "I had this for lunch too." If others saw Chu Yi say this, they would surely think she was being too pretentious. However, although these words were astonishing in the eyes of the classmates in Class 3-1 of the third year, they were not without reason. You see, Chu Yi was originally a study god. Before Lin Mo's rise, she was the top student in Jiangqing. With her level, scoring in the top 50 of the province was just normal performance. So, in her heart, she had long been accustomed to scoring such marks. It was like how classmates were used to washing their hands before meals. It couldn't be more normal. No wonder she was so calm. The news that Chu Yi and Lin Mo both scored in the top 50 of the province quickly spread throughout all the class groups in Qingchuan. It must be said that some students' networks are indeed powerful. Lin Mo didn't expect that a few minutes later, he would receive a congratulatory call from the class teacher. On the phone, the old teacher was laughing so happily. Having 2 students from Qingchuan No. 1 High School in the top 50 of the province was a tremendous honor. After the congratulations, he specifically reminded Lin Mo to be cautious when choosing a major. He knew that with Lin Mo's scores, the school would definitely allow him to choose freely. But at this time, the choice of major direction became more crucial. Lin Mo understood the teacher's intentions and had already given thought to the school and major in his heart. By this time, almost all the classmates in the group had reported their scores. Looking around, everyone was above the first-tier score line. Although a few classmates barely passed the score line, such data was already impressive. One could only say it was indeed the top class of Qingchuan No. 1 High School Class 3-1. Now the classmates could even imagine the expression of the class teacher when he received the score report. He would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. At this moment, the class group was lively. But some people still noticed some anomalies. Gu Xiaosheng. What about An Miaowei? Everyone's scores are out, all above the first tier. She wouldn't have scored below 100, right? So, what is An Miaowei doing right now? How many points did she score? Many people in the group are wondering about this. Even An Miaowei's close friend Gong Li said she couldn't get in touch with her. Who knows An Miaowei's exam registration number? I'll check. Someone in the group spoke up. For the college entrance examination, if you have the registration number, you can check the scores. I know, I'll take a look. Wait a minute. What? 444 points? Did I check incorrectly? Are you sure it's our classmate An Miaowei? Although her scores have been declining in the joint exams, it shouldn't be this low, right? Yeah, no one in our class has scored below 500 points yet, and now 444. This is going to drag our average score down by several points. The group suddenly became lively. After all, An Miaowei is considered a prominent figure in Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Moreover, her previous scores weren't at the bottom, but since the first joint exam, she has been at the bottom in every exam, and her scores had dropped significantly. Now, this sudden college entrance exam score has left many classmates astonished. 444 points. She didn't even reach the second tier. Lin Mo stood in his yard, looking towards An Miaowei's house, where the sounds of her mother scolding her could be heard. At this moment, An Miaowei was trapped in her room by her parents, facing a harsh criticism. An Miaowei, what are you doing? You told me you made a mistake during the mock exams, but this time your college entrance exam score is even lower. I really don't know what you've been doing all day. I work so hard every day to earn money to support your studies. And this is how you repay me? Faced with her mother's yelling, An Miaowei turned around and buried her face in the bed. She never imagined her score would be this low, only a miserable 444 points, not even passing the second-tier score. When she saw that everyone in the class was above 500 points, she felt extremely unbalanced inside. But it was all too late to change anything. Faced with her mother's scolding, she could only escape. An Miaowei's father, seeing his daughter in such distress, couldn't bring himself to scold her like her mother did, out of paternal love. All right, you should say less. The one feeling the worst about this is still the child. An Miaowei's father wanted to say a few words for his daughter, but her mother was very angry at the moment and wasn't listening to anything. What do you mean, say less? You're still defending her now. If you ask me if Wei Wei has turned out like this, you share some of the responsibility. All day long. You don't even care about the child. What are you saying? How is this my fault? Did I deprive her of food or clothes? For 3 years during the college entrance exam, I treated your precious daughter well every day, and now you turn around and blame me. Do you even have a conscience? As they spoke, the two began to argue. An Miaowei kept her head buried under the covers, crying uncontrollably. If only Lin Mo hadn't left her, would she have been affected in her scores? Could she have scored above 500? If only Lin Mo hadn't left her, would she now be the girl standing next to him, envied by the entire class, instead of Chui? If only she resented herself for not doing well in the exam and hated herself for pushing Lin Mo away back then. The noise from An Miaowei's house could be clearly heard next door at Lin Mo's home. Lin Montag Zeit. Sure enough, the butterfly effect had come into play again, but this time the unfortunate outcome was for An Miaowei. He really doesn't want to care about these external matters. Everything is unrelated to him. After checking the scores, he went on to cook. Although his father's injuries have mostly healed, he still needs time to recover. It's expected that he can go home to recuperate in about a week. At that time, He and his father won't need to run back and forth anymore. After preparing the pork rib soup and tidying everything up, Lin Mo headed straight to the hospital with the news. Just as he was discussing his scores with his father's phone rang. The caller ID showed that the number was from Kyoto. Hello, who are you looking for? Lin Mo's father usually doesn't answer calls from unfamiliar numbers, but Lin Mo said maybe it was important, so he picked up. However, what the person on the other end said shocked them. Excuse me, are you Lin Mo's parent? A female voice came through. Yes, I'm Lin Mo's mother. What do you want? The Lin family, all three of them, were in the hospital room on speakerphone quietly listening to the person on the line. Hello, Lin Mo's mother. I am Wang Ning, a teacher from the admissions office of Qingbei University. I'm calling today to inform you that Lin Mo has been accepted into our school. Remember not to make a mistake when filling out the application later. If you have any questions about choosing a major, you can call me directly. I am always here to help. The teacher, named Wang Ning, spoke cheerfully, which left Lin Mo's father stunned. However, Lin Mo was not easily fooled. But that's Qingbei. It's a top university in the country that many people dream of. Did our son really get in? Lin Mo's parents exchanged glances, unable to speak from excitement. At that moment, Lin Mo smiled and said, Teacher Wang, we're not even filling out the application yet, and you're saying I've been accepted. Isn't that a bit premature? To be honest, Yin University just called me as well. They seem to have more sincerity. As soon as Lin Mo said this, his parents' eyes fell directly on him. Yin University called too? When did that happen? Why didn't he mention it earlier? Didn't he say he ranked in the top 50 in the province? Both Qingbei and Yin University are interested. Their expressions betrayed their surprise. The teacher Wang was equally surprised. Lin Mo was indeed the person the dean specifically requested. He was no fool. Hey, Lin Mo, actually what I said isn't wrong. As long as you are willing to come, we will definitely accept you. You just mentioned that Yin University called you? I wonder what they said. Lin Mo smiled faintly, having taken the bait. This competition between the two top universities came quicker than he expected. Teacher Wang, you know this information can't be casually discussed. I can only tell you that I'm quite satisfied with their offer, and they are more sincere than you. At least they provided me with some information I wanted to know. Upon hearing this, they could clearly sense that Wang Ning on the other end of the line was flustered. Lin Mo, I think you should consider this carefully. Although Yin University is on par with us at Qingbei, they still rank slightly lower in the world. Moreover, the scholarships and benefits they can offer are the same as ours, and we can offer double. I want to know my score in this college entrance examination. You scored a perfect 750. You've set a record for the highest raw score in history. There's nothing wrong with saying that. You see, I'm also being very sincere, and I hope you can consider it seriously. Teacher Wang continued to express his determination to win Lin Mo over, while Lin Mo's parents looked at him in shock, their minds in a complete mess. What? Full marks of 750? Is it our son? Tang Susu and Lin Guodong were so shocked that they were at a loss for words. Lin Mo had always done well in school. This was indeed known across the nearby villages. But they never imagined that their son was capable of achieving such extraordinary results. Although Lin Mo had also scored full marks in the third mock exam, the difference between the mock exam and the college entrance examination was like heaven and earth. The credibility of the scores was not comparable at all. This was simply unbelievable. Faced with the astonishment of his parents, Lin Mo did not offer any explanation. What he wanted to do now was to quickly change the subject. However, even in such a situation, that teacher still chose to reveal the truth, and the intention was very clear. For Lin Mo, they were determined to win him over. Lin Mo also clearly understood their intention. In fact, Lin Mo's initial plan was to study finance at the Guanghua School of Management at Yenjing University. But now the situation had changed. He inexplicably cared about Chu Yi's thoughts. Which school would she attend? He heard that she had already been specially recruited by Qingbei University. She should be going there, right? Although Qingbei and Yanda were only 1 kilometer apart, Lin Mo did not want that 1 kilometer to become an insurmountable gap between him and Chu Yi. In that case, he would first discuss it with the teacher and see how things go, and it would be good to try to secure some benefits as well. At this moment, even if he wanted to go, he did not show it. Lin Mo knew that as long as he remained steady, the other side would become more anxious. So after a brief chat with Teacher Wang, Lin Mo said he would think it over and hurriedly hung up the phone. It seemed that Teacher Wang was somewhat anxious about Lin Mo's response. From Lin Mo's words, it seemed he had some interest in Yanjing University. But Lin Mo was the person specifically requested by their dean. If they failed to secure him this time, the dean would definitely blame them later. It looks like I have to make a trip in person. Xiaoli, quickly book me a ticket to Jiangcheng, the earliest flight available. We can't let Yanda get ahead of us. After Lin Mo hung up the phone, he had just talked briefly with his parents about his grades when suddenly another call came in. The caller ID showed it was from Modu. For a moment, the three of them looked at each other in confusion. Could it be that school? Hello. This time, Lin Mo spoke directly. After pressing the speakerphone, the voice began to echo throughout the room. Hello. Is this Lin Mo from Qingchuan No. 1 High School? A young woman's voice came from the phone. Another one, asking directly if it was Lin Mo. Now Tang Susu and Lin Guodong were becoming even more excited. Hello, I am Lin Mo. May I know your name? Hello, Lin Mo. I am Lu Qiong from the admissions office of Resurrection University. Not a typo. The novel cannot use real names to avoid censorship. I'm calling today to introduce some of the programs offered at Resurrection University. We hope you will prioritize our university when filling out your application. As expected, it was from an admissions office, and it was from Resurrection University. Lin Mo's parents had never seen such a scene, with top universities in the country taking turns to call. This was top-tier schools competing to recruit students. This is truly shocking. Ordinary people probably won't encounter such things in their lifetime. But today, they witnessed it firsthand, and the person involved is actually their own son. I have looked into it, and both Yin University and Qingbei just called me, expressing their hopes that I would go to their school. Lin Mo remained calm. Just as before, even his response was the same. However, this time he was not lying. The teacher Lu and the teacher Wang seemed a bit different. Is that so? Then, Lin Mo, what do you think? Actually, I really want to go to Fuzhou University, but Yin University and Qingbei University have offered too many benefits. Lin Mo was not lying. Before his rebirth, his goal was indeed Fuzhou, and he had seriously researched the school. After he said this, the other party clearly showed some excitement in their emotions. It seemed that both Yin University and Qingbei University valued Lin Mo very much, sparing no effort in their pursuit. Since that was the case, they also didn't want to sit idly by. Lin Mo, as a teacher, I respect your personal wishes, but if you choose based on benefits or scholarships, I would advise you not to act impulsively. As the saying goes, men fear choosing the wrong profession, and women fear marrying the wrong man. Once you choose the wrong school or the wrong major, turning back in the future will not just waste your youthful years. So I hope you can seriously consider which college and major you originally wanted to attend at Fuzhou. If you have any questions about this, feel free to contact me anytime, and I will provide you with answers. This teacher, Li, was neither servile nor overbearing. His words expressed the situation quite objectively. Okay, then thank you, Teacher Li. Lin Mo could tell that he was indeed very much in demand among these schools now. So which university should he choose next? Lin Mo found himself in a bit of a dilemma. Just after hanging up the phone, another call came in from Yin University. It was the admissions office of Huaxia University calling. Their intentions were the same as those of Qingbei and Yin University. Their statements were basically similar. However, compared to the former, they offered even more benefits, such as scholarships, grants, and various funds for first-time entrepreneurs, as well as meal cards, water cards, study cards, and various other cards. However, Lin Mo already had an idea in his mind, so after a brief response, he hung up the phone. His achievements were indeed so dazzling that so many prestigious schools called him on the same day, almost at the same time, eager to secure him. But the more they rushed, the calmer Lin Mo became. Why rush? He could take his time choosing. The power to decide was in his hands. Lin Mo discussed the joy of the recent events with his parents, both of whom were filled with shock and excitement. Especially his father, old Lin Mo. He was so excited that his hands were trembling. "Son, you are really amazing. The first in the nation. I can hardly believe it. My son Lin Guodong is the first in the country. Ha ha ha. Hey, keep your voice down. Look how calm your son is." "I can't be calm. My Lin family's descendants are making us proud." Although Tang Susu complained about Lin Guodong, she was equally excited inside. Lin Mo looked at his happy parents, and he felt very happy himself. This time, fate had truly changed. He had really achieved the leap from a fish to a dragon. From now on, their family would embark on a path of rejuvenation, and he, Lin Mo, would also start a more brilliant and dazzling life. Just when the family was enjoying their joyful moment, Chu-yi appeared at the door with a hint of worry in her eyes. "Lin Mo, have you decided which university you want to go to?" After a simple greeting between Chu-yi and Lin Mo, the two arrived at the garden beside the hospital's inpatient building. Chu-yi lightly pinched the hem of her skirt, feeling a bit uncertain as she asked, "Lin Mo, do you think we will be at the same school?" Her emotions were somewhat low, and she whispered, "A year ago, my family arranged for me to take the special admission exam for Qingbei University, pushing me to study finance management because he has friends there. So, I had no choice but to go to Qingbei. What about you? Which university are you planning to choose?" Chu-yi looked up at Lin Mo, and in her gaze, Lin Mo saw a hint of worry and apprehension. Perhaps at this moment, Chu-yi hoped more than anyone that Lin Mo would choose to attend Qingbei University with her. "I received calls from the admissions offices of Yinjing University and Qingbei just before you arrived. They both want me to attend their school, but I haven't agreed yet." Hearing this, the expression on Chu-yi's face relaxed a little. "Then, are you considering Qingbei or Yinjing?" Chu-yi glanced at Lin Mo. Their eyes met, and she hurriedly looked away. "So, which school does he hope I choose?" Lin Mo countered. Chu-yi bit her lip and lowered her head. "I want to be with you." When Chu-yi said this, she clenched her fist tightly. She had truly mustered up the courage. "I really want to be in the same school as you, but I also want to respect your choice, which makes me feel very conflicted. I know that my thoughts may be a bit selfish, but this is what I truly feel deep inside, and I wanted to share it with you." As Chu-yi expressed her feelings, Lin Mo listened earnestly. He could sense that Chu-yi seemed to have developed a certain reliance on him, along with enough trust. Could it also be affection? Lin Mo was not quite sure. When it came to Chu-yi, he asked himself honestly, yes, he did have some feelings for her. Lin Mo looked at Chu-yi seriously and nodded. "I understand, I totally get it. Actually, you really don't need to worry about this. Even if Miss E chooses Qingbei, I will still accompany you, okay?" Lin Mo said this with a smile. Chu-yi was taken aback. The moment she heard this news, she felt happy, but for some reason, there was also a feeling that made her want to cry. "Really? Is this your true decision, deep down? I haven't influenced you, have I?" "Haha, don't worry. You know me well enough. I'm just speaking my own thoughts. By the way, what score did you get?" 742. I'm quite satisfied with that. It's higher than all my past exams, but it should be lower than yours. You must have scored full marks, right? Chu-yi laughed. "Yes, I guess I was a bit lucky. This is strength. Luck won't get a perfect score. When the teacher said someone got a perfect score this year, I immediately knew it was you." Hearing Lin Mo mention achievements, Chu-yi could only feel envious, not surprised at all. She was used to it. When it came to choosing schools, she didn't want Lin Mo to give up anything because of her, as that would make her uneasy. Grateful for fate, after Lin Mo and Chu-yi agreed to meet in college, Chu-yi was arranged by her father to intern at the company. One day later, Lin Mo's father had mostly recovered. After a family discussion, they decided to take a break and recuperate at home. In fact, this family meeting was initiated by Lin Mo's father, who pulled her mother into it. They were both singing from the same hymn sheet, saying that Lin Mo's father had almost recovered and could be discharged. However, Lin Mo clearly understood that her parents just wanted to save some money. They had been frugal all their lives, and even though their child had succeeded, they still adhered to their principles of thrift. This mindset had never changed from the beginning to the end. Although Lin Mo was worried about her father's health, she ultimately compromised under the doctor's advice of having checkups twice a week. When Lin Mo finished the discharge procedures at the hospital and returned home, she was surprised to see two cars parked in front of her house. Both groups of people came from Yinjing City. That's right, one group was from Yinjing University, while the other was from Qingbei University. The teachers from the admissions offices of Yinjing University and Qingbei University were currently at her home, engaged in a heated discussion about her college application. Lin Mo's parents were squeezed in the middle of the sofa by the teachers from the two universities, and faced with their probing emotions, they were momentarily at a loss. At that moment, the teacher from Yinjing University was extremely enthusiastic and spoke excitedly. Brother Lin, Sister Susu, you should also know that our Yinjing University is a prestigious comprehensive university with a long history in the country, co-established by the Ministry of Education in Yinjing City, and is a national key university. What's more, our dean has specifically mentioned that as long as Lin Mo comes to our school, the dean will report to the school and grant Lin Mo a waiver for all tuition fees for 4 years, and she will also be eligible for the combined undergraduate and master's program. In addition, the college will also provide Lin Mo with a one-time scholarship of 150,000 yuan. As for other details like a 4-year free tuition card, a monthly meal card worth 1,000 yuan, and other benefits, I won't elaborate on those here. This is about Lin Mo's future development, so you must consider it carefully for her. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang, the teacher from the admissions office of Qingbei University, couldn't sit still. Wait, I have something to say too. Teacher Wang, how can you even mention something as trivial as a meal card? This teacher Wang, dressed in a suit, exuded the air of a strong woman and spoke with a strong tone. Her words clearly irritated the female teacher across from her. However, at that moment, the other party remained calm, merely giving her a glare and pretending nothing happened. Teacher Wang continued, Brother Lin, Sister Susu, you should also know that Qingbei University is on par with Yinjing University. I won't say much about the school's strength, but I want to mention the scholarships and other benefits. In addition to directly offering a 150,000 yuan scholarship, our vice president has specially approved a spot for Lin Mo to pursue her undergraduate, master's, and doctoral studies continuously. And our school also offers various scholarships and national-level awards. I believe with Lin Mo's achievements, she won't have any problems securing scholarships. Moreover, we have top-tier laboratories and the best educational resources, and even internationally renowned physicists and mathematicians are available to teach classes to Lin Mo. Wang's words moved Lin Mo's parents greatly. It was the first time they had witnessed such an intense competition among top universities for students. However, Lin Mo's parents clearly understood the benefits discussed by both parties regarding various aspects. To them, scholarships were important, but the path Lin Mo would take in the future was even more crucial. Therefore, as soon as teacher Wang finished speaking, the two exchanged glances, and the joy was immediately written all over their faces. On the side, the teacher from Yinjing University immediately became displeased. Brother Lin, Sister Susu, don't be fooled by teacher Wang. What she said about our school having relevant regulations for teachers doing projects is not unique to their school. I just didn't mention it before. And as for the benefits I just mentioned, this is the maximum I can offer with my authority. If you're not satisfied, I can call our dean right now, and you can directly state your conditions to him. This teacher's voice was loud and very firm, and her face was already flushed red. Lin Mo's parents were shocked. Can they really directly call the dean of a college at Yinjing University? This is too surreal. Before the two could recover from their shock, Teacher Wang quickly countered, what I just mentioned is also the maximum benefits I can promise within my authority. If Brother Lin and Sister Susu are not satisfied, I can call our vice president right now, and you can directly state your conditions to him. What? Tang Susu and Lin Guodong had never seen such a confrontational scene before. The two were momentarily at a loss. What was even more exciting was that the tension between the teacher from Yinjing University and the teacher from Qingbei University was growing stronger. Brother Lin, Sister Susu, do you know where the best university in the country is? Before Lin Guodong and Tang Susu could react, Teacher Wang from Qingbei University answered directly. Go out the east gate of Yenjing University and walk west for 300 meters. Does your Qingbei have Weiming Lake? Do you have it? What's so great about Weiming Lake? Besides drowning people, what else can it do? Our school has a long history. What about yours? How old is it? Having a long history is fine, but our dormitories can have air conditioning. Is it really necessary to be this ridiculous? The confrontational scene left Tang Susu and Lin Guodong dumbfounded. As they stood up arguing, the two were ready to intervene. Fortunately, Lin Mo returned just in time. Their attention instantly shifted to him. Thus, they immediately unleashed their trump card. The teacher from Qingbei University made a video call to their vice president right there, discussing relevant benefits with Lin Mo. Besides what the enrollment teacher mentioned earlier, he even promised Lin Mo information on related projects and cutting-edge industry technology. Meanwhile, the teacher from Yenjing University also contacted their dean, making similar promises. How many students wished for opportunities to participate in projects but struggled due to a lack of slots? Hours later, this smoke-free battle for talent finally ended when Lin Mo announced his choice of Qingbei University. Watching the teachers from Qingbei University and Yenjing University leave, Lin Mo finally let out a long breath. Although he appeared calm throughout, how could he deceive himself about the turmoil in his heart? These two were top-tier universities he could only look up to in his past life. He never expected them to personally come to recruit him in this life. His fate had truly changed. Looking back, Su Ran had already entered prison, and An Miaowei had long been left behind. In this life, he would seize his fate and live his own life. 3 days later, Lin Mo's exam results were announced, and everyone across the country knew. This year's college entrance examination had produced a perfect scorer. As soon as this news broke, all of Huaxiao erupted in excitement. No one expected that this year's college entrance examination would yield a perfect champion. This was the first time in Huaxiao's history. The news about Lin Mo's school quickly spread online. In no time, netizens came out to congratulate him. Wow, who is this? So impressive, this is simply a miracle. Others scored 700 and can casually get into Tsinghua or Peking University. I also scored 700, can choose any electronics factory. No need to ask me why. I'm talking about the high school entrance exam. Scored a total of 1080. After the results were announced, Lin Mo went to the school to fill out his application. In fact, he didn't need to fill out any application since he had already received the admission notice from Tsinghua and Peking University. He was invited by the class teacher to give a speech to the high school freshmen and sophomores. On the morning Lin Mo arrived at the school, the students in the class looked at him as if they were seeing a deity, gazing up in awe, standing respectfully, and then respectfully greeted him. Good morning, God Mo. At this time, the school's notice of good news had already been posted at the main entrance. Everyone knew that Lin Mo scored 750, ranking first in the nation. This was simply shocking. It had been many years since anyone from Tsinghua No. 1 High School had scored in the top 10 in the city. And now, Lin Mo had broken through the ceiling of Tsinghua No. 1 High School. No, it wasn't a ceiling. It was the atmosphere. Not even the atmosphere. It was outer space. At least, in the future college entrance examination, no one could surpass Lin Mo. They believed this event would definitely be recorded in the history of Tsinghua No. 1 High School. This was a tremendous honor for Tsinghua No. 1 High School. When Lin Mo entered the teacher's office, he was carried there by the boys in his class. They were so excited, roaring with enthusiasm, far more excited than Lin Mo. As they carried Lin Mo to the head teacher's office, they saw the principal leading the director of education and all their teachers coming over solemnly. The scene was too oppressive, and the students quickly put Lin Mo down. Then the principal came in front of Lin Mo, greeted him with a smile, and extended his hand to shake. Lin Mo, congratulations on achieving first place in the nation with a score of 750. As the principal spoke, his voice grew louder and more passionate. At this moment, I want to thank you for writing this myth into the history of Qingchuan No. 1 High School. This is also a tremendous honor and privilege for our Qingchuan No. 1 High School. Here, on behalf of the school, I express my warm congratulations to you. As soon as the principal paused, warm applause erupted around. Lin Mo vaguely saw the head teacher, giving him a thumbs up. Though he couldn't hear what he said, he could guess from his lips that he was saying, "Awesome." After this, the principal praised Lin Mo again and then took him to the head teacher's office for a long discussion. It seemed he was afraid Lin Mo would forget his alma mater. Later, they gathered the prospective college students and asked Lin Mo to give an impromptu speech. Lin Mo shared his study methods and life experiences. He casually talked about his daily observations and thoughts, all very relatable. The teachers and students praised Lin Mo endlessly. When the principal summarized, he said, "Lin Mo, you have great talent. In the coming decades, we can foresee a remarkable figure emerging from Jiangqing." He also prepared a speech for Lin Mo as the original sophomores were about to rise to juniors, hoping to motivate these flowers of the motherland with Lin Mo's energy. Lin Mo became completely famous. Just as he slipped out of the school's back door to avoid reporters, he received a phone call. The Jiangqing government had confirmed the acquisition of the land he bought. Lin Mo did not spend too long talking to the authorities about that piece of land. There were two reasons. First, the officials believed that the land belonged to the Chu group. Second, the price was reasonable. In his previous life, Lin Mo had paid particular attention to this news. A month after Wang Difu jumped to his death, the government announced it would acquire this land. Once the news got out, Wang Difu's wife became agitated. With Wang Difu dead and no children, the inheritance rights were hers. As for inheriting Wang Difu's debts, a piece of land could earn hundreds of millions. A few tens of millions in debt was nothing. Later, Wang Difu's wife quarreled with the officials for a long time, and in the end, the government offered 230 million to acquire it. Thus, Lin Mo knew that 230 million was the government's bottom line. He directly quoted 230 million, shocking a young official on the other side. That official pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and stared at Lin Mo for a long time before finally exclaiming, "Lin Mo, heroes emerge from youth. We've heard a lot about you, but the current you is even more astonishing than perfect scores in the college entrance examination. You're only 18, right? You've taken over a project worth 2 billion. I can't even predict your future anymore. The buzz around you these days is quite something. I didn't expect President Chu to value you so much, letting you negotiate with me without fear of you messing it up." Lin Mo smiled and replied, "I'm just speaking the truth. After all, everyone here is a professional. My level is really not worth mentioning." The official laughed heartily after hearing Lin Mo's words. Indeed, business people have sweet tongues. Since that's the case, let's collaborate happily. Lin Mo smiled faintly. This was the reason he arranged for his investment company to be under the Chu Group's name. Everyone believed they were negotiating with Chu Qianhe. Otherwise, what qualifications did an 18-year-old college student have to negotiate? Wang Difu and the Jiangqing government were both interested in cooperating with him because of the face of the Chu Group. This saved him countless troubles. This price is a bit high, but the Chu Group has made too many contributions to Jiangqing, so we agreed. Please convey to President Chu that we plan to develop the area centered around this location. Let's see if he has any thoughts about entering the real estate industry." Lin Mo smiled and said, "Absolutely." At the same time, he understood that this was an opportunity. Developing the area was a reason why many cities experienced rapid growth. Simply put, it meant building buildings, and building more buildings. Even just in Jiangqing, it was a huge cake. The current housing prices were very low, and profits were too minimal. So many large groups were unwilling to enter the real estate industry. But the next 5 years would be the peak period for the development of the real estate industry. Especially before 2014, land was very cheap, and the government often sold it at half price to encourage development. By the time housing prices soared, entering the market then would mean the land would skyrocket. increasing tenfold would be considered cheap. A project worth over 200 million was negotiated in just one morning. Both parties agreed to start collecting materials in the afternoon, conduct on-site inspections, reviews, and evaluations the next day, and then go through the relevant approval processes. As Lin Mo remembered, indeed, this piece of land eventually sold for 230 million. Lin Mo happily let go of this piece of land. 230 million was now in his pocket. Although Lin Mo knew that the value of this land would increase to several hundred million, or even more once the planning and construction were completed, he already had other plans at this time. After all, such a large project would take at least a few years to complete, and he couldn't wait. Moreover, he currently lacked the relevant experience, resources, and backing, and he would likely offend the government. Once the final play collapses, it will be troublesome. Lin Mo does not expect Chu Qinna to help him at that time. Lin Mo knows clearly that although Chu Qinna sees his potential, when it comes to matters that could threaten the interests of the Chu family, Chu Qinna might not necessarily lend a hand. After all, even though he has a special relationship with Chu Yi, they're still not on the same level. Chu Qinna is a businessman. Relying on others is ultimately not as good as relying on oneself. Therefore, Lin Mo ultimately decided to make some arrangements and establish his own business empire. This first asset he earned is just the beginning of his business empire. He aims to create an unprecedented business legend. On the afternoon of the 7th day, after negotiating with the officials, he met Wang Difu again in the investment company's office. "President Lin, you are my savior. My wife and that bastard really came back. She thought I was dead, and this piece of land is still mine, so she returned to inherit my estate. I didn't expect to catch her. I have already sent them to prison, and I rushed here to find you. Thank you, you are my great benefactor." As soon as Wang Difu entered Lin Mo's office, he knelt down, kowtowing to Lin Mo, his face full of excitement. A month ago, if it weren't for Lin Mo purchasing this piece of land, he would have long since jumped to his death. If Lin Mo hadn't bought that land, even if he hadn't jumped, he would have been beaten by debt collectors long ago. If Lin Mo hadn't given him that extra 20 million in profit, how could he have avoided the debt collectors? If it weren't for Lin Mo's kindness, how could he have caught his wife and the man who caused him such misery? Lin Mo has saved him and his family. Therefore, upon seeing Lin Mo, he was very grateful. Wang Difu was extremely humble. Although the young man before him was only 18 years old, in his heart, Lin Mo was his savior. A benefactor is like a parent. Lin Mo felt a bit unaccustomed to being treated with such respect by someone who was not much older than his own father. "Brother Wang, don't be polite. Sit down and let's talk. We are old friends, so there's no need to stand on ceremony," Lin Mo said as he casually poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Wang Difu. Seeing this, Wang Difu understood Lin Mo's intentions. He no longer said much and walked straight over to sit across from Lin Mo. Lin Mo asked, "How have you been lately?" "Thanks to President Lin, I am doing well." Wang Difu squeezed out a smile. Lin Mo nodded. That's good. As long as you're alive, there is still hope for everything." President Lin is right. I was indeed impulsive back then. After thinking it over, I regretted it for a long time. I didn't even know why I thought of jumping off a building, punishing myself with my life. It was simply too foolish. I must have embarrassed you. It was also thanks to President Lin's rescue back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't be alive today. My elderly mother at home would probably have no one to take care of her now. As Wang Difu spoke, he wiped away tears. This reminded Lin Mo of his own past experiences. In the past, hadn't he also indirectly caused his mother's illness to go untreated due to lack of money? However, this time, Lin Mo would definitely not let such a thing happen. Looking at Wang Difu's heartfelt gratitude, Lin Mo felt a growing intention to promote him. "I bought your land and made $1 billion from it. Don't you hate me?" Lin Mo decided to test the waters first. Wang Difu shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "How could I? Without Mr. Lin, I might have already been 6 feet under." Hearing this, Lin Mo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was indeed worried that Wang Difu might suddenly turn against him. The business world is like a battlefield. If you underestimate your opponent, you might end up losing everything. It seems that Wang Difu is truly an honest businessman, one who wouldn't even lose his pants to betrayal from his wife and partners. What do you plan to do in the future? Lin Mo continued to ask. The future? Wang Difu's gaze dimmed. I still have a few 100,000 left, so I plan to live a simple life with my family. Lin Montauk nodded tactfully. But living means you still need to eat. It's too unfortunate for someone like Brother Wang to be wasted away. With just this one sentence, Lin Mo pulled Wang Difu out of his sadness. Wang Difu understood the implication behind Lin Mo's words. Mr. Lin, do you mean that the Chu group needs me? Although the man in front of Lin Mo was already approaching middle age, he still retained the essence of human purity and kindness. Though he had gained a bit of weight, he was grateful and knew how to repay kindness. He was experienced in dealing with matters and could sense some of Lin Mo's intentions. However, this kind of man had his wife run off with his partner, taking everything he had. Perhaps it was precisely because he was this type of person that he suffered such a fate. Although Lin Mo felt sympathy for him, he remained objective in his assessment. He needed someone to do a significant task, and Wang Difu happened to possess the qualities required. Lin Mo smiled and set down the teacup in his hand. Mr. Wang, you truly deserve to be called a business elite who once had a fortune of over 100 million. You are quite clever. Lin Mo did not directly get to the point. For such a sharp business elite, he chose to take a roundabout approach. On one hand, he wanted to test the other party further, and on the other hand, he wanted to conceal his true strength and intentions. It would be my honor if Mr. Lin has any use for me. Just let me know, and I will do my best, Wang Difu said, humbly, without any hint of ambiguity. He made it clear that as long as Lin Mo instructed him, he would carry it out. Lin Mo could see his sincerity. Thus, he said, since that's the case, I will speak plainly. I want Mr. Wang to return to your original company and be your own boss again. Don't worry. All the company's debts have been cleared and everyone has been laid off, so we can start fresh with new hires. Upon hearing this, Wang Difu was somewhat surprised and asked, but Mr. Lin, I've already washed my hands of it. I don't want to take any risks. I just want a peaceful life. Lin Mo seemed to understand his concerns. Indeed, someone who had experienced a fall in one place would be less likely to fall again. Wang Difu was genuinely scared. He did not want to re-enter the battlefield of business. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, you will only be the president of the company. All arrangements will be made by me. You won't need to take any risks. If the company incurs losses, you won't have to pay a single penny. And if the company makes a profit, you can receive a 5% bonus, in addition to an annual salary of 200,000 after tax. Lin Mo's conditions were extremely tempting, causing Wang Difu to widen his eyes. He wouldn't have to lose a single penny if the company was in debt. If the company made a profit, he could get a 5% bonus, an additional annual salary of 200,000. In other words, even if the company is losing money hand over fist, he can still take 100,000. This condition is too attractive. Wang Difu felt like he was about to suffocate. President Wang, are you willing? Lin Mo saw the expression on Wang Difu's face and knew that his plan was successful. But why choose me? Wang Difu swallowed hard, his voice trembling with excitement, clearly struggling internally. Lin Mo smiled lightly. Because there are some circumstances I can't personally show up for. Wang Difu was slightly taken aback, and after carefully examining Lin Mo, he realized a problem. Indeed, Lin Mo was too young. Although he possessed wisdom beyond his years, he was still just a student with a shallow foundation. He was smart enough to know Lin Mo's true intentions. Wang Difu was the visible boss of the company, dealing with various people, but in reality, Lin Mo was the true boss. No wonder Lin Mo's land transactions were conducted secretly, not only fooling Wang Difu's wife, but also everyone else. Everyone thought it was Wang Difu who was selling land to turn things around. Only 4 people knew the truth: the government, Chu China, himself, and Lin Mo. Step by step, everything was part of Lin Mo's plan. The conditions President Lin offered, I cannot refuse. Thank you for your favor, President Lin. From now on, my life belongs to President Lin. Wang Difu agreed without hesitation. Besides being grateful for Lin Mo saving him, he also harbored an unfulfilled ambition. His business empire had collapsed, but he had witnessed Lin Mo's incredible methods, and he believed that in the future, Lin Mo would become a giant. He could even rival the Chu family consortium. If he could witness Lin Mo's rise, it would also make up for his own doubts. Lin Mo turned around, looked at the map of Jiangxing on the office wall, and pointed to a certain location. I need you to buy this piece of land as quickly as possible. As for what to do later, I will tell you afterwards. After Wang Difu left, Lin Mo looked at the map of Jiangxing, as if he could see a business empire. Yes, compared to the Chu family consortium and other large groups in Jiangxing, his current strength was indeed weak. However, he was confident that he would become the biggest winner in developing the new area of Jiangxing. Have you heard of the leverage principle? Many people might not know, but Lin Mo knows. In his previous life, what was the biggest investment news after 2023? Of course, it was Evergrande's $2 trillion in debt. Many people have questions. How could there be so much debt? What Lin Mo is doing now is what Evergrande did in the past. Only he is confident he won't lose, because he knows when is the best time to exit. Evergrande's massive debt was because they exited too late. So, what is the leverage principle? Everyone should know that leverage can use a small force to lift a large weight. There is a saying, give me a fulcrum, and I can lift the entire earth. In business, it can also be said, give me 100,000, and I will leverage over 1 billion to create an entire business empire. The principle of leverage, simply put, is using the least amount of effort to lift the largest object. The less effort you use, the more impressive it is. In business, it is about using the smallest amount of capital to influence the largest industries. Perhaps many people still do not understand this. Let me tell you a story, and after you read it, you will understand. 100 years ago, in the British Empire, there was a man who accumulated wealth over 30 years and finally bought his first ship. However, just a few years after acquiring this ship, his assets multiplied several times. How did he do it? He used the ship to go to a bank, mortgaged it for some funds, and then used that money to build another ship. After that, he continued to use the new ship to mortgage again, borrowing more funds to build yet another ship. This went on repeatedly, and eventually, he became a super rich person with several ships. As long as the money earned from these ships far exceeded the interest from the bank, he could quickly pay off his debts and become a real millionaire. The principle of leverage in the real estate industry is the same, as long as you have the capital to buy the first piece of land. No, you don't even need the entire amount, just a down payment. After acquiring a piece of land, you can use it to mortgage for a loan, build 2 buildings, and after a month or 2 of construction, you can continue to use the pre-sale properties to mortgage again, borrow more, and build a 3rd, 4th, and 5th building. The amount you can borrow depends on land prices and property values. If the price of land skyrockets, you can apply to increase your loan amount and build even more properties. By repeating this process, as long as the funding chain remains stable, you can use just one piece of land to build a large residential community. Don't think this is impossible. Perhaps 10 years from now, with improved laws and an increase in electronic fraud, this loophole will be closed. However, in 2012, it was perfectly feasible. But most people wouldn't dare to do this because they don't know how property prices will evolve in the future. If the money earned isn't enough to cover the bank's interest, they could end up losing everything. They simply won't take the risk. Evergrande got stuck for 2 reasons. First, they entered the market at a high price, and as a result, property prices stagnated, and their earnings weren't enough to cover interest. The second reason is the breakdown of their funding chain. Some people withdrew their funds, leading to increasing losses, similar to the situation of Wang Difu. However, Wang Difu was in debt too little, so the bank urged him to pay back. Evergrande, on the other hand, was heavily in debt and the bank was afraid of it collapsing, so they could only continue to lend money to recover their costs, as their sunk costs were already too large. If you owe little money, you're a subordinate. If you owe a lot, you're the boss. There's also an old saying, the timid starve while the bold explode. This is the idea behind the risk you must sometimes take. Only by taking risks can you achieve greater returns. Now is the best time to enter the real estate industry, because property prices began to soar nationwide in 2014, and there were already signs of this in 2013. In 2012, very few people noticed this enormous opportunity. Lin Mo has taken the first step, and he has already told Chu Chinha that the real estate industry is viable. As for how big Chu Chinha plans to go, Lin Mo cannot decide. It depends on him. By informing Chu Chinha about this opportunity, Lin Mo has already repaid him for his assistance. How much he can earn depends on how much he trusts Lin Mo. If Lin Mo had the financial capabilities of Chu Chinha during the upcoming summer vacation, aside from spending time with his parents, Lin Mo would take his first step toward building a business empire. Besides real estate, there are many other industries that will rise in the future. At present, they're just a small company, not even officially registered yet. The profits here far exceed those in the real estate industry. For example, this was Lin Mo's first encounter with Brother Dawei. Currently, Brother Dawei is not yet the billionaire he will become in the future, but rather an anxious and busy young man. Looking at this office with only a few people, where even conversations require a coffee shop, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Who could have known that this small company, An Miaowei, could have a market value exceeding 100 billion in 10 years? Right now, can its market value even surpass 10 million? In 10 years, it could increase by 10,000 times. Mr. Lin, are you saying that the Chu Group is willing to invest in U.S.? Upon hearing Lin Mo's intention, Brother Dawei was excited. The Chu Group could be a supergiant. Currently, An Miaowei has only 1 million in funds, and that's from other investments. Over the years, he had approached many companies seeking even a small investment, but all were rejected, including the Chu Group. Now, the Chu Group is ready to invest? I've looked at the games you've developed. Although they're a bit rudimentary, they're quite good. If there were more funds, there should be improvements in the future, Lin Mo said calmly. Brother Dawei nodded. Lin Mo's evaluation was very high. He knew that Lin Mo must have confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't make such a suggestion. Moreover, these words were also encouragement and recognition for him. Brother Dawei took a deep breath. Mr. Lin, how much is the investment from the Chu Group? Lin Mo smiled lightly and extended a finger. 1 million. Brother Dawei swallowed hard. 1 million. Over the years, they had begged for investments and finally secured 1 million. And now the Chu Group was offering 1 million? No, it's 10 million. Lin Mo shook his head, nearly making Brother Dawei bite his tongue. Cough, cough. 10 million. 10 million. Brother Dawei was stunned. This was truly an astronomical figure. That's right. Absolutely true. While Brother Dawei gasped, almost exclaiming, this number was too exaggerated. 10 million? He didn't even dare to imagine this situation. However, I need 10% of the shares, the original shares. Lin Mo dropped another bombshell. 10% of the original shares. Brother Dawei was taken aback. This condition was a bit harsh. The previous investment of 1 million also secured 10% of the shares, but not the original shares. Although they seemed the same, the final difference was huge. In the process of a company's growth, investment is indispensable, and ordinary shares will continue to dilute as investment increases. But original shares will not. Even if the future skyrockets, the original shares will always remain the same number and will not be diluted. Of course, the cost is also significant. Generally, it's 10 times. Investing 1 million for 10% of the shares. But to obtain original shares, you would need 10 million. Very few businessmen dare to gamble like this. 99% fail because a company's scale must increase by more than 10 times to break even. The idea of 10 times may be hard for many to grasp, but from 2012 to 2023, the famous Matai only increased by 8 times. But Lin Mo was different. He knew that Mi Huyo would not only skyrocket by 10 times in the future, but by 1,000 or even 10,000 times. Isn't it a bit risky? Seeing Dawei hesitate, Lin Mo gently tapped the table and took a sip of coffee. No, I think it's fine. Dawei quickly waved his hands. I need to discuss this with my two brothers. Mr. Lin, can you wait for me a moment? Of course. Lin Mo smiled slightly. Take your time, but I hope you can give me an answer before dinner tomorrow. Definitely. Absolutely. Dawei hurriedly left. Lin Mo nodded, standing up and walking to the window to overlook the bustling city, smiling to himself. He was 100% confident that Dawei would agree. If it were half a year later, with Mi Huyo's valuation skyrocketing and their stock hitting the secondary market, forget about 10 million. Even 100 million wouldn't secure 10% of the original shares. But now it was different. It was still 2012, and Mi Huyo was just a small company with a scale of only a couple of million. No, it wasn't even a company. It was more like a workshop. Right now, they desperately needed funding and were eager to expand. My biggest regret in my career has been missing out on Mi Huyo. This was said by a famous angel investor. But now, Lin Mo had seized this opportunity in his hands. Sure enough, just an hour later, Wang Dawei returned. Sorry for keeping you waiting. We discussed it, and we agreed to your terms. Wang Dawei had a smile on his face. Great, looking forward to our cooperation. Lin Mo stood up. Looking forward to it. The two parties exchanged high fives, indicating that they had reached an agreement. Both were very happy. Lin Mo was thrilled because this 10 million could grow into 100 billion and even hundreds of billions. Wang Dawei was also happy because they wouldn't need to worry about funding in the early stages, which would significantly improve the quality of the games they produced. Their dream was now one step closer. Investing in Mi Huyo was just a small step in Lin Mo's plan. There were many more business ventures under his careful planning. For example, the company Are You Hungry, which sold hundreds of billions, currently had no basic planning in place. And platforms like Fruit and Certain Tooth also had no presence yet. The entire internet was still a blank slate. This would all become Lin Mo's stage. Lin Mo spent the entire summer busy with various tasks, and it was only after Chu-yi called him that he realized school was about to start. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the eve of the new school year, and Lin Mo's career had already made significant progress. Wang Difu had already purchased a piece of land for Lin Mo, then mortgaged it to prepare for the construction of the first building. Chu Qinhe had also entered the real estate industry, but he was quite cautious, having only bought a piece of land, appearing very prudent. After all, plans involving billions or tens of billions required careful consideration, and the Chu family, such a colossal entity, naturally couldn't take out loans to build buildings. Why? Their company accounts had enough funds. Why pay interest to the bank? In 2012, loan interest rates were quite high because it was a period of rapid development and inflation was soaring. So, the barefoot don't fear the shoe wearers. Therefore, in just 2 years, Lin Mo's achievements in Jiangqing's real estate were likely to surpass the Chu family's significantly. Of course, it would be countless times better than his previous life in 2012, when he hadn't stepped into 2019 yet and ended up going bankrupt. On this day, Lin Mo took his briefcase and went to meet Chu-yi with Gu Shaoxing. Originally, Lin Mo and Chu-yi had planned to set off together to report to Qingbei University. Later, when they learned that Gu Xiaochuan was also at Yenjing University of Science and Technology, their group became 3 people. What surprised Lin Mo and Gu Xiaochuan was how they traveled to Yenjing City. A private plane. Yes, it was Chu-yi's family's private jet. This was Gu Xiaochuan's first time on a plane, and it was also Lin Mo's first experience on a private jet in both of his lives. Furthermore, it was such a luxurious private jet. The sensory and visual shock was profound and deeply touching. A private jet is different from a regular airplane. Inside, it felt like a luxurious hotel room. It was similar to the first-class cabin of an international flight, but the room was much larger than a first-class cabin. While first-class tickets on international flights can cost tens of thousands, The more expensive ones can reach over 100,000. Chartering a private jet would probably burn through several hundred thousand. Lin Mo and Gu Xiaochuan both sighed that the world of the rich was indeed different. Unlike them, who would just take a green train and endure 2 days and 2 nights to reach Yanjing City. From now on, Gu Xiaochuan also had a dream of flying on a private jet. After arriving at Yanjing City Airport, the three of them traveled together, taking the car that Chu Qinha had arranged to rush into the city. They first dropped Gu Xiaochuan off at Yanjing University of Science and Technology, and then Lin Mo and Chu Yi continued on to Qingbei University. On the way, they talked about Gu Xiaochuan, and Chu Yi laughed, saying she had a good impression of Lin Mo. If he hadn't given her a seat back then, she and Lin Mo might not have ended up as desk mates. Lin Mo agreed with Chu Yi's statement and shared many experiences he had with Gu Xiaochuan when they were desk mates. This included the reason why Gu Xiaochuan chose to study at the College of Computer Technology. This guy liked a girl in our class during his second year of high school, but she told him she didn't want to date, and shortly after that, she got together with her childhood friend. After that, he never believed in love again and instead became fond of playing games. Now he's really good at this so-called League of Legends. Moreover, he somehow learned some programming skills and can even write some cheats. He's really made life hard for some of our classmates during gaming. Upon hearing Lin Mo talk about Gu Xiaochuan's past, Chu Yi initially felt a bit sorry for him, but couldn't help but laugh later. Looks like he turned his pain into strength and tapped into his potential. That's impressive. No wonder he chose this major. Lin Mo laughed and said, "Yeah, he's quite talented in this area. It's just a pity about his greasy black hair. I'm afraid he won't have much left of it soon. Next time we meet, I'll definitely give him some herbal medicine for hair care to nourish his hair and maintain his appearance." That's good. Also, help me get some. Lin Mo and Chu Yi chatted all the way. After more than half an hour, they finally arrived at the entrance of Qingbei University. After getting out of the car, the driver helped them take their luggage out of the trunk. Standing at the school gate, Lin Mo looked at the huge stone monument inscribed with Qingbei University and seemed lost in thought. Chu Yi glanced at the bustling crowd around and smiled, then turned to look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo smiled back at the school gate, his eyes sparkling with a faint glow. Finally arrived. Qingbei University, a place that had once fascinated him, would be his starting point for everything. Lin Mo was ready to embrace this new chapter. It must be said that Qingbei University truly deserves its reputation as one of the top universities in the country. Just the iconic main building on campus covers nearly 80,000 square meters. The main building consists of the West Main Building, East Main Building, and Central Main Building, connected as a whole by a corridor. It looks extremely grand. As for the iconic second gate, Qingbei Academy, Grand Auditorium, Library, Rectangular Hall, Teaching Buildings, and Gymnasium, they are even more impressive. Stepping through the school gate, Lin Mo felt a surge of ambition, as if the whole world was at his feet. Qingbei University, here I come. Lin Mo and Chu Yi were walking around the campus, getting familiar with their surroundings. Although the school was quite large and the distances were considerable, the two treated it as a leisurely stroll and didn't feel tired at all when they arrived at the registration office. Both Lin Mo and Chu Yi came to the registration office together, and they chose to major in finance, ending up in the same class by a stroke of luck. Moreover, their student numbers were 1 and 2. Lin Mo stroked his chin and wondered, could this be based on the scores from the college entrance examination? This surprised and excited both Chu Yi and Lin Mo. With this arrangement, their bond would continue for at least 4 more years. After quickly completing the enrollment procedures, the two went in search of their dormitory. Not far from there, in an office on the second floor of the admissions office, 2 people were looking down at the scene below. They were the vice president of Qingbei University and the director of the admissions office, teacher Wang Ning. Their eyes were focused on Lin Mo and Chu Yi. Chu Yi appeared relaxed throughout, but Lin Mo was looking around as if he were on guard about something. Chu Yi asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" Their footsteps didn't stop as Lin Mo gestured with his eyes for Chu Yi to look around. After scanning the area, Chu Yi noticed that quite a few boys were staring at her, and Lin Mo muffled gasps of admiration floated through the crowd. Wow, that girl is so pretty, simply stunning. OMG, I'm really envious of that guy carrying her luggage. By the way, who is he? Which senior is so quick to act? I don't know, but I'm envious, jealous, and hate him. Look at them chatting and laughing like old friends. He can't be your boyfriend, right? If they're old friends, that guy probably isn't from Qingbei. After all, the chances of a high school couple both getting into Qingbei at the same time are too low. What do you know? A top student's friends are naturally also top students. I think that guy is from Qingbei too. No way, wait. He looks a bit unfamiliar. Could he also be a newcomer? Who knows? Forget it. Let's hurry to the square. I heard there's someone among this year's freshmen who scored full marks on the exam. I really want to see what this legendary figure looks like. Right? I've heard that too. At first, I thought it was just a fake advertisement by unscrupulous media, but it turns out it's real. I think his name is Lin Mo. Hearing snippets of their conversation, Chu-yi smiled gently. She recalled Lin Mo's expression earlier. Was he worried? Lin Mo sighed with a bitter smile. Of course, being outstanding makes you shine no matter where you go. Not at all. Those people are just admiring my looks. They truly admire you. Who wouldn't respect a genius who scored full marks on the college entrance exam? Chu-yi laughed, unaware of Lin Mo's achievements in the business world, or else she would probably be even more surprised. Lin Mo helped Chu-yi carry her luggage up to the third floor of the dormitory building. This was the only day of the year when boys could enter the girls' dormitory, so it was inevitable that they encountered some enthusiastic seniors. During their ascent, Chu-yi turned down several seniors who offered to help her. When Lin Mo and Chu-yi arrived at their dormitory, no one was there yet. However, after Lin Mo helped Chu-yi set up her bed, her three dorm mates arrived together. This made Lin Mo, who was entering the girls' dormitory for the first time, feel a bit awkward. However, he had a strong psychological quality, and on the surface, he remained calm and composed. Meanwhile, Chu-yi was still at ease, greeting her new roommates. Her roommates looked at her with envy. When they looked at Lin Mo, their expressions seemed to say, "This guy is so handsome. If only I could have a boyfriend like that." Sister, is this your boyfriend? May I ask how to address him? Lin Mo was momentarily at a loss for words, as he and Chu-yi were not in a romantic relationship yet. But Chu-yi smiled lightly and whispered something into her roommate's ear. It's a secret. Senior, are you a sophomore? Do you study a lot? No, I'm also a freshman in this year's class. Wow, you're also a freshman. Did you know Chu-yi since high school? It's so enviable that you both got accepted into Qingbei. Are you and E in a relationship? If not, could I have a way to contact you? Upon hearing this, Chu-yi immediately sent Lin Mo away. She was afraid that if she waited any longer, her roommates would have taken advantage of him. Just like she was popular among boys, Lin Mo was also the kind of guy that girls liked. Sunny, cheerful, handsome, gentle, well, maybe just a little bit silly. Thank you, Lin Mo. Why are we being so polite? You should get back and pack up. I need to find my dorm too. He okay? Chu-yi watched Lin Mo's departing figure and smiled for a while before turning back. All the way back, the corners of her mouth were lifted in a smile, and she unconsciously hummed a tune. It was all because of her roommate's comment. And what made her happiest was that Lin Mo didn't refute it. Lin Mo walked quickly, only taking a breath when he reached the boys' dormitory building. The girls' dormitory was terrifying. He couldn't forget the scene of being surrounded by Chu-yi's three roommates. It felt like they were going to eat him alive. Zong, zong, zong. At that moment, a Ferrari sped over, making a deafening roar as it approached. It was a bright red Ferrari, and with the engine's growl, it swiftly came to the entrance of the freshman boys' dormitory. Everyone passing by immediately stopped in their tracks, gazing over. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Wow, is that the brand new Ferrari 458 Italia? Oh my God. I remember the price for this car is around 6.2 million. Bro, be confident, it's just the base price of 5.588 million. I wanted to buy one too, but unfortunately, I was short by 5.58 million. That's amazing. Just starting college and already driving a Ferrari. Must be born at the finish line. Finish line? Senior, your finish line, is that impressive? In my next life, let me be born in Rome. Just as everyone was marveling, the car door swung open and a young man stepped out. He had long hair, wore a headband, and was extremely skinny. On his upper body, he sported a black rock-style leather jacket paired with leather pants and black leather shoes. He looked like the type who was free-spirited and rebellious. However, the small suitcase he pulled out from the passenger seat strongly contrasted with his grand style. Tisk, 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 look at this scene. Seems like a new student. I wonder which rich family's son this is, being so high-profile. Well, I don't know, but I'm afraid we won't lack news about him in school from now on. I want to say I have some impression of him. He seems to be the son of the famous wealthy family Zhan in Yinjing, Zhan Yunlong. Holy crap. Now that you mention it, I remember. Apparently, he's the only one in all of Yinjing with that Ferrari. No way. Is it really him? Lin Mo glanced at the commotion and hurriedly left. He had no interest in these ostentatious rich kids. Instead of wasting time watching the spectacle, he preferred to quickly tidy up his belongings. Following his dormitory number, he found his way to the 3rd floor. When he arrived at the door of his dorm, Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. At this time, 2 of his dorm mates had already arrived and made their beds. The 2 were sitting on stools chatting. I didn't perform well this time. I only scored 700 points. If I had performed normally according to my previous level, a score of 730 would have been acceptable. What a pity, the classmate said with a face full of regret. The classmate opposite him had a face full of question marks. Dude, 700 points is already pretty amazing. Why you look like that? Oh, then how much did you score? 690. That's not bad, just 10 points less than mine. Yeah, but that's just my exam score. I got 1st place in the national math competition, which added 20 points. Now you're 10 points higher than me? Can you just finish your sentence in one go? I didn't want to interrupt you since you were so into it. Lin Mo slowly set down the suitcase in his hand, and only then did the 2 classmates notice him. Hey, classmate, you're here? Hello, I'm Feng Yang, Feng from Feng Yang, and Yang from Feng Yang. The first to greet Lin Mo was the one who had just mentioned scoring 700 points. He was about 1.79 meters tall, only slightly shorter than Lin Mo, with a standard square face that looked very upright. He had a buzz cut that accentuated his overall demeanor. However, the Ultraman Digga design on his t-shirt instantly changed people's impression of him quite a bit. This Feng Yang really was a child at heart. While speaking, he reached out to Lin Mo for a handshake, suggesting they become friends. Lin Mo smiled faintly. Hello, I'm Lin Mo, Lin from Lin Mo, and Mo from Lin Mo. Lin Mo responded with a handshake. But just as his voice fell, the other classmate wearing thick glasses suddenly jumped up. Lin Mo! Holy crap! You're the legendary Lin Mo? He exclaimed loudly, his expression extremely excited, and his voice so high that it seemed to shake the entire dorm room. Feng Yang was taken aback, staring at him while gasping for breath. The other roommate looked at Lin Mo with shining eyes, scanning him up and down several times. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms. Turns out you're just like us, with 2 hands, 2 legs, and 1 head. Dude, is the head also counted as a limb? And are you sure there are only 2 legs? Seeing the strange reactions of his 2 roommates, Lin Mo was very puzzled. Fatty, you talk too much. Why are you making such a fuss? Feng Yang said, his face clearly showing disdain. The slightly chubby math genius didn't seem to be someone to be easily bullied either. He shot back at Feng Yang. Don't call me Fatty. I have a name. I'm Lu Xiaoyu. He glared angrily, his eyes filled with rage as he looked at Feng Yang. It seemed he really disliked being called Fatty. Feng Yang seemed to realize that his earlier words were inappropriate, so he immediately turned his head away and stopped talking. Seeing this, Lin Mo quickly interrupted. He did not want the first day of school to have a bad atmosphere among the roommates in their dorm. Otherwise, how would they get along in the future? Lu, classmate Xiaoyu? Did you call for me just now? Is there something you need? Lin Mo guessed that Lu Xiaoyu had probably heard of his grades, which was why he was so impressed with his name. However, he still pretended to know nothing. Sure enough, Lu Xiaoyu spoke up and asked, "Are you the Lin Mo who got a perfect score on the college entrance exam that was in the news?" Lu Xiaoyu was straightforward. He didn't beat around the bush. Lin Mo had a certain appreciation for this kind of person, often referred to as straight men. He nodded. "If there isn't another Lin Mo, then it should be me." Lu Xiaoyu burst into laughter. "I've heard that the only student in the country to get a perfect score, Lin Mo, was admitted to Qingbei University. I didn't expect that you'd be my roommate." "Huh? What a stroke of luck!" Seeing Lu Xiaoyu rubbing his hands together, Lin Mo suddenly felt uneasy. Was this guy interested in his grades, or in him as a person? At that moment, Feng Yang was looking at Lin Mo with a face full of astonishment. He was shocked beyond measure. Having also come from a rural background, he had always been a top student in his local school, worshipped by everyone. The admission score for Qingbei University was 680, and he thought that scoring like this was already quite good. Even at Qingbei University, he should still be able to rank well. But he never expected that on the very first day of school, he would face two blows in his own dorm. One was a score of 690 plus 20, and now there was another who got a perfect score and was the national first. Was there even a way to live after this? The feeling of suddenly being demoted from the top to the bottom was truly hard to bear. However, he quickly accepted this reality. The guys in front of him were truly top-tier competitors, especially Lin Mo, as long as he held on tight to his coattails. He meant to keep pace with him. He would definitely gain something. "So you are the famous Lin Mo, the study god. I've heard so much about you. I've long heard of your glorious achievement of scoring a perfect score. It's rare to become your roommate. Please take care of me in the future." Feng Yang's sudden enthusiasm made Lin Mo's heart tighten. What was going on? Were all the people in this dorm strange? "You're welcome. You're welcome. Let's look out for each other. Why don't you two chat first? I'll tidy up my things." Lin Mo casually responded and then put down his luggage to start organizing his bed. His bed was in the innermost position on the left side of the dorm. Each position had a loft bed with a desk underneath, along with a small cabinet. The school had already assigned positions based on names, so there was no dispute over this. This saved a lot of trouble. As Lin Mo began to arrange his space, Feng Yang and Lu Xiaoyu sat down to chat again. Just then, a voice echoed in the hallway. 306, the young master has arrived. Before seeing the person, they heard his voice. When a long-haired boy wearing a rock-style leather jacket appeared at the dorm entrance with a rolling suitcase, Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Yang were immediately stunned. At this moment, Lin Mo was filled with question marks. "Are there any normal people in this dorm besides me?" Lin Mo had a bit of an impression of the stylish rocker boy in front of him. He had just seen him downstairs a moment ago. If he forgot right after that, then it was truly a problem on his part. However, he never expected that this guy would actually be his dorm mate. He looked like a very personalized, rich second generation. Although Lin Mo respected people's choices, he didn't like this kind of flamboyant personality. Perhaps this was somewhat related to his own character. After all, people tend to recognize their own kind. With that, all four of them in the dormitory had arrived. But upon closer inspection, none of them seemed to be easy to deal with. Lin Mo glanced at the energetic rocker brother, and then continued to focus on tidying up his bed. Feng Yang and Lu Xiaoyu stared blankly at the long-haired boy, momentarily at a loss for words. This was the first time they had seen someone dress like this in real life. In their minds, people who dressed like this were either singers or celebrities. In an instant, both of them imagined the guy standing on a dimly lit stage, holding a guitar and howling at the top of his lungs. They even wondered if they were sure this was a dormitory for students from Qingbei and not a tourist hostel. Could such a person really get into Qingbei? However, even though they thought this in their hearts, they obviously couldn't say it out loud. That would be too offensive. The two couldn't help but feel troubled. They truly had no common topics to discuss. However, the reality showed them that appearances can be deceiving. The rocker brother entered with a bright smile, tossing his sunglasses and suitcase aside, then warmly opened his arms to survey everyone in the dormitory. "Whoa, I love Wu Body, let's go." Tammy flew. He enthusiastically blew a kiss to everyone in the dorm and then raised his hands, reaching out to Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Yang, wanting to high-five them. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Yang could only look at each other in confusion. Why does this pronunciation sound so strange? It's like English, but why does it have a hint of Japanese and French flavor? Instinctively, Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Yang slowly raised their hands to meet the one extended by Zhang Yunlong. At that moment, they felt their brains were a bit congested. Who is this guy? Just a moment ago, Lin Mo had shocked them with his academic prowess, and now this rocker boy brought only confusion. Okay, nice, Zhang Yunlong said after the high five, a satisfied expression on his face. His gaze then fell on Lin Mo. He lifted his foot, as if to give Lin Mo another high five. But at that time, after holding back for a long time, Feng Yang finally couldn't resist and asked first, "Hello, I'm Feng Yang, a member of Dorm 306. What's your name?" Feng Yang was so proactive because he understood that he had worked hard to get into Qingbei University from the countryside. Only he knew how much he had sacrificed and how many difficulties he had overcome along the way. Therefore, he had to seize every opportunity to learn and build connections. He wanted to change his family situation and perhaps even change his hometown in the future when he had the strength. Zhang Yunlong suddenly turned to look at Feng Yang and smiled knowingly. "Feng Yang, encountering you brings forth a strong and masculine vibe. Good. Wonderful. Bro, I'm Zhang Yunlong, and I usually enjoy music. Haha. By the way, I still don't know how to address these two brothers," Zhang Yunlong said as he looked over at Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Mo, who was busy organizing his desk. Lu Xiaoyu adjusted his glasses and then seriously looked at Zhang Yunlong, saying, "I'm Lu Xiaoyu, with your meaning universe, not your as in rain." On the side, Feng Yang could no longer hold back. "I said fatty. Wasn't it just that I wrote your name wrong before? Do you really need to emphasize it so much? Don't call me fatty again." Lu Xiaoyu glared angrily, his expression serious. Feng Yang quickly changed his words. Okay, brother fat." As soon as Feng Yang finished speaking, Lu Xiaoyu said seriously, "In the future, we are all going to be people who deal with academic issues, so we must always pay attention to rigor. Words like should, might, probably, maybe, and so on, you must never say them again in the future, or you'll develop a bad habit. You can call me little fat, but you can't call me fatty, because fatty often implies someone weighs over 200 pounds, while I only weigh 160. Feng Yang was instantly confused. "What?" Zhang Yunlong finally couldn't help but laugh. "You two brothers are really funny. He says maybe, and you say no. Possibly, probably, yo-yo, rigor, really do not." In dormitory 306, the atmosphere was gradually becoming chaotic. Lin Mo looked at the three of them with a face full of speechlessness. They were already one person short. If another person came, they could have a full table for mahjong. This was just the beginning. What would the days ahead be like? "I say, everyone, please rein in your talents, rein in your talents." With Lin Mo's voice, the chaotic noise in the dormitory gradually subsided. The three turned to look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo forced a smile. "Zhang Yunlong, right? Hello, I'm Lin Montauk." As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, Zhang Yunlong, with a full smile on his face, grabbed Lin Mo's hand. Oh, so it's the great Buddha of Manshan. No, the Buddha of studies, Lin Mo, the great Buddha. Long time no see. Long time no see. With you here, I feel at ease." Zhang Yunlong's tone suddenly changed, and Lin Mo had a bad premonition. Feng Yang asked in confusion, "What do you feel at ease about? What are you at ease with?" Lu Xiaoyu nodded along, looking puzzled. Zhang Yunlong suddenly laughed and said, "In the future, I won't be afraid of being caught doing homework, haha. Think about it, Lin Mo is the great Buddha of Manshan, so the questions he has done must all be standard answers. I can just follow the standard answers. Whatever questions I think I got right, I'll get right. Like this, the teacher won't be able to tell whether I actually did the homework or not. Aha, brothers, I'm so clever." After Zhang Yunlong's speech, Lin Mo, Feng Yang, and Lu Xiaoyu were all speechless. Feng Yang said, "No, man, we all got into Qingbei University. Who still does homework? Are you saying you're going to get hundreds of questions wrong?" Feng Yang didn't really understand these kinds of things, and when he said this, he was also testing whether Zhang Yunlong really got in through exams. Lin Mo looked at Zhang Yunlong but only smiled faintly. If you want to do homework, I can lend you the answers. 500, payment on the same day, no credit. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Feng Yang was shocked to the extreme. Is there such an operation? However, what surprised him even more was that Zhang Yunlong actually agreed. Not only that, he said, 500 is too little. I'll give you 1,000. Feng Yang was completely stunned. Is that possible? Of course, he wouldn't understand what Lin Mo and Zhang Yunlong were scheming. Just when Feng Yang was so shocked he couldn't speak, Zhang Yunlong suddenly turned to look at Feng Yang and said, "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, my friend scored 550 in the college entrance exam. What the hell?" Feng Yang felt his worldview collapsing. Can you get into Qingbei with a score of 550? Although the score lines vary by province, it shouldn't be lower than 600, right? Feng Yang continued to question Zhang Yunlong. I'm a music special student. The admission score for special students is only a bit over 500. Oh, I see. So your music grades must be quite good, right? Feng Yang nodded in sudden realization. Just average. I'm only the top in Yanjing City, Zhang Yunlong replied nonchalantly. Wow, you're impressive. Feng Yang genuinely admired Zhang Yunlong. Wait a minute. Aren't you a music student? Why are you in our finance department's dorm? Could it be that there are too few students in your music department, so you inserted yourself among us? Feng Yang suddenly realized. Zhang Yunlong shushed him, saying, "Who knows?" Meanwhile, Lin Mo smiled lightly, as he obviously knew the reason. This was also why Lin Mo had jokingly said he would let Zhang Yunlong copy his homework. Since they were in different departments, their assignments would definitely be different. Plus, Lin Mo had seen Zhang Yunlong's car before, and there was only one conclusion. Like Chu Yi, he was also a rich young master who was forced by his family to study finance instead of pursuing his passion. Special students can also change majors. Regular students can only switch in their sophomore year, but given Zhang Yunlong's family background, switching in his freshman year would be quite simple. After organizing his bed and desk, it had already been an hour. By noon, Lin Mo received a call from Chu Yi. Lin Mo, have you packed everything up? Yes, I have. Great. It's mealtime. Let's go eat at the cafeteria together. I heard that the cafeteria at Qingbei is quite good. Today, I'll treat you. Eat whatever you want. Huh? Why the sudden treat? I just want to thank you for your help today. Carrying my luggage took a lot of effort. All right, we'll talk more when we meet. I'll wait for you downstairs, bye. Chu Yi had already changed into her clothes, wearing a light blue gauze dress that highlighted her youthful charm. As she walked around campus, joy radiated from her face, and the smile at the corner of her mouth was hard to conceal. Along the way, she became the most beautiful scenery, exuding an aura that turned heads. She was already beautiful, but when she wore the pure blue gauze dress, it was as if a blue lotus was slowly blooming, a beauty that words could not capture. As Lin Mo came downstairs, he immediately saw Chu Yi waiting for him. She stood there in her blue gauze dress, becoming the focus of everyone around. Passers-by couldn't help but admire her stunning appearance. Just by standing there quietly, she had already captured the hearts of countless boys, especially since such a beauty was waiting downstairs at the boys' dormitory. However, when they noticed the gentleman in a light blue robe standing in front of Chu Yi, they realized that this was indeed a match made in heaven. Perhaps only this tall, clean, and sunny guy, with a radiant smile and sharp features, could be worthy of such a heavenly beauty. Chu Yi looked at Lin Mo and smiled sweetly. As they drew closer, they exchanged smiles, as if each could feel the other's concern. Especially Chu Yi, who was sizing up Lin Mo from head to toe. Looking at him, she happily said, "Your outfit looks really nice." Lin Mo smiled back. "You look even prettier in that blue gauze dress." "Flatterer. Just following your example." The smile at the corner of Chu Yi's mouth grew even more pronounced. They walked side by side, chatting leisurely. Although both were nervous enough to hear their own hearts racing, smiles remained on their faces. What do you want to eat later? Chu-yi asked first. I want to eat tomato scrambled eggs over rice, Lin Mo replied. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, Chu-yi smiled. I guessed it. This is your favorite. Huh? You can guess that? Honestly, did you install surveillance in my house? Lin Mo joked, trying to keep the momentum going. Of course not. I occasionally saw you eating at the school cafeteria, and every meal had tomato scrambled eggs, so I guessed it, Chu-yi explained. Lin Mo was surprised for a moment. It seemed Chu-yi had been paying attention for a long time. Chu-yi tilted her head and looked at the dazed Lin Mo. What are you looking at me for? Come on, silly. Isn't it dummy? Why are you calling me silly again? Don't mention that. What do you want to eat? Me? I also want to eat tomato scrambled eggs over rice. The two happy people chatted as they walked straight to the cafeteria. They stood together so brightly that students around them turned to look. However, in the crowd, two voices could be heard simultaneously. The boys murmured in unison, "Wow, this goddess is so beautiful. Too bad she's taken. My heart is so deeply wounded by love. I'm done for. I believe in love again." Meanwhile, the girls were continuously whispering to each other, "Wow, this guy is so handsome. I'm really envious of the girl next to him. By the way, I've never heard of such a figure in school before. Could he be a new student this year? I remember now, they are indeed new students. I saw them at the new student registration this morning. That handsome guy is Lin Mo, the legendary perfect score scholar. What? So handsome and also such a good student. I'm in love. What should I do? Family. I want to go up and take him away. Save it. Who doesn't want to take Lin Mo away? But isn't that beauty next to him? She's so beautiful like a fairy. We can't compete. Sob, sob, sob." Lin Mo and Chu-yi were completely unconcerned about the envious or jealous gazes from those around them. They were used to it. However, what puzzled Chu-yi was how there could be so many gossip-loving students at Qingbei University. Shouldn't everyone be very dedicated to studying? To this, Lin Mo said, academic performance does not equate to personal quality. Although students with good grades generally have high quality, everyone has multiple facets, and each person changes every moment. I understand a bit, but as long as one stays true to oneself, that's enough. When Lin Mo said this, he recalled his past life. After entering an ordinary university, due to emotional blows, he gradually fell into despair, completely different from his current self. Yes, that makes sense. Chu-yi nodded in contemplation. After Lin Mo and Chu-yi got their food, they found a relatively less crowded place and chatted while eating. A meal that Lin Mo could finish in 10 minutes took an hour this time. This ordinary tomato scrambled eggs over rice had become their first memory at Qingbei University. From then on, Chu-yi had one more dish she liked. Meanwhile, Lin Mo gained a better understanding of Chu-yi's eating habits. For example, like him, she also didn't eat cilantro. After the meal, Lin Mo and Chu-yi strolled around the campus. The summer sun should have been scorching, but that afternoon, the weather was quite cooperative, with clouds appearing to deliberately shade them. Thus, the two walked from the east gate to the west gate, completing a full tour of Qingbei University, and then had dinner together before reluctantly parting ways. This day was destined to become a shared memory for the two of them. A day later, their leisurely time came to an end, and the rumored military training arrived as scheduled. On the first day of military training, all the freshmen were assigned to their respective battalions by class. Chu-yi and Lin Mo both belonged to the 2012 class 1 of the economics and finance major in the finance department, so they naturally ended up in the same battalion. Lin Mo's roommate was also Chu-yi's roommate. When they saw that Zhang Yunlong was in the same class, Lin Mo's two roommates were speechless for quite a while. Perhaps they didn't understand why Zhang Yunlong, who clearly loved music, chose this boring finance major. The day military training began, the sun was shining brightly. It seemed to signal that the upcoming time would be intense and passionate. When the freshmen all put on their camouflage uniforms and stood on the playground shouting slogans, the students' blood seemed to ignite as well. Listen, the battle horn is blowing. The strong army's goal calls ahead. Our country must be strong. We have to take responsibility. The battle flag is filled with iron-blooded glory. The military songs inspired everyone. This was also their youthful battle song. Intense military training was always accompanied by sweat. However, laughter was also constant. Take Lin Mo's class 1 of Battalion 3, for example. When the instructor randomly called on Lin Mo's roommate Zhang Yunlong, no one expected that the instructor would be completely caught off guard by his answer. The instructor asked, "Do you know why we organized you to participate in military training?" Zhang Yunlong replied seriously, "Report, instructor, to make sure we don't have to eat peaches while feeling cold." On the first day of military training, Zhang Yunlong, through his practical action, taught everyone in Class 1 of Battalion 3 a lesson. During military training, don't be a troublemaker, unless you're like Zhang Yunlong. You step forward. The instructor's face was serious, his voice booming with authority. Yes. Zhang Yunlong stepped out of the line and stood at the front of the squad. The classmates beside him all looked at him, feeling a sense of foreboding rise in their hearts. Especially Lin Mo. He had already experienced military training once in his previous life, so this time it was completely unremarkable for him, and he remained extremely calm and expressionless throughout. However, occasionally, when he made eye contact with Chu Yi standing to his right, he whispered, "Pay attention to plugging your ears later." Chu Yi looked surprised and whispered back, "Why?" Lin Mo shook his head helplessly and then motioned with his eyes for Chu Yi to look at Zhang Yunlong over there. At the same time, Feng Yang and LV Xiaoyu beside them were also quietly discussing. "Hey, fatty, do you think Brother Zhang will be asked to sing by the instructor later?" "What? No way. Didn't you just hear him singing enough in the dormitory? Then if the instructor asks him to do something else, do you think he would request to sing instead?" That's possible. A frog jumping on a scale? This guy really doesn't know his own weight." They had already experienced this troublemaker's antics in the dormitory, but they didn't expect him to showcase his talents in this kind of situation. It's going to be a disaster. When Zhang Yunlong walked to the front of the line, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Even the instructor's face showed a slightly amused expression. "Oh, nice little braid. Thinking of changing your ways? Do you need me to help you?" As he spoke, the instructor deliberately made a funny face. Zhang Yunlong instantly felt a tightness in his body. The scene left the classmates behind him feeling a chill down their spines. Suddenly, the instructor's expression changed, and he became serious, his gaze like lightning, fixed on Zhang Yunlong. "What is your name?" Zhang Yunlong felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, he even had the illusion that his bell was in danger. "Report, instructor, my name is Zhang Yunlong." When the instructor heard this, he was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, "Zhang Yunlong? Why not call him Jiao Yunlong Tisk?" "Zhang Yunlong, you violated the formation regulations. I punish you to perform a show for everyone." As soon as Zhang Yunlong heard this, he got excited. This was easy for him. Military training for college students isn't as strict as the legends say. It's quite relaxed. "Yes, instructor. Next, I will sing a song for everyone." "Ahem, let me clear my throat first." Zhang Yunlong readily agreed, making the instructor smile with joy. This kid clearly has artistic talent. I didn't misjudge him. The instructor was the first to applaud. The other students also started to clap. However, Lin Mo, Chu Yi, and nearby Feng Yang and Lu Xiaoyu were already preparing to cover their ears. 1 second later, Zhang Yunlong used his talent to ensure that the instructor remembered him, that the students in Class 3-1 remembered him, and that the other surrounding squads remembered him too. "Oh, I miss you at night." He used his resonant voice to make those closest to him realize that while some sing for money, he sings for his life. That one note was so sudden. Many female students unconsciously took a step back in fright. Even the instructor, standing closest to him, was taken aback. "I beg you to let me love you once more. Let love return to the starting point. On the day we broke up, I watched you walk away." Looking at Zhang Yunlong, who had sung a few lines but was completely off-key, the instructor could no longer endure it. Covering his ears, he kicked Zhang Yunlong. "Damn it, stop singing. I misjudged you." Feng Yang sighed from the side. "Brother Zhang's done for. He just lost the priority for choosing a partner in college. You should take a look at yourself first. Your pockets are cleaner than my face. Does Brother Jean still need to consider this? He wants to line up for his girlfriend's experience abroad. Hey, fatty, I just realized you can really talk a lot. Behind the 8 directions looking for the 9th. You've never seen the world. Lu Xiaoyu glared at Feng Yang. Feng Yang looked displeased. Entering the cow pen with your pockets. What are you pretending to be? Lu Xiaoyu said in a low voice. A country dog burps after eating too much. Hey, you little brat. Tonight I'll take you to see how your dad educates you. Chu-yi covered her ears, laughing uncontrollably with Lin Mo. Is this your new roommate? So interesting, ha! What's this? There are still 2 lively characters you haven't met. Lin Mo wore a helpless expression, but Chu-yi smiled and said, That's great. Life is full of joy. Spare me. I just want to be a normal person. As the saying goes, where there is a sleeping dragon, there must be a phoenix chick. Although the instructor had taught many batches of students, this time he still had his eyes opened. While running, he noticed someone who had fallen behind, panting heavily. Are you okay? The instructor asked with concern. Report, instructor. This student stretched out his tongue, gasping for breath while running, his face red like a ripe apple. The instructor looked bitter. How much do you weigh? Report, instructor. 110. 110? I weigh 150. Who are you trying to fool? I think you weigh 250. Instructor, I'm talking about kilograms. You fine. You don't need to run anymore. Go rest. Early the next morning, the students had already formed their lines, waiting for the instructor. As soon as the instructor arrived, he noticed something unusual about the formation. Where's your hat? The instructor asked a student from a southern region. Report, instructor. I woke up late today, and when I was looking for my hat, I accidentally put it next to my pillow, and someone elbowed it away. Can you speak properly? Can you not mess up your words? Report, instructor. After I finished talking in Cantonese last night, I couldn't fix my tongue. Is that even possible? I don't believe it, unless you say it again. Report, instructor. I'm a bit shaky. Are you trying to say you have a headache? The instructor was speechless. Everyone was stifling their laughter. Come on, repeat after me. Headache, 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 headache. Jelly. Forget it. You're just like that. The military training days were tough and exhausting, but they were also filled with laughter and joy. Although military training in college was not as strict, the physical training over the span of 10 days provided these young men and women who had just stepped into the university campus with a lot of valuable experiences. Here, they learned to stand at attention, salute, march, and step in unison. More importantly, they also learned perseverance, discipline, resilience, unity, and progress. Through repeated drills, they truly immersed themselves in the experience. And in the continuous running and training, they pushed their physical limits time and time again, becoming better versions of themselves. In facing these challenges, Lin Mo showcased the most outstanding and stable performance, winning the instructor's favor. He earned the opportunity to participate in the military training performance report. This was an opportunity envied by countless students. Only by getting this chance could they handle weapons. Chu-yi watched Lin Mo step out of the formation with excitement and said to him, Good luck. Lin Mo smiled and replied, Okay. He wasn't particularly interested in this kind of attention, but since he was selected, he decided to participate. He hadn't even held a weapon in his past life, so in a way, this was fulfilling a dream. After Lin Mo was chosen to participate in the military training performance report, he spent most of his time training in the center of the sports field. There were 50 people with him, but from his class, only Feng Yang was selected. They were picked by their class advisor and coach. As the coach put it, those participating in the performance represented the image of their class. So, the requirements were very high. In their class, only Lin Mo, who regularly exercised, and Feng Yang, who came from the countryside and often worked, passed the test. At first, Zhang Yunlong felt a bit dissatisfied. Why were only Lin Mo and Feng Yang qualified to participate? His physical fitness was also good, and he performed well in all aspects. He felt that the instructor was biased, favoring the good-looking Lin Mo. However, even though he felt this way, He didn't dare to voice it to the instructor and only secretly complained to Lu Xiaoyu. In response, Lu Xiaoyu said, "I think you're just a peacock flaunting its feathers without self-awareness. There are only 2 spots in our class. Do you think you're better looking than Lin Mo or can run faster than Feng Yang?" Although Lu Xiaoyu's words made Zhang Yunlong feel a bit upset, he knew deep down that Lu Xiaoyu was speaking the truth. Besides having a handful of silver cards, he indeed had nothing substantial to show for himself. How pathetic! How lamentable! From then on, whenever Lin Mo and Feng Yang trained in the middle of the sports field, all the students around would cast envious glances at them. They envied not only that they got to handle weapons, but also that they could learn various tactical movements. Covering fire, advancing search, shooting from a prone position, shooting while seated, rolling forward, close combat, smoke cover rescue. A series of operations left the other students dazzled. It's worth mentioning that Lin Mo seemed to have a unique talent in this area. Under the instructor's guidance just once, he performed all the movements extremely well. So much so that whenever the instructor wanted to take a break, he would let Lin Mo take over the teaching. To this, Lin Mo could only express helplessness. If it weren't for the fact that we get to eat watermelon during lunch, who would want to do this job? It's so hot. During a break, Lin Mo had just finished complaining to Feng Yang when suddenly a jug of water was handed in front of him. "Are you feeling hot? Quickly drink some water." This ethereal and gentle voice sounded next to Lin Mo, and when he turned around, he saw Chu Yi looking at him with a bright smile. Lin Mo also smiled happily. "Thank you." Lin Mo was extremely thirsty. He lifted the water bottle and took a couple of sips, suddenly recalling Chu Yi and wondering if she had anything to drink. "It's too hot. You should drink more water too." Chu Yi took the water bottle. "Don't worry, I've had some. All right, you all take a break. I won't disturb you." After saying this, Chu Yi took the water bottle and walked back. At the moment she turned around, the sunlight slanted across her delicate features. In that instant, she radiated beauty. Against the backdrop of her green camouflage uniform, her figure became even more enchanting. Lin Mo smiled and said, "Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal later." "Sure, I'll be waiting for you." Chu Yi waved her hand, and her silhouette gradually faded away. Lin Mo continued to gaze in a daze. Beside him, Feng Yang was already envious to the point of being unable to contain himself. "Mo, your girlfriend is really pretty. When will you help your brother find someone as beautiful? Do I need help to find a partner? Do you want me to help you on your wedding night too?" Lin Mo shot a glance at Feng Yang, who he found annoying. This guy usually had a good sense of propriety when it came to academic matters. So why was he being so unrestrained at this moment? Feng Yang was startled when he heard Lin Mo's response. "Old Mo, I was just joking. Hee hee. Finding a partner relies on my own efforts, but you know I grew up in the countryside and have no experience in this area. When you have time, give me a few tips." As Feng Yang spoke, he hurriedly started giving Lin Mo a shoulder massage. Lin Mo smiled knowingly. "That's not impossible. Next time, definitely. Then it's a deal." Feng Yang jumped up happily. Lin Mo also smiled joyfully. However, he was completely unaware of Chu Yi in the distance. Behind her, a boy was silently staring at Chu Yi's back in a daze. He was another rich second generation from Lin Mo's class. The son of the chairman of the Shi group, Shi Liji. Shi Liji, Shi Liji, Shi Liji. Important matters are worth mentioning 3 times. Shi Liji was low-key and deep, completely opposite to Zhang Yunlong's personality, to the extent that no one knew he was a rich second generation. This guy was extremely skilled at hiding himself. Therefore, Lin Mo had never noticed that since the military training began, this guy had been watching Chu Yi. Watching Chu Yi whispering with Lin Mo, eating together, and even bringing water to Lin Mo. Chu Yi was indeed too beautiful. At first glance, she was stunning, and upon a second glance, one would be captivated. Even though he had been with many women and had seen many beautiful women, he was still deeply attracted to Chu Yi. More importantly, Chu Yi was the daughter of the Chu group, while he was the young master of the Shi group. Both were from prominent families. Shi Liji realized that, After just a few days of interaction, he was starting to fall for Chu Yi. However, he knew that Chu Yi had a good relationship with Lin Mo, so he had refrained from approaching her. He was waiting for an opportunity. He needed to thoroughly investigate Lin Mo to know his background and roots before he could make a decisive move. He fully embraced his father's teachings. Either don't take action, or when he does, it must be with a thunderous strike to ensure victory. If Lin Mo were an ordinary person, that would be the best. If Lin Mo had some background, as long as it wasn't too powerful, he could definitely take action. As for Lin Mo having a stronger background than him, come on, brother, there are only a few who are stronger than the Sure group, and he knew them all. But there was no one with the surname Lin. Every year during military training, two types of voices can be heard. Please, dear God, let it rain heavily. This is the voice of the first-year students undergoing military training, suffering from the harsh treatment of the instructors and the sun. Please don't let it rain. Please don't let it rain. The other voice comes from the second, third, and fourth-year students. You guys are wasting your prayers for rain. Why? While over 10,000 of you are praying for rain, more than 30,000 seniors are praying for clear skies. Do you think God will listen to you? The ruthless instructor mocked, leaving the first-year students in tears. Lin Mo, however, was doing fine. After being reborn, he insisted on running every morning for half an hour. He knew that a healthy body is the real priceless treasure and the foundation of everything. In his previous life, he was a typical slacker. Although he eventually accumulated some wealth, his body developed various issues. Therefore, after being reborn, he focused on physical exercise. Although military training was tiring for him, it was far from reaching his physical limits. This surprised both the instructors and his classmates. Everyone thought that Lin Mo, with his excellent academic performance and handsome looks, was the kind of weak scholar who couldn't endure much. Unexpectedly, he could withstand such intense training and seemed to be handling it with ease. For a moment, even in the elite schools like Tsinghua and Beida, Lin Mo stood out the most. Unfortunately for many girls, the divine scholar was already accompanied by a stunningly beautiful girl. When the two stood together, they looked like a perfect match, making others envious. However, on this day of military training, something seemed off with Chu Yi. Her face was slightly pale, her forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, and her delicate face showed signs of fatigue. Lin Mo, who had been concerned about Chu Yi, immediately noticed. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. Chu Yi replied softly, her exquisite little face slightly flushed. You don't look fine. Let me take you to the infirmary. Your health is important, Lin Mo said with concern, as Chu Yi's expression was too strange. I'm fine. Chu Yi quickly waved her hand and shook her head. She wanted to explain something to Lin Mo, but suddenly felt dizzy, causing her to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. This startled Lin Mo, who quickly supported her and gently scolded. Why are you pretending to be strong? I'll take you to the infirmary. Hearing Lin Mo's somewhat reproachful tone, Chu Yi felt a warmth in her heart and even found it a bit sweet. Okay, she softly responded, obediently leaning against Lin Mo. Instructor, I'm applying for leave. Go ahead. Thank you, instructor. Lin Mo saluted the instructor, then lifted Chu Yi onto his back and headed toward the infirmary. Behind them, other classmates watched with envious and jealous eyes, especially the boys, who wished they could take Lin Mo's place. The girls were also envious, both of Chu Yi for having such a handsome and gentle boyfriend, and of the way he cared for and protected her. Where could they find their own Prince Charming? Would they ever meet someone as outstanding as Lin Mo? As Lin Mo and Chu Yi left, they spread a generous amount of dog food, causing all the single dogs around to wail in despair. The two of them left the playground hand in hand. This scene fell into the eyes of Sure Leji, who immediately frowned, his eyes flashing with anger. In his heart, Chu Yi had long been his person. How could he tolerate other men touching her? This was something he absolutely could not accept. Therefore, he remembered the situation from that day. Chu Yi, wait for me. One day, I will make you mine. Sure Leji gritted his teeth as he murmured, clenching his fists, his eyes filled with a sinister and ruthless light. On the other side, Chu-yi was resting her head on Lin Mo's broad and sturdy shoulder, feeling a happiness she had never experienced before, as if her whole heart was about to melt. She raised her head to glance at the handsome face close by, her eyes suddenly reddening, a hint of moisture appearing. Perhaps this is what fate is. If she hadn't acted impulsively and attended Qingchuan No. 1 high school, she would never have met Lin Mo and wouldn't have the beauty of the present. She would have followed her father's path, studying diligently, and then accompanied him to receive various business tycoons, learning about business. This wasn't the kind of life she desired, but it was a life she had to lead. In the eyes of outsiders, she was beautiful, gentle, virtuous, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, an expert in everything. She was the envy of everyone, a rich young lady, a princess cherished by all. Yet, deep inside, she felt bitter and lonely. She longed for a pure relationship, friendship, or perhaps a love that seemed out of reach. She understood that this was incredibly distant for her because her identity and appearance destined her never to obtain true love. She had never asked for much. She came to Qingchuan No. 1 high school not only to see Lin Mo, but also as her only act of rebellion against her father's arrangements, a silent protest against the fate that had been imposed on her. Undoubtedly, she had made the correct choice, although she still could not resist the path her father had laid out for her. At least in her tiresome life, she had met someone who brought color to her life. Lin Mo's existence was like a ray of light, a warm current that dispelled the cold deep within her heart. She wanted to lean on Lin Mo to gain warmth and comfort, to make her life beautiful again. She wanted to stay in this moment forever, in his embrace, enjoying a moment of peace. Perhaps Lin Mo himself didn't even know that on his back, the seemingly strong and proud girl was actually feeling tears welling up in her eyes. Every boy hopes to have a soul they can confide in, someone they want to protect. In truth, just like boys, every girl yearns to be protected, cherished, and loved. However, experiences differ in life, and the extent to which this special emotion is expressed varies. Some people express it without reservation, showing their passion wholeheartedly. Others, having gone through experiences, fear falling again and refuse to express their feelings, even deliberately avoiding them. Some will make themselves appear strong, as if they don't need protection, portraying themselves as aloof ice queens. But deep inside, they may have a soft and fragile soul, hoping for someone to love and protect them. However, in front of others, they disguise themselves as very strong. They are afraid of showing weakness, afraid that their softness will be discovered. Chu-yi was such a person. She had once secretly wiped the glimmer from the corners of her eyes in the dead of night. Because aside from being the daughter of the Chu family, she was just an ordinary girl in her blooming youth. It was precisely because of her soft heart that she pretended to be strong on the outside. The infirmary was very close enough that Lin Mo only took 5 minutes to carry Chu-yi over. However, the infirmary also felt very far enough that Chu-yi had already thought of names for their future child in her mind. What should the child be named? Lin Yu. That sounds good. Let's use this name. It has a long-lasting meaning. Lin Mo, I hope that your future days can become more and more brilliant. I hope your smile can be as warm as the rising sun, letting the world bask in its radiant glow. While Chu-yi was lost in her thoughts, Lin Mo gently set her down and said softly, "We're here. The infirmary has arrived." Lin Mo, thank you. Chu-yi's face flushed slightly, her gaze drifting, not daring to look at Lin Mo's breathtakingly handsome face, lowering her head shyly. This bashful Chu-yi made Lin Mo unable to help but take a few more glances at her. She seemed even more charming than before. However, Lin Mo didn't forget why he was here. He restrained himself from looking at Chu-yi and found a female nurse. "Doctor, could you please check to see what's wrong with her?" Lin Mo pointed to Chu-yi beside him. The female nurse was a woman in her 30s, dressed in uniform, looking dignified with a professional smile. She looked Chu Yi over a few times, then glanced at Lin Mo, her eyes showing a knowing expression. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. Truly a perfect match. She then said, "Please sit down. Let me take a look." After that, she began to carefully check Chu Yi's symptoms. After a moment, her expression became slightly serious as she said to Lin Mo, "What kind of boyfriend are you? Don't you know to take care during her menstrual period? It's obvious she has been exercising. Didn't you take a leave?" Lin Mo was stunned and after a moment stammered, I forgot to take a leave." Chu Yi's face turned red at first, but after hearing Lin Mo's words, she couldn't help but laugh. "Sister, it's not his fault. He didn't know about my period." Chu Yi quickly explained for Lin Mo. The nurse rolled her eyes and lightly huffed. "He doesn't even know this about his girlfriend? Is he really a competent boyfriend?" "Little sister, let me tell you, when looking for a boyfriend, don't choose one just for looks. Find someone who truly cares for you." The nurse began to lecture Chu Yi, taking on the role of a seasoned advisor. Chu Yi obediently nodded, not interrupting, quietly listening. Meanwhile, Lin Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he mentally noted Chu Yi's menstrual period. Throughout it all, neither of them explained the most important thing. "I'm not her boyfriend. I'm not his girlfriend. We are not a couple." Indeed, they had never confessed to each other, never confirmed their relationship, and had never kissed. But everyone else thought they were a couple, that they were lovers. After leaving the infirmary, Lin Mo held a pack of medicine in his hand, while the nurse continued to chatter behind them. "Hey, remember this clearly. Take this medicine 3 times a day. Little girl, if your boyfriend forgets again, just tell me, and I'll teach him a lesson." Chu Yi nodded repeatedly. "MMHM, I got it. Thank you, sister." The nurse shook her head and smiled. "Silly girl. Why be so polite? You really should be more aware. There aren't many genuine and kind people like you these days." After they exited the infirmary, seeing Lin Mo's somewhat helpless expression, Chu Yi covered her mouth and giggled. "So even the great Lin University god can have a tough time?" Lin Mo looked completely helpless and finally found an excuse to change the subject. In situations like today, why didn't you tell me in advance or take a leave?" Chu Yi smiled and said, "I saw that no one else was taking leave. Everyone was training hard, so I wanted to work hard with everyone too. But who knew my body would still be a bit weak? Next time, don't do this again. You always like to pretend to be strong, but it's not good for your health," Lin Mo seriously advised. Chu Yi stuck out her tongue and mischievously replied, "If that's the case, then I won't pretend to be strong anymore." She lifted her head to look at Lin Mo and said, "But if I stop pretending to be strong, what will I do if others bully me? I'm here, who would dare?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and countered, his tone calm, yet domineering. Seeing Lin Mo like this, Chu Yi chuckled and said, "Hee, Lin the University god is really impressive. Let's go. To thank you, I'll treat you to a meal." "Okay." The two walked along the tree-lined path, and at one point, they both stopped in their tracks. Under a tree in front of them, a boy was holding a bouquet of flowers, confessing to a girl. "Jijia, I like you. Would you be my girlfriend?" The boy knelt on one knee, holding up the vibrant roses, his face serious and nervous, waiting for the girl's response. "Okay." The girl felt a bit shy, but still nodded. "Yay, that's awesome." The boy jumped up in excitement, embraced the girl in front of him, and spun around a few times before reluctantly letting go. As they hugged and kissed, then held hands and walked away together, both Lin Mo and Chu Yi felt a strange emotion flicker in their hearts. If you want to marry Yi, that's fine, but Yi's dowry is the Chu group, and your bride price can't be less than 100 million. Lin Mo recalled the voice of Chu Qianhe in his mind. After fulfilling his agreement with Chu Qianhe, while she appreciated him, it was merely admiration. He liked Chu Yi, and he understood that she liked him to some extent, but he had never confessed. He was preparing to earn enough money and have the capability to stand on equal footing with the Chu group before bringing Yi home. Some love doesn't need to be proclaimed to the world. Some happiness doesn't need to be surrounded by stars. Some silent guardianship is love. Lin Mo watched the two of them walk further away, turning to the beautiful girl beside him. He smiled gently, Close your eyes. Huh? What for? Chu blinked her big, sparkling eyes, looking curiously at Lin Mo. You'll know once you close your eyes, Lin Mo said mysteriously. Seeing Lin Mo's mysterious demeanor, Chu blinked and obediently complied. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Chu slowly opened her eyes, and what greeted her was a handsome face. His smile was warm and radiant, and in his deep, dark pupils, it seemed like the vast stars were hidden. In his hand, he held a rose, its vibrant red petals sparkling in the sunlight, emanating a captivating glow. Chu-Yi's heart raced, her breath quickening. Do you like it? Lin Mo asked. Chu-Yi's face turned red, and she gently nodded. It's very beautiful. If you like it, then it's good. Lin Mo smiled and handed the rose to Chu-Yi. Chu-Yi took the rose, lowered her head to smell its fragrance, and the sweet taste instantly flowed into her heart, making her feel enchanted. Where did you get this rose? When I miss you, a rose blooms in my heart. A stone blooms? The military training was still ongoing, and Lin Mo had asked Chu-Yi to take 3 days off. Initially, he thought Chu-Yi would rest in the dormitory, but unexpectedly, he saw her back on the training ground the next morning. She sat under a tree in the shade, supporting her chin with both hands, watching Lin Mo as he trained. Everyone knew that Lin Mo, the academic genius, had a beautiful and cute girlfriend, which made his dorm mates incredibly envious. Lin Mo didn't bother to explain anything. Ever since the last incident, both he and Chu-Yi understood each other's feelings. They were, without a doubt, more than just friends, and calling them a couple wasn't an exaggeration. Day after day of training continued. The students' marching and kicking became increasingly standard, and their coordinated steps became more aligned. Lin Mo's tactical movements also became smoother, and he won several friendly matches. His outstanding performance earned him applause from everyone in class 2012-1, which made their instructor proud. His voice had grown considerably louder when he called out commands. However, the continuous training in the sweltering heat led to more and more students starting to complain, especially Lu Xiaoyu, whose weight was almost equal to his height. My legs feel like they've been filled with lead. Oh, my back is so stiff. Zhanga, quickly help me massage it, Lu Xiaoyu said, shifting his buttocks and turning his back to Zhang Yunlong. Zhang Yunlong looked at him disdainfully. You're covered in patches, and you still have so many problems? Do it yourself. Lu Xiaoyu's face immediately fell, looking at Zhang Yunlong with a hint of grievance. Why are you copying my way of speaking? Hey, how fresh. As if you're the only one who can speak like that. I didn't study Chinese for nothing, okay? Lu Xiaoyu rolled his eyes at Zhang Yunlong. You think you're seafood just because a mudfish touched some seawater? Zhang Yunlong shot Lu Xiaoyu a glare. Hey, your belly button is on your back. It's turn around. Saying this, he started tickling Lu Xiaoyu under his arms. Lu Xiaoyu laughed uncontrollably. Finally, after half a month of military training, they were nearing the end. There was only 1 day left until the results were to be evaluated, but there was a problem with Feng Yang and the others during training. One student accidentally threw a smoke grenade under Feng Yang's legs during training. That night, everyone witnessed the scene of Feng Yang's, but emitting green smoke. Lin Mo stifled his laughter as he pulled Feng Yang out of that embarrassing situation. After returning to the dormitory, Feng Yang kept complaining, sharing the thoughts he had during that moment with his roommates. I was just about to crawl forward when suddenly I felt something hit my butt, and then I saw smoke coming out from behind me. I don't know which idiot had such clumsy hands. With such a big training ground, why did he throw it at me? It's so embarrassing. It's truly social death. Feng Yang kept lamenting, while Lu Xiaoyu and Zhang Yunlong comforted him from the side. It's fine. It's just a smoke grenade that puffed on your butt. There's no real damage. Exactly, as long as it can still function normally. Is that what you call human conversation? The three were chatting happily when Lin Mo returned after escorting Chu-Yi back to the dormitory. Seeing this, Feng Yang quickly pulled Lin Mo, insisting that he teach him a few moves on how to pursue a girl. Lu Xiaoyu and Zhang Yunlong exchanged amused glances. At that moment, Feng Yang looked at Lin Mo, recalling the scenes of Chu Yi and Lin Mo walking together and laughing, and he couldn't help but feel envious. Seeing Feng Yang so sincere, Lin Mo decided to reluctantly teach him a couple of tricks. However, before doing so, Lin Mo asked Feng Yang a question. Do you have someone you like? Upon hearing this, Feng Yang was taken aback, stuttering as he spoke. No, there's nothing to talk about. How can anyone like me? Beside him, Zhang Yunlong started to laugh. Lin Mo, however, seemed to be deep in thought. His guess about the situation made sense. If this guy didn't like any girls, why would he come to him asking for advice on how to pursue one? Moreover, tonight, Lin Mo noticed that Feng Yang was acting very differently from usual. He seemed to be embarrassed by things like being thrown a smoke bomb in the playground. This indicated that there was someone he cared about on the playground. Otherwise, what did reputation mean to him? As soon as Lin Mo asked the question, Feng Yang's face turned red instantly. Zhang Yunlong seemed to understand everything. Oh, this wouldn't be your first love, would it? Come on, tell us which girl you like. Is she from our class or another class? How does she look? Zhang Yunlong fired off several questions in one breath, but shy Feng Yang hesitated at this moment, so he hurriedly changed the topic. Why are you guys so nosy? There's nothing. I can't possibly like anyone. It's the beginning of the school year. I don't know anyone. Zhang Yunlong had been asking for a long time, but still hadn't gotten a word out of Feng Yang. However, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed, Zhang Gu, I think I remember. Feng Yang has been staring at the girl next to Mo's girlfriend for the past couple of days. What nonsense are you talking about, fatty? Feng Yang quickly refuted as soon as Lu Xiaoyu finished speaking. I told you not to call me fatty. The fatty turned angry. I'll call you whatever I want. Feng Yang suddenly became assertive. You're really an old popsicle, old, cold, and single. Lu Xiaoyu shot back angrily. Seeing the two bickering nonstop, Zhang Yunlong and Lin Mo hurriedly pulled them apart. The two were just having a verbal sparring match. In no time, they were back to normal, sitting together discussing Yasuo's combo moves. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly remembered that Chu Yi had mentioned to him. The girl next to Chu Yi should be her roommate, named Lu Ruashi. Like Feng Yang, she was from the countryside, but he didn't know the specific details. However, just based on this, Feng Yang should have some common topics with this Lu Ruashi. It wouldn't be impossible to play matchmaker a bit, but it seemed like the timing was not quite right now. Lin Mo decided to wait and see, asking Chu Yi after military training was over. Lin Mo still underestimated Feng Yang's determination to pursue love. The next morning, Feng Yang got up 30 minutes earlier than usual. Yes, he got up early to wash his hair and face and to groom himself. He stood in front of the mirror, turning left and right. After fixing his hairstyle and adjusting his collar, he wiped his shoes for a bit. Those army green liberation shoes were polished to a shine by him. What could be done in 5 minutes, he spent more than half an hour on. This was quite explosive in the boys' dormitory. Lin Mo, Lu Xiaoyu, and Zhang Yunlong looked at Feng Yang at that moment with some emotion. Really, a boy changes a lot at 18. Why don't you wear a sweater too? Faced with Lu Xiaoyu's suggestion, Feng Yang looked puzzled. Why? Zhang Yunlong chimed in, it's over 30 degrees now. If you go out in a sweater, you won't just be a single dog anymore. You'll evolve into a hot dog. Feng Yang nonchalantly snorted, then continued to look in the mirror. Love comes too fast, like a tornado. He even happily hummed a tune. Feng Yang was already fantasizing about the military training report performance, imagining how one of his classmates would be staring at him. Lin Mo, Zhang Yunlong, and Lu Xiaoyu shook their heads helplessly, giving up on this love-struck brain. Love makes people intoxicated. Love makes people crazy. Forget it, he's beyond saving. Only Zhang Yunlong saw through it the most clearly. He patted Feng Yang on the shoulder, saying, Bro, take my advice. Love is poison, and you can't handle it. Feng Yang shot Zhang Yunlong a glance. I just like drinking poison. Lu Xiaoyu. Of course, love-struck brains don't care about gender, age, or education. Let him be. It's terminal cancer. He's already beyond saving. As the military training report performance approached, The daily training activities were finally coming to an end. Many classmates felt a bit reluctant, as this time, although tiring and hard, was fulfilling. The last day of military training was particularly relaxed, with a gathering in the morning followed by the military training report performance. Of course, the first to take the stage was the large contingent, with all the squads lined up in formation. Their steps were noticeably much steadier than during the initial training. Progress was evident in every little detail. Over the past 10 days, those qualities of resilience and strength that they had once possessed but forgotten had returned to their souls, becoming a part of them. The military training report performance went surprisingly smoothly. They marched past the podium, proud and spirited. The performance began. Before long, colorful flags formed a formation in the center of the playground. The entire playground was lively with fluttering flags. There were also singing and dancing performances, with the younger female students in short skirts dancing, which drew expected cheers from the crowd. Especially from some male classmates watching from below, their screams were continuous. Following this was the most exciting highlight of the military training: the hostage rescue drill. Lin Mo, as the leading soldier, stood in the most prominent position. He was dressed in camouflage, holding a steel gun, looking extremely handsome. Even before it started, all eyes in the audience were focused on him. When he began tactical movements with the steel gun, searching and advancing, it was as if a true soldier king had descended, his actions incredibly professional, leaving even the instructors dumbfounded. This talent was exceptional. After just half a month of training, he was nearly at the level of someone who had served for several years. As Lin Mo climbed over obstacles, his smooth and agile forward rolls drew cheers from his classmates. In close combat, his beautiful shoulder throws and grappling moves were exhilarating. Chu-yi watched Lin Mo at this moment, looking very much like his little fan. The performance was also very powerful, with no accidents this time. The smoke thrower was replaced, and they successfully rescued the hostages and withdrew to base. With a final, beautiful salute, the performance came to an end. Immediately, the audience erupted into warm applause. On the podium, the principal and all the instructors stood up to applaud. Meanwhile, the cheers from the male classmates echoed, and the screams from the female classmates were unending. Lin Mo, with his outstanding performance, not only received loud applause, but also earned the honor of being the military training model. Chu-yi felt very happy for Lin Mo. Seeing Lin Mo becoming more and more outstanding, she was even more delighted, realizing how correct her choice had been. The more she understood Lin Mo, the more she appreciated the strengths and resilience this ordinary boy from a humble background possessed. After the military training report performance concluded, Chu-yi and Lin Mo strolled around the campus. They had already changed out of their military camouflage uniforms and into their own clothes. Chu-yi wore a light pink chiffon dress, looking pure and beautiful. Lin Mo wore a blue and white striped shirt, appearing clean and refreshing. After half a month of military training, Chu-yi's skin remained exceptionally fair and tender. Even without skincare products, it remained moisturized. Lin Mo was similar. However, due to training, he had shed his youthful innocence and looked much more mature. The two silhouettes formed a beautiful scene against the setting sun at dusk. This was the thrill of youth, and also the sweetness of love. Tomorrow I'll take you to eat sauerkraut fish. I also have a gift for you, Lin Mo said. What gift so mysterious? So my birthday. Isn't tomorrow your birthday? Turning 18, of course, I have to give you a gift, Lin Mo smiled. Chu-yi turned her head, somewhat adorably puzzled. I didn't tell you. Have you been keeping it in mind all along? Chu-yi remembered that Lin Mo knew her birthday from several months ago during high school. She hadn't expected he had kept it in his heart. Lin Mo nodded and said, Yes, I care about everything deeply etched in my heart. How could I forget? Chu-yi felt a sweetness in her heart, her face breaking into a happy smile. Sure, but it might be a little late. I have things to do tomorrow. What do you have planned for tomorrow? Lin Mo asked nervously. Chu-yi chuckled. Silly, what are you thinking? I'm not going on a date with anyone. My father is coming to Yinjing. Uncle is coming, Lin Mo said in surprise. Chu Yi nodded, looking a bit troubled. Yes, he just arrived today. He's hosting a birthday party for me tomorrow and has invited many prominent figures from Yinjing. I don't like such occasions, but I know this is my father arranging connections for me in advance, and I can't refuse. Seeing the troubled girl before him, Lin Mo felt a pang of sympathy. He reached out and gently patted Chu Yi's head, comforting her. It's okay. I'll be there with you. You're coming too? Of course. I can't let my girl face everything alone. A warm feeling rose in Chu Yi's heart. She looked up at Lin Mo, her smile radiant. Lin Mo, thank you. There's no need to say thank you between us. Let's go. First have dinner, and then I'll take you to a place to watch the meteor shower. I heard the meteor shower tonight will be beautiful. I'm looking forward to it. Let's hurry up and go. In Olympic Forest Park, Lin Mo and Chu Yi lay on the grass, gazing at the starry night sky. There were many people around, all waiting for the beautiful meteor shower. Most of the crowd consisted of couples, holding hands or cuddling together. I was thinking, if I were just a girl from an ordinary family, would I be a bit happier? Chu Yi's voice rang out, filled with longing. I really like playing the piano, painting, and poetry, but those things feel so far away from me. It's just a pity that time won't turn back and fate cannot be changed. Lin Mo turned his head. Her words touched his heart. Time has turned back, and fate has changed. If you hadn't come to Qinchuan No. 1 High School, and we never met, what would our fate be like? Lin Mo murmured softly to himself, as if asking both himself and Chu Yi. Chu Yi smiled. How could that be, silly? The reality is that I went to Qinchuan No. 1 High School, and we met. There's no such thing as what if in this world. Since we've met, it's our best outcome. Although the future is uncertain, we have this moment together now, and I'm already very satisfied. Lin Mo chuckled. Chu Yi was right. In this world, how could there be so many what-ifs? Since the past has already passed, why should he be entangled in it? Even if he lived again, could it be more miserable than in his previous life? Look, the meteor shower is here. Suddenly, someone shouted, pointing at the sky, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The meteor shower was here? The crowd looked up at the sky and saw the stars twinkling brightly, dazzling and brilliant. Several meteors streaked across the sky, leaving behind a trail of colorful brilliance. So beautiful. Chu Yi tilted her head back, staring dreamily at the meteor shower in the sky. Lin Mo also quietly gazed at the meteor shower above. The meteors, with all their light and heat, radiated the most beautiful glow, leaving a deep mark on the dark sky. Their lives might be short, and after their peak, they fade into eternal silence. However, in this eternal silence, they leave the most beautiful moments that are unforgettable. Lin Mo, let's make a wish together. I heard that wishing on a meteor shower is very effective. Chu Yi pulled Lin Mo's hand, closed her eyes, and softly spoke. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth as he held her cool, soft little hand. He slowly closed his eyes, letting his thoughts drift, reminiscing about the past, and gradually immersing himself in it. He wished that one day in the future, he could stand at the pinnacle of the world and achieve legendary greatness. He wished that one day in the future, the person he liked and the person who liked him could be happy and healthy, accompanying each other for a long time. He wished that the girl beside him could always be with her, always protect her, and always be together. Moments later, Lin Mo opened his eyes, and Chu Yi was propping her chin on one hand, quietly looking at him. Lin Mo, what did you wish for? Chu Yi blinked, playfully asking. I hope we can always be together. Lin Mo smiled gently, looking tenderly at the girl before him. Chu Yi shyly replied, her cheeks flushed. By the way, your roommate, the tall one, does she have a boyfriend yet? As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, he felt a bit chilly, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He saw Chu Yi give him a glare and huff. What? Do you like tall girls? Do you want to pursue her? Cough, cough. You misunderstood. I was asking for my roommate. He's just a bit shy. Really? Lin Mo quickly nodded. Absolutely. All right then, I was just teasing you. My close friend is single. She doesn't have a boyfriend. How about it? I can introduce her to your roommate. Chu Yi joked. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Sure. After a moment, Lin Mo looked at the dwindling crowd and asked, shouldn't we head back? What time is it? Oh no, it's already 10:40. The dorm closes at 11. We need to hurry. Lin Mo grabbed Chu Yi and they jogged quickly to the entrance of the campus, where they hailed a taxi. Driver to Qingbei, please hurry. The dorm closes at 11. The driver looked at the two through the rearview mirror and cheerfully replied, All right, hold on tight. We'll get there in a bit. After a moment, watching the speedometer show 40 kilometers per hour, Lin Mo couldn't help but urge, Driver, there aren't many cars around. Why are you going 40? How are we supposed to make it before 11? The driver gave a knowing look. Young man, don't rush. Let me tell you, the speed limit around here is 40, and I'm already going as fast as I can. Whoosh! Just as the driver finished speaking, Lin Mo saw a car zoom past them. You call this a 40 kilometers per hour speed limit? This is ridiculous. Driver, I'll give you 200 yuan, just drive faster. Lin Mo couldn't hold back anymore and pulled out 200 yuan, handing it to the driver. The driver grabbed the cash and secretly gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, I'll definitely complete the mission. Saying that, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes. Watching the taxi move at a high speed of 30 kilometers per hour, Lin Mo was left in disarray. Driver, this speed is too fast, isn't it? Lin Mo was stunned. Hey, young brother, I'm an experienced driver. The driver replied with a smile. Experienced driver. Lin Mo twitched his mouth. A speed of 30 kilometers per hour, and he dares to call himself an experienced driver? Aren't experienced drivers supposed to drive at 100 kilometers per hour? Even at 60 kilometers per hour, we would have plenty of time to get back before the dorm closes. Seeing that it was already past 11, Lin Mo gave up struggling and helplessly told the driver, You're amazing. Little did he know, the driver thought he was being praised and chuckled. Of course, I'm the best of the best. Lin Mo stopped talking. He and the driver were clearly not on the same wavelength. 5 minutes past 11, the taxi stopped at the entrance of Qingbei, and Lin Mo and Chu Yi got out. Looking at the time, Lin Mo felt embarrassed. I'm really sorry, I didn't expect this driver to be so slow, which made it impossible for you to get back to the dorm. As soon as he finished speaking, the taxi suddenly dashed away into the night at almost 120 kilometers per hour, leaving Lin Mo standing there dumbfounded while Chu Yi covered her mouth and snickered. Lin Mo. Tell me, that driver clearly has great driving skills. Why is he driving so slowly? Is he deliberately trying to mess with us? Now look, the dormitory is closed, and we have no place to stay. Lin Mo and Chu Yi were walking on the dark road at night. He couldn't understand why the driver, who could clearly drive faster, was instead taking his time. Chu Yi's face had a slight blush, but in the darkness, Lin Mo didn't notice. I think it's probably because you gave him 200 yuan, which made him misunderstand your intentions. Misunderstand what? Think about it. Our fare was only a little over 10 yuan, and you gave him 200. Such an unusual action would naturally lead him to misinterpret your meaning. Lin Mo still didn't get it. If I gave him 200, shouldn't he drive faster? Chu Yi tilted her head and asked, Are you really that clueless or just pretending to be? Lin Mo shrugged, feigning a helpless expression. Chu Yi sighed and said, Heaven gave you a full set of looks and a full set of intelligence, but forgot one thing. What's that? That is emotional intelligence. Lin Mo looked up. In his past life, after being hurt by An Miaowei, he had not interacted with any female friends outside of work since. To him, love felt like a fierce flood beast. He had never tried to get close because he was afraid of being hurt again. If his emotional intelligence were high, how could he have been hung up on An Miaowei? There's a hotel up ahead. Let's stay there for the night and head back to the dormitory when it opens in the morning. Lin Mo pointed to a hotel not far ahead. The hotel wasn't large, but it was clean and tidy, which made Lin Mo quite satisfied. Cheheu yinodit. For some reason, her heart began to race, and her mind started imagining countless possibilities. Hello, we'd like to book 2 rooms, please. At the front desk, Lin Mo politely spoke to the 2 attendants who were chatting. 2 rooms. Hearing this, Chu Yi let out a soft sigh. As expected, the stone didn't open up. Everything was just an illusion. This idiot, how could he not know? Hadn't she given him so many opportunities? Sir, you want 2 rooms, right? The young female front desk attendant approached the computer to confirm. Yes, that's right, 2 rooms. Please wait a moment. The female attendant started typing on the computer, while the male attendant kept glancing back and forth between Lin Mo and Chu Yi. After a moment, he suddenly appeared to have an epiphany and stepped forward with a smile, saying, I'm very sorry, but there's only 1 room left now. Just 1 room? Lin Montauk found it. What a coincidence. He turned to look at Chu Yi and said, should we try another place? Before Chu Yi could respond, the male attendant interjected, Bro, it's the same everywhere. There's a meteor shower tonight. The surrounding hotels are already full, so there's no point in wasting time. Besides, I'm just trying to kindly advise you. It's not like we don't want to make money, right? Lin Mo fell silent. Given the circumstances, it seemed they could only stay here. But he still wanted to consult Chu Yi's opinion. What do you think? Chu Yi lowered her eyes and softly said, I'll listen to you. Lin Mo nodded and said to the 2 attendants, Then please book me a room. The male attendant chuckled, raised an eyebrow, and began typing rapidly on the computer, glancing at the female attendant who looked confused. After a moment, he handed a room card to Lin Mo. Room 520. There's an elevator over here. Thank you. Lin Mo paid the fee, took the room card, and brought Chu Yi into the elevator. Behind them, the male attendant made a gesture as if signaling that the task was complete. The female attendant looked at the number of available rooms displayed on the computer and raised her head in confusion to look at the male attendant. Brother, don't we still have several rooms available? Why did you say there's only 1? What do you know? Good thing I was here. Otherwise, you would have messed this up. Inside the elevator, the 2 were in completely different moods. Lin Mo appeared relaxed, while Chu Yi slightly pinched the hem of her clothes, her beautiful eyes fixed on the advertisements on the elevator wall, trying to cover her somewhat flustered heart. After a moment, the elevator reached the 5th floor, and Lin Mo led Chu Yi to the door of room 520. He handed the room card to Chu Yi, saying, I'm leaving first. Remember to get some rest early. Chu Yi instinctively took the room card, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts, never expecting Lin Mo would say this, leaving her a bit dazed. Lin Mo, where are you going? Lin Mo scratched his head. There's only 1 room left here. You stay here. I'll go see if there are other places to sleep. Chu Yi. This side of Lin Mo made Chu Yi both like him and feel helpless. She liked his gentlemanly demeanor, but felt helpless that he didn't understand subtlety. Of course, nobody is perfect. God is fair. Lin Mo, if you leave, what if something happens to me? Hearing Chu Yi's slightly aggrieved voice, Lin Mo was taken aback. After hesitating for a moment, he said, All right then. Chu Yi so my happy li. She opened the door and looked at Lin Mo, who stood outside motionless. Come in, Lin University God. What's wrong with you today? Lin Mo felt a little nervous. This was the first time he would share a room with another girl since he started sleeping with his mother at 3 years old. This kind of nervousness was something he had never experienced before, or rather, it was the first time, making him a bit unaccustomed. As he stepped into the room, a wave of fragrance hit him. The scent jolted Lin Mo's senses. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. When Chu Yi turned on the lights, he could finally see the layout of the room. The entire room was mainly in shades of pink, with various colorful paintings on the walls, giving it a dreamlike feeling. In one corner, there was a bouquet of roses emitting a faint fragrance. The most eye-catching feature was the large pink heart-shaped bed, with the sheets embroidered with small red hearts, adding a lot of ambiguous atmosphere to the room. The lighting in the room was not white, but a soft yellowish hue, which combined with the room's environment, made Lin Mo unable to help but swallow hard. In the air, there was a faint scent, unsure whether it was from the roses or the fragrance of a girl. Not only Lin Mo, but Chu Yi was also stunned, looking at the room filled with pink colors, somewhat lost in thought. She had initially thought this was an ordinary suite, but she never expected it to be a couple's suite. Lin Mo sat by the window, listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, his mind drifting somewhere far away. In the bathroom, Chu Yi was taking a shower. Although the glass was opaque, it still offered a hint of beauty that sparked the imagination. While he liked Chu Yi, he wondered if their relationship was developing too quickly. What if he couldn't hold back later? What if he did something that was even worse than beastly behavior? Wouldn't that hurt Chu Yi? Lin Mo shook his head, trying hard to dispel the thoughts in his mind. Splash. At that moment, the bathroom door was pushed open. Chu Yi emerged wearing a pink pajama, her wet hair cascading over her shoulders. Strands of hair clung to her snow-white skin, making her look even more enchanting. Her cute, delicate face glowed with a faint pink hue from her recent bath, resembling a blush that made her originally pure and beautiful features even more alluring. Especially her sparkling black eyes, which blinked playfully, made Lin Mo's throat tighten as he swallowed hard. It was truly deadly. Any normal person at this moment would probably lose control. Chu Yi's heart raced as she stole a glance at Lin Mo, only to find him looking at her with a gentle gaze. This made her cheeks instantly flush, filling her heart with sweetness. Oh, Lin Mo talked. Chu Yi's face turned redder. She bit her lip, shyly saying, Lin Mo's voice was hoarse and charming, making Chu Yi even more bashful, and her heart raced faster. Gathering her courage to look at Lin Mo before her, she asked, "Can you help me dry my hair?" Lin Mo nodded and walked over to her, picking up the hairdryer from the vanity to help Chu Yi with her hair. The warm yellow light bathed Chu Yi, her long eyelashes fluttering, evoking a sense of impulse. Being so close, the scent of the girl enveloped Lin Mo, making his throat move involuntarily. His fingers brushed through her soft hair, creating gentle waves. The girl's hair was smooth and easy to manage, with a texture far more exquisite than any girl he had ever touched, intoxicating him completely. "Lin Mo, do you like me?" Suddenly, Chu Yi asked softly. Her voice trembled slightly, her face flushed, making her look even more enticing. Lin Mo was taken aback and blurted out, "Of course I like you. I like that kind of you." Hearing his answer, Chu Yi lifted her head in surprise and joy. She looked at Lin Mo, her eyes sparkling like clear water, almost pulling Lin Mo in. Although he knew in his heart that she liked him, he still couldn't help but feel elated when she said it. Chu Yi bit her lip and gently leaned closer to Lin Mo, asking, "What do you like about me?" "Everything about you is wonderful. I like your gentleness, your kindness, your bravery, and I like everything about you," Lin Mo replied earnestly. Chu Yi smiled brightly. "Do you really think so?" "Yeah." Lin Mo nodded seriously and said, "You are truly the most wonderful girl in the world." Chu Yi asked, "Then, when did you start liking me?" "When?" "Probably the moment you instinctively stood in front of me that night." "Me too. When you threw yourself in front of me to block the knife, my heart was touched. I panicked when I saw you get hurt." Chu Yi's smile became even more radiant as she looked up at Lin Mo. "Meeting you is truly the luckiest thing in my life. Thanks to Su Ran for the assist. Without that nudge from Su Ran, perhaps they would have graduated high school and their relationship would have remained just friends. It was that injury that changed both of their destinies." Lin Mo smiled back at her. "So, we will always be happy together. We will always be happy together." Chu Yi murmured this phrase, but she felt like crying a little. She really wanted to be with Lin Mo forever, dreaming of it even. However, dreams are beautiful, while reality is harsh. She knew deep down how difficult it was for her to be with Lin Mo. It was as hard as climbing to the sky. Her father would never allow her to marry Lin Mo because their social standings were completely different. The gap was simply too vast. Although Lin Mo was outstanding, an elite graduate from Qingbei University who could earn $1 million a year. The difference compared to her family's wealth was like heaven and earth. How great was the gap? Even if the Chu family's assets were deposited in the bank, earning a mere 3% interest, they still accrued $1 billion a year. The annual interest was enough for a successful person earning $1 million a year to work for 1,000 years continuously. For her father, it was impossible to allow Lin Mo to marry her, while for her, Lin Mo was an irreplaceable existence. Lin Mo, can you hug me? Chu Yi's eyes were misty, her tears welling up, making Lin Mo's heart ache terribly. Of course, Lin Mo nodded, gently wrapping his arms around Chu Yi and pulling her into his embrace, inhaling her fragrant hair. This scent intoxicated him. This was their first hug, yet Lin Mo cherished it deeply. Chu Yi also wrapped her arms around Lin Mo, nestled against him like a little bird, feeling his strong chest and the rhythm of his heartbeat, resonating in her heart. Chu Yi's heart was filled with happiness. This happiness belonged to her and Lin Mo, at least for now. After a moment, a determined look appeared in Chu Yi's eyes, as if she had made some resolution. She tightly embraced Lin Mo's waist, feeling the warmth of his chest, then suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. Lin Mo's whole body trembled. He widened his eyes, unable to believe what was happening with the girl before him. He never imagined that Chu Yi would take the initiative to kiss him, making his heart race wildly. Feeling the youthful vigor and heat of the girl, he was overwhelmed with unexplainable excitement. As he felt the delicate and soft body of the girl in his arms, Lin Mo took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and deepened the kiss. Chu Yi let out a soft sound, her face turning red as her whole body felt numb. Her mind buzzed, as if she had lost her ability to think. Just when Chu Yi felt she was about to become lost in this moment, Lin Mo suddenly stopped. "I'm sorry, I almost couldn't hold back. I didn't hurt you, did I?" Lin Mo spoke softly, his breath still a bit hurried. He had almost lost control of his emotions just now, wanting to completely possess her, to hold her tightly and love her freely, releasing the turmoil inside him. "Silly, you don't need to apologize. It's past 10 o'clock. I've already turned 18. Chu Yi's voice was soft and sweet, carrying a tone that made one feel pity, especially with her flushed cheeks, which tugged at Lin Mo's heartstrings and made his heart race uncontrollably. "Happy birthday, Yi." "Oh, Lin Daxishin, did you go on a date last night?" As soon as Zhang Yunlong entered the dormitory, he started to laugh mischievously. "Is there any need to say that? We all saw him going out with Chu Yi, the campus beauty, yesterday." Lu Xiaoyu chimed in, looking quite sly as he added, "Tisk. Tisk, obviously. He even smells nice." Beside them, Feng Yang also joined in with a hint of jealousy. "Mo Gu, are you going to get your sister-in-law's roommate's contact information? You aren't just thinking about yourself and forgetting my happiness, are you? Get lost." Lin Mo shot a glare at his mischievous friends and ignored their teasing. After taking a shower and changing into a new outfit, he left again. He needed to prepare a gift. With the arrival of Chu Qinhe, Lin Mo knew that today's celebration for Chu Yi would be grand. Many prominent young heirs from Yanjing would be attending. Given this, the gift he had previously prepared seemed a bit lacking and needed to be more exquisite. Chu Yi's coming-of-age ceremony was being held at the Yanjing Grand Hotel, and with a wave of Chu Qinhe's hand, the entire hotel had been booked. The parking lot in front of the hotel was filled with luxurious Bentleys, Ferraris, and all sorts of high-end cars. There were even Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Lamborghinis, and a variety of supercars and luxury vehicles everywhere. Lin Mo's arrival was somewhat awkward. He had come by taxi. Although he was dressed handsomely and stylishly, the two security guards at the entrance didn't let him in. After all, who takes a taxi when they're wealthy and powerful? Even if you were to take a cab, wouldn't it be a luxury car? "Sir, we apologize, but please show us your invitation or prove your assets." "Only those with assets exceeding 5 million can enter," one of the security guards said sternly. Lin Montauk. He was being looked down upon. He had long surpassed 5 million in assets, but all his assets were in Jiangxing. How could he prove it? Those attending this grand event were either wealthy or noble, and ordinary people simply couldn't squeeze in, except for a select few from Yanjing. But that didn't stop some people without qualifications from trying to attend this banquet, hoping to make connections with those in power. After all, having a few wealthy friends never hurts. The security guards had seen enough. Many today were trying to sneak in, but were thwarted by their sharp eyes. However, this young man, who looked quite refined, was also trying to sneak in, and that was not going to happen. Yes, Lin Mo's hesitant attitude made them think he was just another ordinary person trying to slip through the cracks. At that moment, a BMW drove up to the hotel entrance. Among the many luxury cars, this BMW looked quite ordinary, but it caught Lin Mo's attention, because the person getting out of the BMW was actually An Miaowei. It was clear that An Miaowei had dressed up specially today, wearing a low-cut short dress that revealed her delicate and tempting skin. Beside her was another girl, looking about 18 or 19, whose appearance was not particularly striking, but had an overly made-up face that seemed quite tacky. Wei, let me tell you, this is a grand gathering of Yanjing's elite. I heard all 4 major families are coming, and it's filled with wealthy people inside. I spent a lot of money to get this ticket, so remember to smile when we go in. Don't offend anyone. Just mingling with anyone inside could give you a boost. With your looks and figure, you will definitely attract some super rich air. This is your chance to rise above. The girl spoke to An Miaowei as they approached the hotel entrance. It was then that both of them noticed Lin Mo standing nearby. An Miaowei's expression stiffened slightly. She hadn't expected to see Lin Mo here. However, the girl beside her lit up with excitement. Clearly, Lin Mo's looks and demeanor had caught her attention. Estimated, he's probably some handsome, rich second generation. It's extremely rare to see such a handsome, rich second generation in this world. This brother, my name is Zhang Qian. May I ask how to address you? Zhang Qian approached with a beaming smile, her voice sweetly asking. At the same time, a strong scent of perfume wafted over, making Lin Mo frown. Lin Mo frowned slightly, but did not respond. He didn't like this kind of girl. She seemed too fake. This beautiful young lady, don't mind him. He doesn't even have the qualifications to enter. A small, wealthy second generation who was watching the fun spoke up, jealous of Lin Mo's good looks and mercilessly trying to undermine him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian was stunned. What the hell? He actually doesn't have the qualifications to enter? So it turns out he's just a poor guy. Although he looks decent, can looks put food on the table? Just now, Lin Mo's attitude made her dislike him even more. Thinking of this, Zhang Qian immediately retracted her smile and sarcastically said, "If you don't have the qualifications to enter, what are you doing standing here? Hurry and leave. This place is not for poor people like you to afford. You still dare to stand here without qualifications? You really have some guts. Do you know where this is? It's a high society banquet, the top gathering place for elite families in Yanjing. A poor person like you can't even get in." Zhang Qian said arrogantly. Lin Mo glanced at her indifferently, too lazy to explain. With someone like her, was it worth his time? The fact that An Miaowei was with someone like this further lowered his opinion of her. Lin Mo's behavior only enraged Zhang Qian further. Zhang Qian exploded. She pointed angrily at Lin Mo, shouting, "What right do you have to ignore me, you country bumpkin?" Lin Mo looked up at Zhang Qian, the corners of his mouth curving into a mocking smile, coldly saying, "Why should I answer you?" "You." Zhang Qian trembled in anger. This was the first time a man dared to speak to her like this. "I'll tell you, this is a high society banquet, and anyone inside is 100 times stronger than a loser like you," Zhang Qian said angrily. Lin Mo glanced at Zhang Qian lightly, shaking his head as if looking at a fool. Who knows which mental hospital she escaped from? Someone should take her back quickly. "Lin, you should leave here. This is not a place you should be." An Miaowei finally spoke up, letting out a light sigh, as if feeling sorry for Lin Mo. Although being academically gifted is impressive, Lin Mo really didn't qualify for this level of banquet. "Did you hear that? This is not a place you should be. Don't stand here and be an eyesore." Zhang Qian immediately said with a sense of pride, Wei, let's go. Otherwise, some people might embarrass themselves and refuse to leave, and that would be troublesome. So you think you're something special? Lin Mo suddenly turned to Zhang Qian, his gaze gradually becoming sharp. He hated people who looked down on others with their noses in the air. Of course, my dad is Zhang Yunlei, the general manager of Ludong Group. His annual income is something you could never earn in your lifetime, Zhang Qian said with a proud laugh. Lin Mo, however, just smiled. The general manager of Ludong Group? Is that impressive? The Ludong Group is a small entertainment company in Yanjing City, with total assets in the hundreds of millions. Indeed, the Ludong Group is stronger than the current Lin Mo, but that's the combined strength of the entire group. What does a mere general manager count for? To ordinary people, the general manager of the Ludong Group is a figure of high status, an unattainable existence. But for someone like Lin Mo, whose worth is in the hundreds of millions, what does it mean? A general manager is just that, a manager. The real power in a company lies with the board of directors. You can be the general manager today, but you could be out the door tomorrow. Coincidentally, the true power holder of the Ludong Group, Lu Ludong, is a partner of the Chu Group and has met Lin Mo before. He even has Lu Ludong's contact information. Let's not forget, Lin Mo has another identity as the youngest investment advisor of the Chu Group. Moreover, he fully controls an investment company under the Chu Group with assets exceeding 100 million. The small entertainment company and the large entertainment group are in a cooperative relationship. Therefore, it's clear who urgently needs cooperation and who holds the initiative. And Lin Mo, as an investment advisor for the Chu Group, has the ability to persuade the Chu Group not to cooperate with the Ludong Group. Thus, Lu Ludong is even more eager to engage with Lin Mo and discuss matters, potentially continuing cooperation with the Chu Group. Lu Ludong has given Lin Mo a very high evaluation, believing that he will surely become a prominent figure in the business circle in the future. Hearing Zhang Qian's words, Lin Mo chuckled. Is the general manager of the Ludong Group really that impressive? Of course, Zhang Qian proudly replied. That's a position you'll never reach in your lifetime. Being able to work as a security guard for the Ludong Group is already an honor for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo shook his head and laughed, thinking this woman must be out of her mind. If her parents knew they had such a ridiculous daughter, who knows if they would be furious? He took out his phone and shook his head, saying he is currently the general manager of the Ludong Group, but who knows if that will be the case later. Huh? Zhang Qian suddenly burst into loud laughter, her voice filled with disdain and mockery. After she finished laughing, she disdainfully looked at Lin Mo and said, Who do you think you are? My relative is not just a general manager. He might even be promoted to vice president. Lin Mo shrugged and calmly replied, Then congratulations, you'll soon hear good news about your relative. His tone was extremely calm, as if he were simply stating a very straightforward fact. Hello, Uncle Lu. Lin Mo called Lu Ludong directly and said straightforwardly, I need your help with something urgent. Oh, it's Xiao Mo. What can I do for you? If Uncle Lu can help, I will definitely assist. I want to ask, is the general manager of your company someone named Zhang Yunlei? Seemingly sensing the coldness in Lin Mo's voice, Lu Ludong, a seasoned veteran in business, understood the situation. Yes, that's him. What's the matter? Did he do something to upset you? Don't worry. If it's him, Uncle Lu won't let him off the hook. Without a doubt, Lu Ludong chose to stand by Lin Mo without the slightest hesitation, especially considering Lin Mo's potential future prospects. Even for the current Lin Mo, 10 Zhang Yunlei eyes would have to step aside. After hanging up, Zhang Qian still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. She continued to mock Lin Mo, saying, Is this supposed to be interesting? Who are you pretending to call? What a show. Seeing Lin Mo remain silent, Zhang Qian couldn't help but scoff again. Why don't you call a few more? Keep pretending. I want to see how long you can keep it up. She believed in her relative's influence. The Ludong Group has some reputation in Yanjing, and her relative is the general manager. While he may not be at the top, he is certainly well above the average. At this moment, due to Zhang Qian's unreasonable behavior, A crowd had gathered at the hotel entrance, all watching the spectacle. Since Lin Mo made the call, An Miaowei was completely confused. She didn't understand what Lin Mo was trying to do. After all, in her eyes, he was merely an ordinary person. The Chu group behind Chu Yi is a massive entity, but that has nothing to do with Lin Mo. Thinking of this, she recalled something, and a hint of pride and pity appeared in her eyes. After entering Beijing, she realized how much better than Lin Mo she was. There were so many top-tier second-generation wealthy individuals. Just by associating with one of them, 100 Lin Mos wouldn't be enough to compete. Furthermore, didn't Lin Mo like Chu Yi? Who is Chu Yi? Does Lin Mo even qualify to be with Chu Yi? In high school, she didn't understand these things and had no concept of social class. But now she knew that Lin Mo wanting to be with Chu Yi was impossible for his entire life. Lin Mo, you so ruthlessly rejected me back then. In the future, I want you to beg me to take you back. Wow! A gasp erupted from the crowd, followed by the roaring sound of a supercar as the true top-tier second-generation wealthy individual made his appearance. The bright red Ferrari. Could it be that the second young master of the Zhang family has arrived? Damn, look at that design. It really is him. I heard that the 4 great families of Beijing would show up this time, and I didn't expect them to actually come. Mo Qinyan also saw it. He didn't even need to look. Just by hearing the roar of that Ferrari, he knew who it was. He had heard the same sound before at school. Zhang Yunlong had arrived. As soon as he appeared, he became the focus of the entire venue. The bright red Ferrari and his super wealthy background made him shine like a star. Even Zhang Qian and An Miaowei, who were standing beside each other, brightened up. This was a true young master of a wealthy family. The Zhang family was one of the 4 great families in Beijing, not weaker than the Chu family. Moreover, the influence of the Zhang family in Beijing was even stronger, mainly because the second young master of the Zhang family was still single. If they could climb up to such a top-tier second-generation wealthy individual, even if they became a mistress, they would be willing. As they watched Zhang Yunlong walk towards the hotel entrance, Zhang Qian and An Miaowei tidied up their outfits, revealing what they believed to be their most beautiful smiles. Especially Zhang Qian, who used her sweet voice to say, "Young Master Yunlong, long time no see. How have you been recently?" Although An Miaowei didn't speak, she also slightly pushed up her chest, hoping to attract Zhang Yunlong's attention. But Zhang Yunlong walked past the 2 of them without even glancing their way. In his eyes, there was only one person. That was Lin Mo. Mo, good, you're here too. If I had known you were coming, we could have come together in my car. Walking up to Lin Mo, Zhang Yunlong chuckled, his demeanor extremely friendly, as if he and Lin Mo were old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. This left everyone in shock, especially Zhang Qian and An Miaowei. Zhang Yunlong actually knew Lin Mo and was so familiar with him? How was that possible? Compared to An Miaowei's disbelief, a hint of fear emerged in Zhang Qian's eyes. If Lin Mo was that close with Zhang Yunlong, then her previous words must have offended Lin Mo terribly. Beep beep. At that moment, Zhang Qian's phone rang. Seeing that it was her father calling, a sense of foreboding rose in her heart. "Hello, Dad, what's up? You still have the nerve to ask what's up? Damn it. Who did you offend outside? Your father has already been fired by the Lu Dong group." Although she didn't have it on speakerphone, An Miaowei, who was beside Zhang Qian, also heard her father's roar. Bang! Zhang Qian dropped her phone to the ground, staring blankly at Lin Mo, her head buzzing, feeling as if the world was spinning. An Miaowei also covered her mouth, looking at Lin Mo in shock. Was this really the Lin Mo she knew? It had only been 3 months since An Miaowei last saw Lin Mo, and he had undergone such a dramatic change? An Miaowei was completely bewildered. As Zhang Qian's close friend, she was well aware of Zhang Qian's background. Her father was the general manager of a company, and their family assets were worth over 10 million. In Yanjing, that was quite impressive. In a small place like Jiangcheng, it could be said they were immensely powerful. Who would dare provoke them? But Lin Mo, with just a casual phone call, managed to have Zhang Qian's father dismissed. Just one phone call? What kind of power was this? What kind of immense influence and wealth must be behind it? What on earth was going on? An Miaowei was completely stunned, as if turned to stone. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, appeared to have lost her soul. Her face was pale, and she slumped against the railing, murmuring, How is this possible? She realized that she had offended a real big shot. She had thought she could cling to a powerful figure, but in her arrogance, she had instead made an enemy of them. Now, having spoken so carelessly, she regretted it immensely. What's going on? Are they your friends? Zhang Yunlong glanced at An Miaowei and Zhang Qian, frowning slightly. Lin Mo shook his head to indicate they were not. Then what are you standing there for? Let's go, the party is about to start. Zhang Yunlong laughed, pulling Lin Mo toward the entrance of the hotel. At this moment, the two security guards naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to stop them. Thus ended an amusing farce, as the onlookers sighed in sympathy. Miss Zhang has really hit a brick wall this time. She might be blacklisted by the big shot, and no one in the circle will dare to associate with her family anymore. Who on earth is that person? One word, and he can make someone like Zhang Yunlei lose their job. He must have at least hundreds of millions in assets, right? Powerful and influential. And he's also handsome. Simply a perfect male idol. Various teasing remarks echoed around, but no one paid any more attention to Zhang Qian and An Miaowei. Zhang Qian's face was ashen as she stood there in a daze, as if she had lost her soul. In the lobby of the Yanjing Grand Hotel, it was now extravagantly decorated, with a luxurious and opulent atmosphere. The lobby, measuring about 800 or 900 square meters, was filled with tables and chairs. At this moment, many people had already gathered in the lobby, including well-dressed elites in suits, as well as alluring women and youthful beauties. Several huge crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting brilliant light that illuminated the guests, making them appear even more distinguished. A row of celebrities gathered here, raising their glasses to converse, clinking glasses and complimenting each other. As soon as Lin Mo and Zhang Yunlong entered, they heard someone call out, Zhang Ershao has arrived. Immediately, all eyes turned towards the entrance. Wow, so this is one of the 4 young masters of Yanjing, Zhang Yunlong. It's about time. We've been waiting for him forever. Let's hurry and take a picture with him. This is my idol. He's so cool, simply mesmerizing thousands of girls. Who is that young man beside him? He looks so handsome. Could he also be some rich heir? I don't know him, but since he's young Master Yunlong's friend, he must be formidable too. With Zhang Yunlong's arrival, the entire lobby erupted in excitement. People rushed towards Zhang Yunlong, eager to shake his hand and take pictures with him. Zhang Yunlong smiled as he dealt with the crowd, accustomed to this lively atmosphere. Slow down, one at a time. This beautiful lady, what do you mean? You give one kiss and run away? At least give 2, right? Meow, I only kiss girls tonight, no men. Amidst the bustling crowd, Lin Mo quietly found a corner and sat down in a spot where no one was present. He looked at the lively scene before him, but through the reality, he saw loneliness and solitude. Everyone was putting on forced smiles. Everyone was pretending to be enthusiastic. This is what gatherings of the upper class look like. There are no real emotions, just pretentiousness for the sake of interests. Among the upper class, there are also different tiers. The lower tier wants to cling to the middle tier, while the middle tier hopes to leverage the power of the upper tier to reach even higher levels. Chui disliked this extremely hypocritical banquet, and Lin Mo felt the same way. Fortunately, Zhang Yunlong and other top-tier wealthy heirs attracted too much attention, so not many noticed Lin Mo, allowing him to enjoy some peace. The 3rd young master of the Shi family has arrived. Someone shouted, and the atmosphere in the hall became even more lively. Lin Mo spotted someone he vaguely recognized. After pondering for a moment, he realized it was his classmate, Shi Liji. From the discussions around him, Lin Mo quickly learned that this usually low-key Shi Liji had an astonishing background. He was the 3rd young master of the Shi family, one of the 4 prominent families in Yanjing. His status was not inferior to that of Zhang Yunlong, the most elite second-generation rich. The appearance of Shi Liji attracted many people to welcome him. After all, there are not many wealthy people in this world, and Shi Liji is definitely among the best. Young Master Shi, I toast to you. Brother Shi, this drink is for you. I'm now your little brother. If you have any orders, I will handle everything. Young Master Shi, your friends have arrived. I'll take the young master out to have some fun tonight. I know a great place. Facing wave after wave of flattery and pandering, Shi Liji appeared unfazed. Instead, he scanned the crowd with an intent gaze. After a moment, he noticed a figure in the corner, and upon realizing who it was, his eyes revealed a hint of provocation. Lin Mo's identity he had already investigated thoroughly. Just a child from an ordinary family in Jiangsheng. Someone like this, how could he be worthy of being with Chu Yi? He wouldn't even be fit to carry his shoes. But Lin Mo furrowed his brow deeply. He sensed the hostility in Shi Liji's gaze, as well as a condescending attitude. He was not unfamiliar with this kind of look. He had seen it many times before and instantly realized that Shi Liji's target was him. And it was very clear. This was not a friendly approach. Lin Mo thought back. He could be absolutely certain that he had never offended him. So it seemed that it could only be because of Chu Yi. Given Chu Yi's background and beauty, Lin Mo knew there would be many rivals, but he didn't expect one to show up so quickly, and an important one at that. The Shi family is truly a colossal entity, not inferior to the Chu group. Although both might face collapse soon, for now, they were a real giant. Lin Mo was not anxious. He believed that he would deal with whatever came his way. Shi Liji's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile, his eyes filled with disdain. Someone like this dares to compete with him? Truly overestimating himself. The lively atmosphere in the hall continued for half an hour before the person in charge finally arrived. Chu Qianhe, dressed in a suit, made his appearance. As the richest man in Jiangsheng and the head of the Chu group, his aura was undoubtedly strong. As soon as he appeared, the originally boisterous hall suddenly quieted down significantly. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored that you could take the time to attend this banquet, Chu Qianhe said. Today, all of you present are esteemed guests of mine. If there are any shortcomings in my hospitality, I hope you will forgive me. With a smile, Chu Qianhe spoke, showcasing his authority and the demeanor of a successful person. Mr. Chu, you're too polite. It is our fortune to be invited today. How could we dare to complain? Haha, Mr. Chu is truly too humble. Yes, just being able to attend this kind of banquet is already very satisfying. Everyone laughed in agreement. Here, each person might be a prominent figure outside, but in front of someone like Chu Qianhe, the richest man in Jiangsheng, they still had to maintain the proper etiquette. I am deeply grateful for your attendance, Chu Qianhe said, smiling as he began his speech. His words were concise, yet every sentence was very appropriate, earning the respect of all present. This is the remarkable quality of Chu Qianhe. Not only is his business acumen exceptional, but he is also articulate and persuasive. Faced with such a business veteran, even super second-generation figures like Zhang Yunlong and Shi Liji seemed to dim in comparison. Both of them came from well-off families, not weaker than the Chu group, but the assets they controlled were far less. After all, they were not the sole heirs of their families, who could easily inherit their family businesses. In contrast, Chu Qianhe himself was a true business magnate, a top-tier figure that many aspired to be associated with. Chu Qianhe's gaze swept across the room, and upon seeing Lin Mo, he smiled even more joyfully, a hint of an inexplicable expression flashing in his eyes. Lin Mo felt a bit guilty. After all, he had just consumed the cherished daughter of Chu Qianhe, whom he had raised for so many years. Chu Qianhe chuckled and continued. The reason for gathering everyone here today, besides the celebration, is to discuss something else. He paused for a moment, creating suspense and piquing many people's curiosity. What is it, Mr. Chu? Just let us know. Uncle Chu, hurry up and tell us. I'm getting anxious just waiting. Mr. Chu, don't keep us in suspense. Ahem, since everyone is so eager, I won't beat around the bush. Chu Qianhe lightly coughed. I have a daughter named Chu Yi, who is exceptionally beautiful, virtuous, and talented. Now that she has come of age, I am holding a coming-of-age ceremony for her today, inviting all of you to join in the celebration." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room erupted. Chu Qin's daughter had reached adulthood. Many people knew that Chu Qin had no sons, only a daughter named Chu Yi. Soon, the vast wealth of the Chu group would belong to Chu Yi and ultimately to her husband. By hosting a coming-of-age ceremony for Chu Yi, Chu Qinha was not just celebrating her adulthood. His greater purpose was to find a suitable husband for his daughter. Whoever could marry Chu Yi would ascend to great heights, possessing hundreds of billions in wealth and reaching the pinnacle of life. As the saying goes, people strive for higher positions while water flows downwards. Everyone understands this principle. Almost all the eligible elites, facing such tremendous temptations, harbored this thought. That is to win the heart of the Chu family's precious daughter. They even overlooked Chu Qin's earlier remark about Chu Yi being exceptionally beautiful, virtuous, and talented. Please, with such a stunning young lady, not to mention her beauty, even a person as charming as Sister Hua would be impossible to refuse. Chu Qinha had already anticipated the reactions of the crowd. He smiled and looked down at the people. "Now, I present to you my daughter, Chu Yi." As Chu Qin's voice fell, the entrance of the hall was opened once again. A breathtakingly beautiful woman dressed in a white long gown slowly walked in from outside. Upon seeing this enchanting figure, all the men present had their pupils dilate, staring dumbfounded at the entrance. A flawless, perfect face greeted everyone's eyes, causing them to hold their breath in awe. Her features were three-dimensional and exquisite, her skin as white as snow, and her pair of eyes sparkled like the stars in the night sky, seemingly gathering the entire galaxy within. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, soft and smooth, her skin white as jade, delicate to the touch. Those eyes seemed to ripple like autumn waves, filled with a sense of spirit and purity. Her long hair framed her stunning face, making her even more charming and captivating. Especially her figure, with a delicate waist that could be grasped by a single hand, her long legs standing straight and tall. She could only be described as perfect. In an instant, the vast hall fell into silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Upon seeing Chu Yi, expressions of astonishment and fascination emerged in everyone's eyes. So beautiful, truly too beautiful. The daughter of the Chu family has just come of age, hidden away in her boudoir, unknown to the world. With a single smile, she bewitches, and the beauty of the 6 palaces pales in comparison. Such a world-shattering beauty. Perhaps even a fairy would be no match for her. Beautiful, with a perfect figure, the daughter of the Chu family. Each aspect alone makes her exceptional. When all these attributes are gathered in one person, it is more than just shocking. So beautiful, such a lovely girl. Is she really the daughter of the Chu group? She looks nothing like the wealthy lady I imagined. Let me marry this fairy before me. I would willingly trade 10 years of my life for that. Forget about trading 10 years. I'd even settle for living only 10 years. Well, let's not go that far. You don't have 10 years left anyway. Wouldn't that be taking advantage and being coy? In the hall, people whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with heat as they looked at Chu Yi, wishing they could hold her close and cherish her. Even Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had seen Chu Yi in such a glamorous state. Such a mesmerizing beauty would cause any man to lose his reason, wanting nothing more than to claim her as his own. Upon arriving, the first thing Chu Yi did was scan the crowd with her beautiful eyes, searching for the person in her heart. Sure enough, when she spotted Lin Mo in the corner, she smiled. This was the first time she had genuinely smiled in such a gathering, and that breathtaking smile drew the attention of countless people around her. So beautiful, even more beautiful when she smiles. In this moment, perhaps only a poem can describe it. In front, there is a beautiful woman, unique and unparalleled. One glance can topple a city, another can topple a nation. A beauty that can topple cities and nations is hard to find. Faced with such a stunningly beautiful and gentle-looking young girl, hardly anyone could resist her charm. After a brief silence, the room erupted into wild screams, applause, and praises. "Oh my God, Chu-yi is actually smiling at me. I'm so lucky. She's smiling at me. Have you looked in the mirror? You look like a pig. She's definitely smiling at me. I think I'm in love already. Look, she's staring at me. Oh my God, I feel like I'm soaring." In an instant at the banquet, everyone was clapping and praising. Meanwhile, the old fox, Chu Qianhe, glanced at Lin Mo with a look that seemed to say, "Let's see how you handle this, kid." He hadn't directly invited Lin Mo to participate, as he wanted to use this method to test and challenge him. His daughter wasn't without admirers. On the contrary, she was immensely popular, with countless people who liked her. Among them were top-tier wealthy heirs, powerful elites, and entrepreneurial geniuses. You kid, don't think that just because of your little achievements you can float around. Winning the heart of a beauty and her approval is not that easy. At this moment, An Miaowei also blended into the crowd. Zhang Qian had already left, and beside her was a man who looked well-mannered. As soon as she entered, she noticed Chu-yi, who was the center of attention, and a trace of jealousy flickered in her eyes. Her carefully chosen outfit was instantly overshadowed by Chu-yi. The difference was too glaring. Back in high school, when students were innocent and hardly paid attention to backgrounds, she could still be mentioned alongside Chu-yi. Although she couldn't compare to Chu-yi, at least she could be mentioned together. But now, the gap between her and Chu-yi was like heaven and earth. There was simply no comparison. She wasn't even worthy of holding Chu-yi's shoes. Chu-yi had already become the most dazzling heroine, while she was nothing more than an inconspicuous passerby. Even the refined-looking man who brought her in was now mesmerized by Chu-yi, showing no interest in her at all. This disparity filled An Miaowei with a sense of defeat. She complained about the unfairness of fate in her heart. Why was there such a vast difference in their destinies? However, when she noticed Lin Mo sitting alone in the corner, a glimmer of hope rose in her heart. Wasn't Lin Mo also someone with a huge gap compared to Chu-yi? "Thank you all for coming to my birthday party. Tonight, all guests present will enjoy free drinks," Chu-yi said sweetly, lightly opening her red lips. Upon hearing Chu-yi's words, the hall instantly erupted. So beautiful, not only is she gorgeous, but her voice is beautiful too. Such a fairy-like figure is truly mesmerizing. If I could dance with Miss Chu, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Ah, you think you have what it takes to dance with Chu-yi? Take a look in the mirror. Do you even qualify? Ha, I want to dance with Miss Chu too. Get lost. Miss Chu's dance partner can only be me. People were chattering excitedly, each one more thrilled than the last, as if they'd just been given a shot of adrenaline. Just at that moment of highest excitement in the crowd, Shirliji adjusted his outfit and strode onto the stage. His appearance immediately captured everyone's attention. After all, he was the famous young Master Shur, a top-tier heir. Look, young Master Shur is making his move. Oh my God, he's not going to pursue Miss Yi too, is he? Although young Master Shur's looks are hard to describe, he's rich, and his family has mines. Don't use your mindset to imagine the world of the wealthy. Isn't Chu-yi better than Shirliji? Miss Yi would never agree to him. After all, Miss Yi is my goddess. Shirliji's face was beaming with confidence as he approached Chu-yi with what he thought was a very handsome demeanor. Miss Yi, today is your birthday, and I haven't prepared much, but I hope you will like this small gift. Shirliji took out a jade box he had prepared in advance. Although he claimed it was a small gift, everyone could tell he was being intentionally modest. Pride was written all over his face. Snap! Shirliji opened the jade box, revealing a very exquisite necklace with a dazzling green gemstone on it. While that gem is so bright, it must be worth a fortune. It must be priceless. That's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? No matter how precious it is, it couldn't buy a city. I think it's worth at least a building. Sir, your understanding is exceptional. You must have great talent. Don't even think about it. A gift from young master sure can't be ordinary. Everyone gasped in amazement at the sight of the necklace, especially some socialites whose eyes sparkled at the moment. Who wouldn't like such a beautiful necklace? Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Shirluzhi's prearranged flunky spoke up. Oh my god, it's actually a necklace designed by a jewelry master. This is simply priceless. Did you see that green gemstone? It's not an ordinary gem. It's a rare treasure transported from Myanmar. I estimate that this necklace is worth at least 2.5 million. Listening to the flunky's flattery, Shirluzhi's heart swelled with pride. He stood on the stage with his chest out, waiting for Chu Yi's praise. The guests were instantly buzzing, and the atmosphere reached a climax. Wow, sure is ruthless. He's willing to give such a gift, valued in the millions, my goodness. I've never seen so much money in my life. Awesome. If I were Chu Yi, I would definitely marry him. Even though I'm a man, I wouldn't mind marrying young Master Shir. Hearing the compliments from around him, Shirluzhi's lips slightly curled up, forming a faint arc. His seemingly reserved demeanor couldn't hide the excitement and pride within him. He was beginning to thoroughly enjoy this show-off moment, especially in front of Lin Mo. Kid, are you dumbfounded? Just this necklace alone is something you couldn't afford even if you sold yourself. And this is merely a casual gift he could give. Of course, he wouldn't admit how much effort he put into buying this necklace. He is indeed a rich second generation, but he hasn't reached the level of casually spending millions. After all, he has two older brothers above him. Although his heart was bleeding, the praises from the crowd around him still intoxicated him. If he could take the beauty home, it would all be worth it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn his head to look in Lin Mo's direction. But to his disappointment, Lin Mo's expression was very calm, completely unlike what he had imagined: shock, inferiority, or jealousy. Damn, could it be that I was mistaken? Is this loser not related to Chu Yi? Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly heightened, Lin Mo finished his drink and stood up. Although he didn't like such occasions, how could he not express something when he saw his girl receiving gifts from others? He wanted everyone to know who Chu Yi truly liked. Lin Mo walked step by step toward the stage, and this scene attracted everyone's attention. Some people gasped, sensing the tension in the air. Someone was about to compete with Shir Xiao for a person. Instantly, the atmosphere rose again, and people turned their gazes toward Lin Mo, speculating about his identity. Wow, this brother is impressive. He actually dares to compete with Shir Xiao. Can someone enlighten us about his identity? To dare to compete with Shir Xiao, he must be a top-tier wealthy heir. Could he be the young master of the Wang family from one of the 4 great families? He's handsome, much more handsome than Shir Xiao. Isn't this the friend of the former warlord? What's the use of being handsome? It's money that matters. I remember now. He's Lin Mo, the perfect score genius from last year's college entrance examination. I've seen his videos. Impressive, a perfect score genius. What's the use of a perfect score genius? In this society, money is king. The truly wealthy heirs have all gone abroad for further studies. Your most ridiculous point is about further studies. Everyone was discussing animatedly. This poor guy actually dares to come up on stage. Shilezi sneered inwardly. He initially thought Lin Mo wouldn't dare to come up, but was surprised that he did. However, since Lin Mo dared to come, Shilezi didn't care and instead smiled. Lin Xiao, I wonder what gift you brought from Issei today. He emphasized the word gift, clearly provocative. Moreover, he deliberately referred to Lin Mo as Lin Xiao, which was not a term of respect, but rather a hint of mockery. Everyone caught on to Shilezi's meaning and sensed the intense tension in the air. Lin Mo naturally wouldn't be polite with him. Mr. Shilezi, your gift is quite unique. I've seen gifts of rubies, sapphires, and diamonds and emerald necklaces, but this is the first time I've seen it. Should I send you an emerald hat? At first, everyone didn't grasp the meaning behind Lin Mo's words, but after a moment of contemplation, they suddenly realized. Haha, sending an emerald hat. Oh my, that's hilarious. Impressive, this guy is different. Bro, you've said a dozen impressive things today. Don't you have any other words? What can I say? I'm just like this. One impressive line goes a long way. The entire banquet hall erupted in laughter, with some even clutching their stomachs and bending over in mirth. Shaletsy, on the other hand, was livid, his face turning ashen as he glared at Lin Mo, wishing he could eat him alive. Humph. Ignorant child, what's wrong with me giving her an emerald necklace? It's worth 2.5 million, something you could never earn in your lifetime. He forcibly suppressed his anger and coldly huffed. Wow, 2.5 million, that's a lot. Too bad this gift is as worthless as you. Lin Mo shook his head, feigning a look of regret. Pff. Finally, the crowd couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. Shaletsy glared at Lin Mo angrily. He had never encountered such a situation in his life, and someone actually dared to insult him. Then I want to see what gift you brought. Shaletsy glared at him fiercely. He wanted to see if Lin Mo had anything worthy enough to compare. Lin Mo smiled gently and took out an ordinary box. The box looked quite plain, not like something with high-end packaging. This is a bracelet I personally made for you. Do you like it? Lin Mo said tenderly to Chu Yi, his eyes filled with affection. Before Chu Yi could respond, Shirliji laughed. How much can something made by you be worth? What qualifications do you have to mock my gemstone necklace? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was not angry, but calmly replied, Gemstones have a price, but true feelings are priceless. I believe E will choose my gift over yours. That's really funny. How dare you say that? Aren't you afraid the wind will blow your tongue away? Shirliji sneered. Exactly. Something so cheap that you made yourself can't be compared to young Master Shi's gift. One of Shirliji's lackeys chimed in. Thank you for the gift, Mr. Shi. Chu Yi smiled faintly at Shirliji, but did not reach out to accept the necklace. I appreciate the sentiment, but you should take the gift back. Such a precious gift is too much for Yi to bear. Chu Yi's tone was very polite, and her refusal was quite gentle. Then, she walked up to Lin Mo, revealing a beautiful smile as she took the gift box from his hands. I really like it. Lin Mo, I accept your gift. And I'm glad you like it. Lin Mo nodded, feeling happy. At this moment, Shirliji's face darkened. He never expected that Chu Yi would actually refuse him. His gift was clearly worth 2,500,000, but Chu Yi couldn't even be bothered to look at it. Not only that, but she also accepted Lin Mo's worthless gift in front of everyone. This made him feel utterly humiliated. Miss Chu, why not open the box and see what's inside? I also want to see what kind of precious gift young Master Lin refers to as priceless true feelings. Shirliji said with a forced smile. The other guests chimed in. That's right, hurry and open it so we can have a look. Chu Yi frowned slightly. She didn't want to open Lin Mo's gift in front of everyone, because she knew that Lin Mo couldn't afford to give such an expensive gift, and if she opened it, she would probably be laughed at. She wanted to save face for Lin Mo. Lin Mo noticed Chu Yi's thoughts and said gently, since young Master Shi wants to see, let's open it for everyone to see. Chu Yi hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow Lin Mo's suggestion. However, she added, no matter what it is, as long as it's from you, I will like it. Then she opened the gift box, and the moment she did, everyone gasped. The bracelet looked quite ordinary, with smooth pebbles of various colors strung together, making it very pretty. To be fair, if one was willing to spend time, the value of this bracelet wasn't uncommon. It wasn't some priceless treasure. However, among the many beautiful pebbles, there was one incredibly precious sapphire. Moreover, the sapphire exhibited a faint halo, emitting a warm glow, looking exceptionally beautiful. Even more remarkably, this sapphire was exquisitely crafted, lifelike, and it was clear at first glance that it was no ordinary item. Oh my God! An exquisite sapphire. It's actually an exquisite sapphire. It's so beautiful. This must be worth millions. Isn't this a waste of a heavenly treasure? Such a precious sapphire is strung on as such an ordinary bracelet. Compared to this, whether it's luster, color, or size, it completely outshines young Master Shi's emerald. How extravagant! Everyone around was shocked and discussing, and among them were plenty of elites familiar with jewelry, who could tell whether it was real or not. Everyone was in awe, except for Shi, who was nearly going insane. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be fake. You can't afford such a precious gift. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've investigated your identity. You can't afford it. This must be fake. It has to be fake. Xiao was somewhat frantic, losing his rationality and saying things he shouldn't have. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, some people were taken aback. Xiao had actually investigated Lin Mo's identity. Didn't that mean he had been wanting to compete with Lin Mo for a long time? Was this gift-giving also a premeditated act? However, even with all the advanced preparation, losing still made people sigh in admiration for Lin Mo's capabilities. His sycophant also questioned. As we all know, gemstones are very easy to counterfeit. Can he prove that this gemstone is real? This statement immediately reminded other guests that indeed, the material of gemstones can be deceptive. Anyone can replicate them. This remark caused a stir, and everyone's attention once again focused on Lin Mo. Lin Mo gave Shi a faint glance, the corner of his mouth curling into a slight smile. Mr. lost his mind. Your information is outdated. Remember to update it next time. As for whether my gemstone is real or not, does it really matter? It's the thought that counts. Gifts are meant to convey feelings, not value. The gift I gave to EE is sincere. It's about touching EE with my sincerity, not about exchanging it for its expensive value. Lin Mo's calm tone carried a hint of sarcasm, making Shi's face turn pale, wishing he could tear apart Lin Mo's hypocritical facade. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but secretly praise Lin Mo's brilliance. As expected of young Master Lin, he explained his points in just a few words. In this way, even if the gemstone was indeed fake, Shi had nothing to say, because Chu-yi accepted his gift without even looking at what it was, while she had rejected Shi's gift worth over 200,000. This meant that in Chu-yi's heart, no matter what Lin Mo gifted, it was far superior to Shi's gift. It was the thought, not the value. Chu-yi also smiled, picking up the necklace and putting it on her wrist, saying, I really like it, Lin Mo. Thank you for your gift. These words made everyone envious, especially the girls, who looked at Lin Mo with admiration in their eyes. Handsome, a genius, gentle yet elegant. Compared to Shi's somewhat childish comparisons, Lin Mo was the best boyfriend choice. Shi's fists were tightly clenched, his gaze icy and piercing, glaring at Lin Mo. After saying so much, it's still fake. Of course, since killing with a knife to the heart was essential, Lin Mo didn't forget to stab back. This bracelet is indeed fake. These pebbles were all picked up by me, and I strung them together myself. As soon as he said this, the entire venue fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Ha! Shi burst out laughing, as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. However, Lin Mo's next sentence immediately made him unable to laugh. The bracelet is fake, but I never said the gemstone is fake. I think everyone here, to some extent, has had dealings with Etched jewelry. To verify whether this gemstone is fake, why not just ask the owner of Etched jewelry? I bought it from him this morning. As soon as Lin Mo's words fell, someone immediately reacted. Etched jewelry was one of the top jewelry stores in the industry, and their owner's status was unquestionable. So, someone immediately took out their phone to contact the owner of Etched jewelry. It was none other than Zhang Yunlong. There were quite a few people attending the gathering, but very few had the contact details of the owner of Etched jewelry, and Zhang Yunlong was one of them. In just a few seconds, the call was connected. Yunlong, what can I do for you? Zhang Yunlong intentionally put the call on speakerphone, and everyone clearly heard the deep male voice coming from the phone. Uncle Chun, this morning, did a handsome young man buy a precious sapphire from you? Yes, Yunlong. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Uncle Chun, I would like to know, what is the value of that sapphire? Oh, this is the top-grade sapphire, known as Tears of the Starry Sky. It's priceless. There's only this one in the world. But that young man seemed to really like it. I talked with him for a while, and he is an ambitious person, so I sold it to him. It's good to make another friend. As for the price, it's 5.2 million, to be paid in one lump sum. Hiss! Everyone in the room gasped. 5.2 million. For an ordinary family, that's an unattainable amount. Even for more than half of the people present, that was a substantial sum of money. This news exploded like a bomb, stirring up a huge commotion among the crowd. I almost forgot to mention, I was talking about US dollars. On the other end of the phone, Boss Chen added another line, but the room fell into complete silence. Cough, 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 cough. A series of dry coughs sounded, and it was Shi Leji, standing on the platform, his chest heaving violently, his face hard to look at. Over 5 million US dollars, over 30 million Chinese yuan. This figure, it was enough to surpass the net worth of many people present. It was beyond the liquidity that 90% of the crowd possessed. Everyone was stunned. They never imagined the value would be so high. Even Chu Yi covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes revealing a look of astonishment. This gift, with such value, was incredibly precious even to her. Moreover, the one who gave her the gift was Lin Mo. Where did he get so much money? Not just her. Zhang Yunlong was also dumbfounded. After hearing Lin Mo's words, he knew the sapphire must be real. That's why he called, but in his mind, he thought the gem would be worth a few million at most, something he could also afford. Over 30 million. Even he, a top-tier rich second generation, could not come up with that amount. His parents would team up to give him a beating. Oh well, who told him he had an older brother and wasn't an only child? In the 306 dormitory, it turned out that Lin Mo was the hidden big shot. Awesome. I'm definitely sticking with this big shot. Among the crowd, there was another person who was stunned, and that was An Miaowei. Lin Mo actually gifted Chu Yi a present worth over 30 million. Is this really the Lin Mo she knew? Is this really the boy who was desperately pursuing her just a year ago? A towering wave surged in An Miaowei's heart, utterly shocked. If she hadn't let go of the boy who used to be so infatuated with her, wouldn't it be her standing in the center of the stage now? Would that gift worth over 30 million be adorning her hand? The most shocking and regrettable person of all is An Miaowei. The boy who accompanied her through her youth, the boy who tried to please her at every turn, has now become incredibly exceptional and utterly unfamiliar. In Tsinghua No. 1 Middle School, he was the best, a top student who ranked first for years. In Jiangcheng, he was still the best, a legend in Jiangcheng. Now in Yanjing, at this gathering belonging to the wealthy elite, he remains the center of attention. But how much did he like her back then? As long as he was with her, even if it was just to say a word, he would be overly excited. She could feel that he genuinely liked her, loved her deeply, and whatever conditions she put forth, no matter what they were, he would agree without hesitation. Under normal circumstances, would he have come to ask to be her husband, to walk hand in hand with her into the halls of marriage? What an honor and pride that would have been! How brilliant it could have been! However, that boy who once adored her wholeheartedly has already been lost to her. And now, her childhood friend whom she used to ignore has become someone she cannot reach. She now needs to please her roommate Zhang Qian, and with just one phone call from him, she could be devastated. She needs to flatter others to gain entry into this grand banquet, while he is the star inside. Even the legendary third young master of the Shi family from Yanjing's 4 great families has been overshadowed by his aura. As thoughts flooded her mind, An Miaowei felt an overwhelming sense of regret rise within her. What was once so easily attainable now feels so regrettable. What she once looked down upon now makes her feel so remorseful. What she once wanted to distance herself from now makes her want to get closer. And Miaowei suddenly recalled something Lin Mo once said. I will never give up, no matter how you treat me. I will never give you up, because I once said, 10 years later, if you still like me, I will marry you. Yes, 10 years. From the years she was 8 until she was 18, Lin Mo kept his promise, waiting for her for a full 10 years. Now that 10 years have passed, she no longer liked him. So he left, pushed away by her own hands, given to someone else. Her heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy blow, pain penetrating to the bone, tearing her apart. No, no, I still have a chance. I still have a chance. An Miaowei clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her flesh, blood flowing down her delicate white skin, yet she seemed utterly oblivious. Lin Mo, your gift is too precious. Chu-yi looked at Lin Mo, hesitating to speak, her beautiful face flickering with complex emotions. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head. In my eyes, the only priceless treasure is you. Chu-yi slightly lowered her head, her face tinted with a blush, making her even more enchanting. A sweetness filled her heart, her lips curling into a slight arc, as if she were secretly laughing. Beside her, Chu Qianhe also displayed a cunning smile, quietly retreating. This time his 3 objectives were all achieved. Aside from celebrating his daughter's birthday and socializing, he also had another goal: to test Lin Mo. This was the 5th time he had placed Lin Mo under scrutiny. Lin Mo naturally understood. When Chu-yi told him last night, he already knew. Chu Qianhe had not invited him to the gathering. It was all a test. He must go, and he must do it perfectly. Only then will he set off for Minghui Jewelry Company this morning to meet the famous jewelry industry boss, Mr. Chun, to purchase this sapphire. With his qualifications, buying this sapphire isn't that simple. Top-notch gemstones are priceless treasures. However, he is a reborn person, and during the conversation with Mr. Chun, the boss recognized the unpredictable talent and strength of this young man before him, which is why he sold it at a friendly price. Over 30 million in his hands could become 3 billion or even 10 billion in just a decade. He has no regrets, nor has he ever regretted it. Emotionally, Chu-yi is priceless to him. From a business perspective, he gains the recognition of predecessors like Mr. Chun and Chu Qianhe. No matter how you look at it, he won't suffer a loss. After all, half a year ago, he didn't even have 10,000 yuan. After Shirliji left, feeling utterly embarrassed, he naturally didn't want to stay any longer. Next came the festive moment of the banquet, where Lin Mo undoubtedly became the most dazzling one. On stage, he danced with Chu-yi, a match made in heaven, which made many people envious. Lin Mo, wait for me tonight. As they parted, Chu-yi's pretty face flushed slightly, speaking softly. Lin Mo nodded, watching as Chu Qianhe took Chu-yi away. Bro, you really are hiding your skills? Aren't you a member of that hidden family? Zhang Yunlong approached with eyes full of fervent admiration. As expected of my bro, you played that beautifully, instantly taking down Shirliji. Let's go, get in my car, and let's have a drink. Moments later, Zhang Yunlong drove up in his cool Ferrari, stopping in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo got in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. Zhang Yunlong pressed down on the gas pedal, and the Ferrari roared, kicking up dust as it sped away. Behind them, An Miaowei bit her lip tightly, with no one to see her off. Her roommate Zhang Qian had left long ago, and the businessman who had brought her in at the banquet found her boring and left her. Bro, how does it feel to be in a Ferrari? Everyone on the street is staring at us. You're wrong. They're clearly looking at me. So how about it, bro? Want to buy one? I guarantee you'll charm the ladies. No thanks, sitting in this Ferrari feels like sitting on the ground, and having E is enough for me. That night, when Lin Mo saw Chu-yi again on campus, she had changed into a white dress. Although her outfit wasn't as extravagant as at the banquet, she was still incredibly beautiful. Has Uncle Chu gone back? Lin Mo walked over, his gaze sweeping over Chu-yi's wrist, and he noticed something was off. The bracelet he had given her was still there, but the sapphire on it had vanished. Yeah, Dad has already gone back. Here, this is yours. Chu-yi took out a silver card and handed it to Lin Mo, who also noticed that this card was indeed her black gold supreme card. What's this? Chu-yi smiled gently. Silly, although I don't know where your money came from, I think you must be very short on cash right now, right? I returned the gemstone, and after I succeeded, Dad gave me 20 million. This card has 10 million on it. You can use it. Lin Mo was stunned, and his gaze toward Chu-yi gradually softened. This silly girl. Isn't she afraid that he would con her out of everything? Fortunately, at this moment, this silly girl belongs to him, this fool. Lin Mo's gratitude was evident. The gift she had given to Yi not only was returned, but he even added her own savings to it. Not to mention the amount was in the tens of millions, but simply this act itself was extremely rare. If the recipient of the gift had been An Miaowei, Lin Mo would have clearly understood that a gift given would be as good as water poured out. By the way, she still hadn't returned the more than 2,000 she owed for breakfast. Compared to An Miaowei, Chu Yi was not only more beautiful, but also gentler and more enchanting. All this made it clear that Chu Yi was someone worth his affection. EU. Before Lin Mo could finish his sentence, Chu Yi placed her finger over his lips. Lin Mo, you really are a little fool. You let me carry over 30 million worth of jewels. Aren't you afraid of me encountering an accident? Chu Yi blinked her lively eyes and teased him. Well, that indeed was not very thoughtful of me. After Chu Yi's reminder, he realized how dangerous it was for a girl to wear jewels worth several tens of millions. In 2012, surveillance was not ubiquitous in every aspect of life. If something were to happen, it would absolutely be a catastrophic blow. Lin Mo sighed inwardly, blaming himself for being too careless. There was still so much he needed to learn. Such small oversights could lead to irreparable disasters. Of course, he also knew that this was just an excuse from Chu Yi, a good excuse for being nice to him. Even if she didn't wear the gift, couldn't she keep it at home? How many people would be willing to do what Chu Yi did? All right, accept the card, otherwise I'm going to get angry. Chu Yi pouted her lips and pretended to be angry, looking at Lin Mo as if she had been wronged. Lin Mo was at a loss for words. Thank you. This money is like you investing in my shares. Chu Yi pursed her lips and secretly smiled. Lin Mo was just so adorably naive and interesting. She was growing fonder of him. Above the starry sky, countless stars twinkled, and a pure, bright moon hung in the night sky, casting a soft glow. Under the night, the lights flickered, and the bustling nightlife officially began. On both sides of the night market street, the aroma of wine wafted through the air, neon lights flashed, and the lights were dazzling. On one side of the street, Lin Mo and Chu Yi walked side by side at a leisurely pace. At some point, their hands had naturally intertwined, their fingers clasped together, as if they would never part. In this moment, they forgot all their troubles and enjoyed the sweet time of being alone together. Lin Mo, today at the banquet I saw An Miaowei. Suddenly, Chu Yi spoke softly, her eyes filled with a hint of panic and concern. After all, Lin Mo and An Miaowei had grown up together and had liked each other for so long. Lin Mo held Chu Yi's small hand tighter and smiled. I've long regarded her as a stranger. The most important person in my heart now is Yi. Upon hearing this, the gloom between Chu Yi's brows dissipated. Listening to Lin Mo's somewhat unromantic words of affection, her heart instantly felt warm and sweet. She smiled like a blooming flower, resembling a fairy descended to the mortal world, enchanting everyone. Even Lin Mo was momentarily mesmerized, his heart racing and blood boiling. Chu Yi's beauty was truly stunning, capable of captivating nations and turning heads. Oh dear, why are you staring at me? Chu Yi playfully complained, raising her delicate hand to shield Lin Mo's intense gaze. You're so beautiful. Lin Mo sincerely praised her. Upon hearing Lin Mo's compliment, Chu Yi's cheeks turned crimson, shy to the point of being bashful. She lowered her head, looking shy, like a perfectly ripe apple, tempting one to indulge in sin. She slightly lowered her head, revealing her snow-white neck, which had a beautifully elongated curve, delicate and exquisite. Lin Mo felt a surge of desire, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch her. However, he was afraid of being too forward, so he kept suppressing his feelings. Chu Yi suddenly lifted her head and caught a glimpse of the mischievous glint in Lin Mo's eyes. Then she tiptoed closer to him. Lin Mo's breath suddenly stopped, his heart racing wildly, and even his body felt incredibly stiff. In the next second, he felt a cool breeze against his nostrils, followed by a dryness in his throat, as if some liquid was surging up. Chui playfully stuck out her tongue and then ran away, leaving Lin Mo standing there in a daze, taking a long time to react. This little girl was getting bolder, making him the passive one. No, he had to take some action. Lin Mo clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and stepped forward, chasing after that charming figure. The two of them played around on the street for a while, and at some point, Chui stopped, looking up at a hotel in front of them. Lin Mo walked over and recognized this familiar place. Scenes from the previous night shared with Chui flashing through his mind. He looked down at Chui, who had a slightly flushed face and sparkling eyes, resembling a butterfly fluttering its wings. Lin Mo, you were pretending last night, weren't you? I've always known that you were very sensitive to time and that you wouldn't be late for the dormitory curfew. Chui tilted her head, asking, "Cough, how could that be? Am I that kind of person? It's just that when I'm with EE, I forget the time, forget everything, and get completely immersed in it." Chui chuckled and said, "But it's only 9 o'clock now, and there are still 2 hours until the dormitory closes. What reason do you have to keep me here?" Lin Mo scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. "Well, I love you. Is that reason enough?" I guess it barely passes." Chui laughed lightly, her eyes crescent-shaped. Lin Mo looked up at the hotel lobby and then at the beautiful girl beside him, hesitating. "Then, should I take you back to the dormitory?" Chui widened her eyes, looking at Lin Mo with a hint of helpless affection. It was really embarrassing for a girl to have to say something, but it was clear that this fool in front of her was truly clueless and did not understand a girl's feelings at all. "I already told my roommate that I wouldn't be back tonight. If you take me back, wouldn't that be so embarrassing for me?" The implication of her words was already very clear. Even Lin Mo, the usually dense guy, understood it. His eyes instantly brightened and his heart raced. He immediately took Chui's delicate hand and smiled. "In that case, let's go." After saying that, Lin Mo pulled Chui into the hotel. At the hotel reception, the same two attendants from last night were there. As soon as they saw Lin Mo and Chui, the male attendant showed a knowing smile. Without needing to say anything, he directly took out a room card and smiled. "Back to the familiar place. Do you two want to sign up for a VIP membership?" "Membership?" Lin Mo asked, puzzled. "Our store's super membership offers a 20% discount for both of you on future visits. And there's even more discount for annual memberships." "Then, let's sign up for a 4-year membership. All right, starting from now, room 520 will be your exclusive room." They completed the transaction smoothly and effortlessly, quite stylishly. In one fell swoop, they completed a big order, and the commission was unquantifiable. The female attendant beside them was stunned. Wasn't it different from last night? Was she still dreaming? In the days that followed, amidst the busyness, there was also sweetness and happiness. With the help of Lin Mo and Chui, Lin Mo's roommate Feng Yang also ended up getting together with Chui's roommate. As for that guy Zhang Yunlong, in his eyes, music and dance far surpassed having a girlfriend. Besides, with his background as the son of one of the 4 major families, did he really need to find a girlfriend? Anyway, Lin Mo, Feng Yang, and Lu Xiaoyu often saw a different woman sitting in the passenger seat of Zhang Yunlong's Ferrari. The only common trait of these women was that they were all very beautiful. The 3 of them would always give Zhang Yunlong a contemptuous glance. As for Lu Xiaoyu, in his eyes, love was poison, romance was being poisoned, and only mathematics was the true path. Studying brought joy to the heart. However, gradually, Lu Xiaoyu began to change his view. "Guys, I'm back." One night, when Lu Xiaoyu returned to the dormitory, he looked at the empty dorm room and fell into deep thought. Time passed quickly, and as a special period approached, Lin Mo and Chui watched a movie together. 2012. This was a famous movie at the time, especially as December 12, 2012 was approaching, which made the film popular once again. This date was prophesied by the Mayans to be the end of the world, and rumors of impending doom were spreading everywhere. On that day, various strange things happened around the globe. For example, some people committed suicide out of fear of the apocalypse. Others made wills in advance and set out alone to explore the desert, fulfilling dreams they had once dared not pursue. Some withdrew all their savings to spend freely, declaring they would live lavishly before death. Others were even more extreme, engaging in wild escapades to experience the last joys of life. For instance, in a country that was doing fairly well, a pair of siblings engaged in such activities during these seemingly good days. Lin Mo firmly believed that the world would not end, as he had experienced it once before. After leaving the cinema, Chu-yi was still a bit down, lingering in the sad atmosphere of the movie. Lin Mo, do you think the apocalypse is really coming? Chu-yi looked up at the sky, her voice somewhat low. Lin Mo wrapped his arms around her slender waist, gently stroking her hair, and said, "The apocalypse may come one day, but it definitely isn't right now." Chu-yi was taken aback by his words. She turned to look at the man beside her, staring at him seriously for a long time. Suddenly, she reached out her delicate finger to caress Lin Mo's handsome cheek and asked, "Lin Mo, if the end really comes, will you protect me like the male lead in the movie?" "Fool, of course I will. I will definitely protect you," Lin Mo said, a charming smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "Thank you, Lin Mo." Chu-yi stood on her toes and kissed Lin Mo's lips, her arms wrapped tightly around him, as if she wanted to give him her entire soul and body. The two spent the whole day together, and throughout that day, Chu-yi relied on him a lot, not wanting him to leave. "Lin Mo, will you stay with me all day? I'm scared. I'm afraid that when I open my eyes, you're not by my side." Chu-yi rested her head on Lin Mo's shoulder and said softly, "Girls are emotional beings. Their hearts are fragile and easily hurt, often experiencing anxiety and insecurity." Lin Mo gently patted Chu-yi's shoulder, saying, "Silly girl, don't worry. I won't go anywhere today. I'll always be with you." Hearing this, Chu-yi revealed a faint smile and closed her eyes. In that moment, she let down all her defenses. With Lin Mo by her side, even if the apocalypse really came, she wouldn't be afraid. Two people sat on a bench in the park, waiting for midnight to arrive. They embraced each other, with Chu-yi's head resting on Lin Mo's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, which made her feel very secure. Time passed by second. As night fell, the deep dark sky was filled with twinkling stars. A bright full moon hung high in the sky, casting a cool moonlight that illuminated the entire city. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps due to the prophecy of the apocalypse, the number of visitors in the park dwindled until only the two of them remained. Finally, at midnight, the world remained calm. The apocalypse did not come. Lin Mo and Chu-yi exchanged a glance, and both sighed in relief. Then, hand in hand, they left. "Lin Mo, do you know? Actually, I was really scared just now. What if it really was the end of the world, and you weren't by my side?" Chu-yi asked softly under the streetlight. "Fool, that day will never come. You have to believe me." Lin Mo affectionately scratched Chu-yi's nose. Chu-yi obediently replied, playfully sticking out her tongue. This was the most tender moment Chu-yi had shown since they met. In the familiar hotel, in the familiar room, that night, they did nothing. Chu-yi was very tired. She had worried too much during the day and quickly fell asleep at night. Even in her sleep, she remained beautiful. Her beauty was pure and natural, not reliant on makeup. She was also very cute in her sleep, with her slightly pursed cherry lips resembling a ripe peach. Cuddled up like a kitten in Lin Mo's arms, she was irresistible, making one want to take a gentle bite. Her skin, as translucent as a snow lotus, looked exceptionally alluring under the dim light. Her crescent-shaped willow leaf eyebrows added to her charm. Lin Mo lay on his side, quietly gazing at the sleeping Chu-yi, a faint smile on his lips. He leaned down and lightly kissed her forehead. December 12th, 2012, passed completely, and the prophecy of the apocalypse was debunked. People's lives returned to normal, as if the worries of that day had never happened. However, the absurd events that occurred that day could not be changed. The souls of those who had committed suicide waited for everyone in the world to join them, only to find that no one came. They went to ask the messengers of death and learned that there was no apocalypse at all. People who had squandered all their savings were left dumbfounded. Without savings, how would they live next? The most shocked were the siblings from a country that had been doing quite well. Their actions had already violated ethical standards. Moreover, they had been discovered, and now their news had spread far and wide. They were about to become global superstars. Time continued to flow. 2012 ended, and 2013 arrived. As the end of the year approached, schools were on break. Lin Mo carried his backpack and left the university gate with Chu-yi, ready to go home. He turned around and looked back at the university, unable to help but shout, "Goodbye, 2012. Hello, 2013. Here comes Lin Mo." Lin Mo and Chu-yi set off for home. This was their first trip back after starting university. Beijing was over 1,500 kilometers away from Jiangxing, so they chose to take a private plane arranged by Chu Qianhe. Of course, Gu Shaoxing was naturally included in the ride with Lin Mo and Chu-yi. Upon seeing each other again, Gu Shaoxing, being a single guy, clearly felt the changes between Lin Mo and Chu-yi. He teased them intentionally. "Mo Gu, when are we going to drink your and your sister-in-law's wedding wine? I can't wait." Chu-yi's pretty face flushed slightly as she leaned closer to Lin Mo. Although their relationship had become more serious, discussing marriage was probably still a bit early. Lin Mo shot a glance at Gu Shaoxing. "Don't stir the pot, just keep it clear in your heart. No need to say it out loud." Gu Shaoxing chuckled. "Mo Gu, stop being shy. We're all grown-ups, it's normal. Besides, you two getting your marriage certificate while still in school is quite the trend." Although Lin Mo and Gu Shaoxing hadn't seen each other for a long time, they could still communicate their thoughts through simple eye contact. Seeing that Gu Shaoxing was still teasing him without restraint, Lin Mo pondered for a moment, then affectionately glanced at Chu-yi, saying, "We'll probably get there soon. But you, hurry up and find someone, don't still be single after 10 years. Mo Gu, don't mock me. Where am I supposed to find a partner? Look at me. I've only been studying computer science for half a semester, and I'm already losing hair so much that you can see my scalp." Boo-hoo. Lin Mo and Chu-yi exchanged a smile. A few hours later, they arrived in Jiangxing. After chatting briefly with Chu-yi, homesick Lin Mo and Gu Shaoxing headed straight for their hometown. As they saw Lin Mo leave, Chu-yi got in her car to go home. She had hoped to go with Lin Mo, but since she hadn't seen her father for half a semester either, she decided not to accompany Lin Mo to his home this time and arranged for a driver instead. Thinking that there would still be time during the winter vacation, she decided to find another opportunity later. Lin Mo got into the car that Chu-yi had arranged for him and sped home. He hadn't seen his parents in half a semester either. During that time, he had only contacted them a few times by phone. His parents still didn't know that he and Chu-yi had already become a couple. This time going home, Lin Mo was ready to confess everything. In addition, he had bought a lot of delicious food and some items that his parents had previously been reluctant to buy. Lin Mo had kept this in mind, and now that he had the means, he wanted his parents to enjoy the good things in life. Moreover, Lin Mo also brought some surprises for them. Thinking of his father's graying hair and his mother's rough hands, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Fortunately, in this life, he had finally escaped poverty. He was now capable of providing his parents with a better life. The journey home wasn't long, but it was still a bit of a distance. Along the way, Lin Mo watched familiar intersections whiz by, feeling a mix of emotions. When passing by Qingchuan No. 1 High School, a wave of nostalgia rose in his heart. It was a place where he had worked hard and held the deepest memories of his youth. But all of that was now in the past. As the green light at the intersection lit up, the vehicle gradually accelerated. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. The street where they used to buy breakfast was now under reconstruction, with all the buildings being renovated. Along the way, The people in the old town looked at the slowly passing Mercedes-Benz S-Class with envy and jealousy. Who knows whose kid has returned in glory? Time really flies. In this journey of life, time pushes everyone forward, leaving no room for even a moment of pause. At this moment, Lin Mo had only one thought in mind, not to dwell on the past, but to look ahead because living means moving forward. Moments later, a black Mercedes-Benz smoothly stopped at the entrance of Lin Mo's home. At that time, Lin Mo's mother was sitting not far away at the street corner, chatting and laughing with the neighborhood aunties. Lin Mo's mom, when my daughter grows up and is ready for elementary school, I'll have her marry your Lin Mo, one of the aunties joked. Lu Jie, you've been saying that for half a year now, and your daughter has already gone from kindergarten to first grade, another replied. Ever since Lin Mo made a name for himself, his family had become much livelier than before. Although they had fallen out with An Miaowei's family, Tang Susu had even more friends now. When the aunties saw the Benz parked at Lin Mo's front door, their attention immediately turned towards it. Oh, this car looks a bit familiar. Susu, can you check if this is the car that belonged to that girl who came to your house before? Which girl? Oh, you know, the car of that rich girl from Jiangcheng who visited them half a year ago. Oh, right. I remember now. Their memories still lingered from half a year ago. Life in a small town is simple and slow-paced, so people often remember things clearly. Almost everyone would recall which luxury car had parked in front of which house for a long time. At that time, they had guessed that Lin Mo had a special relationship with a girl named Chui. However, no one expected much of them. After all, how many stories are there about rich girls falling for poor boys? But unexpectedly, today, half a year later, they found themselves seeing that familiar car again. It seemed that after this time, Lin Mo and Chui must have become even closer. It's our Lin Mo who's back. I'll go check it out first. You all continue chatting, one of the aunties said. Lin Mo's mom, think about my proposal. My daughter is very obedient and pretty. When Tang Susu saw the vehicle stop, she immediately felt joy and hurriedly walked towards her home. Lin Mo had told her about his itinerary before returning. Based on the timing, Tang Susu was almost certain that it was indeed her precious son coming back. However, she didn't know that Lin Mo was actually coming back alone. She thought Chui had also arrived. While quickly walking, she occasionally adjusted her outfit, constantly thinking about what he liked to eat, what dishes were left at home, how long they would stay, and whether she should clear out her son's room to make space for her. Tang Susu happily arrived at the car, but only Lin Mo stepped out. The moment Lin Mo saw his mother, all his feelings of longing came pouring out. Mom, I'm back. Lin Mo tossed his backpack onto his shoulder and stood still, smiling at his mother. His heart was filled with joy, as if he wanted to show his mother a brand new version of himself. Tang Susu looked at Lin Mo with eyes full of delight. She hadn't expected that after half a year, Lin Mo had changed so much. The once youthful boy now wore a black windbreaker, looking handsome and sunny, yet stable. At 1.85 meters tall, with a clean-cut hairstyle, his charisma was even greater than before. All right, just come back safely. You've grown taller again. Are you still getting used to life in Qingbei? Come on, hurry inside and rest. You must be exhausted after traveling all day. Tang Susu quickly reached for Lin Mo's backpack, but Lin Mo kept dodging her. Mom, I can carry it myself. There are still plenty of things here. Let's move them back together. When Tang Susu heard that Lin Mo had bought things, she instinctively said, Oh, no need to buy anything. You're dad and I don't really need anything. The house isn't lacking in anything. As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to remember something and quickly changed her tone. By the way, did he come along as well? Looks like my son is thoughtful. Mom will make you all something delicious. Hey, where's Yi? Tang Susu looked into the car, but didn't see Yi. Lin Mo inexplicably sensed a hint of disappointment from his mom. He wanted to be honest, but it was hard to explain in just a few words, especially with the driver present. It wasn't a good time to say anything, so he smiled and explained, Mom, Yi didn't come this time. School just let out, and she wants to go back and see her family. That's true, Tang Susu said, a bit awkwardly smiling. Do you know when she will be free? When she has time, invite her over to our house. Sure thing, dear mom, I got it. Lin Mo chuckled. All right, let's quickly move the stuff home. I brought back some good things for you and Dad. With that, Lin Mo headed towards the trunk. The trunk, packed full, slowly opened amidst the astonishment of everyone present. Wow, so many things. This kid Lin Mo is really lucky to be with the daughter of the richest man in Jiangxing. He must have built up a lot of good karma in his last life. Who says otherwise? When that girl came to Lin Mo's house before the college entrance exam, I had a premonition that the Lin family would really soar. No, Aunt Lu, I remember you didn't say that at the time. You said that if that kid from the Lin family ended up with the daughter of the Chu family, you would jump into the river. Yes. Did I say that? I didn't say that. You must be mistaken. Hey, I'm telling you, don't spread rumors about me. I'm on good terms with Susu. Why would I say bad things about her son? Not far away, the Annies sitting under the big tree looked at Lin Mo's family coming in and out and couldn't help but feel envious. Soon, all the boxes from the trunk were moved into Lin Mo's living room with the help of the driver. After Lin Mo sent the driver off, he instructed him to report back. Tang Susu and Lin Guodong looked at their son, unable to hide their happiness and pride. Their family had finally made it. Their son was smart and considerate, and now he had found such a good girlfriend. They truly felt happy for Lin Mo. As for the gifts inside, they didn't pay much attention to them. However, Lin Mo strongly insisted they open and take a look, especially the few he had prepared with great care, which were heavy gifts. But just after they entered the house, a commotion of crying and wailing from outside broke the family's tranquility. Lin Mo, are you back? That voice, is it An Miaowei? Why is she here again? Lin Mo was a bit surprised. He didn't want to deal with An Miaowei, so he didn't reply. But An Miaowei had already burst in, crying and making a scene. Lin Mo, please lend me some money. As soon as An Miaowei entered the house, she saw Lin Mo. Suddenly, she started crying. Her tears flowed freely, clearly out of sadness. Lin Mo was confused. Meanwhile, Tang Susu and Lin Guodong seemed to have thought of something. The matters concerning An Miaowei's family have already spread throughout the 18 towns, and the looks they give her are filled with pity. An Miaowei, if you have something to say, say it. Don't make a scene in my house, Lin Mo said in a flat tone, his expression indifferent. Lin Mo had long decided not to get involved in any of An Miaowei's matters, so he was not curious at all about what had happened to her. Despite his indifference, An Miaowei did not give up. Instead, she cried even harder. She humbly apologized to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I'm sorry. I know my past actions have hurt you. I apologize for the things I did to you before. I'm sorry, really sorry, boo-hoo. I don't ask for your forgiveness. Right now, I just hope you can lend me some money considering we grew up together. I sincerely hope you can help me. You are the only one who can help me. Boo-hoo. I'm begging you, Lin Mo. As An Miaowei spoke, her cries grew louder. My mom has cancer. I borrowed money from all my relatives and classmates who could lend me, but they all avoid my dad when they see him. I really have no other way, boo-hoo. I can only ask you, please lend me 300,000. I will definitely pay you back. I'm begging you, Lin Mo, please help me. I know you have the ability. You gave Chui a bracelet worth over 30 million. This isn't much for you, right? Tang Susu and Lin Guodong were stunned, looking at Lin Mo in disbelief. Lin Mo gave Chui a bracelet worth over 30 million? That can't be true. They knew their son well. Where would he get 30 million? The neighbors outside, who were watching the commotion, shared the same shocked expressions. Where did Lin Mo get over 30 million? Perhaps it was Chui who gave Lin Mo the money, and then Lin Mo just presented it to her as a show. Facing the discussions and gossiping gazes of the crowd, Lin Mo remained completely unmoved. He just didn't expect An Miaowei to take such a step. It seemed she was indeed in trouble. However, Lin Mo did not feel any sympathy because of it. When his father had a car accident, his relatives went around asking for help but couldn't borrow much money. Even when he joined the An family, how did An Miaowei's relatives treat his own family? Everything from the past was still vivid in his mind. However, Lin Mo's father quickly went over to help An Miaowei up. In front of them, An Miaowei was still just a child. Out of genuine kindness, they couldn't accept a child crying pitifully before them. Moreover, this child was once close to their family. Those who didn't know about the conflict between An Miaowei and Lin Mo didn't blame her entirely for the adult's mistakes at that moment. Looking at An Miaowei in front of them, they felt a bit of pity. Xiao Mo, if you can help, please do your best to help her. After all, it's been over 10 years of friendship, sigh. Lin Mo remained silent for a while before softly saying, An Miaowei, you still owe me 200 for breakfast. If you pay me back, I can consider it. Upon hearing this, An Miaowei suddenly exclaimed, Lin Mo, what do you mean? You're so rich. Do you still care about that 200? You can give Chewy gifts worth millions, yet you want me to pay back breakfast money? You're so wealthy. What's wrong with lending me a bit? It's nothing for you, right? Lin Mo was instantly angered to the point of laughter, his voice turning cold. An Miaowei, are you here to borrow money or to rob me? Are you here to borrow money or to steal it? Lin Mo was genuinely a bit angry. Originally, he was considering his mother's feelings and was willing to give her a way out. He didn't expect An Miaowei to take advantage of him. Was she trying to force him to fall out with her? She didn't even want to return the previous 25,000. Does that mean she doesn't intend to pay back this 300,000 either? What else could that be but theft? Lin Mo, An Miaowei was taken aback, stepping back a step in response to Lin Mo's aggressive demeanor. This time, even Tang Susu felt a bit awkward, thinking that An Miaowei had changed too much. Fortunately, Lin Mo wasn't with her. Otherwise, wouldn't their home be in chaos every day? Even the neighbors outside, who were watching the drama unfold, were discussing it, their voices reaching An Miaowei's ears and increasing her feelings of imbalance. Why? Why was it that after 10 years of friendship with Lin Mo, he wouldn't lend her 300,000? He had only known Chewy for half a year, yet he could give her gifts worth 30 million. Why was that fair? Why could they be so wealthy, while she had to beg for such a small amount of money like a beggar? Lin Mo, have you forgotten 10 years ago, when we sat together in the yard, and you said you would always protect me? Why have you changed so much now? Unable to reason with him, An Miaowei began to play the emotional card, hoping to loosen Lin Mo's resolve. But unfortunately, she was destined to be disappointed. Lin Mo smiled, a smile that seemed somewhat desolate. So, you remember everything from 10 years ago. So she remembered it all. She hadn't forgotten. Before this confrontation, Lin Mo had always believed she had forgotten the promises made 10 years ago, forgotten the moments they shared. He thought that if he treated her well, she would eventually remember. It turned out she had never forgotten. She just didn't want to admit it. This realization hurt even more than if she had forgotten. It revealed that his own self-deception was merely an excuse to numb his heart. Yes, Lin Mo, I remember everything. Let's reconcile, okay? An Miaowei seemed to see a glimmer of hope as she eagerly tugged at Lin Mo's arm. However, Lin Mo forcefully pulled his arm back, his voice icy. Since you remember what I said 10 years ago, do you remember what you said 10 years ago? An Miaowei was taken aback. Since you don't remember, I'll repeat what you once said. You said you would always stay by my side, sharing whatever delicious food or fun activities there were. You said I would always be your Lin Mo brother, the person you liked the most. You said we were the best of friends, that we would hold hands every day, and that you would marry me when we grew up. You said, as Lin Mo spoke these words, it wasn't just a recollection of what An Miaowei had said in the past. It symbolized the end of his 10 years of innocence. To make a boy mature, one must deeply hurt him once. There's nothing that teaches growth more effectively than this. Yet An Miaowei still didn't understand Lin Mo's intentions. She quickly nodded and said, Lin Mo, I remember everything. You are my favorite person, and we will always be good friends, right? Half of everything I have is yours, and you will still marry me, right? Her eyes were fixed on Lin Mo's face, hoping to see a hint of happiness there. Unfortunately, she was destined to be disappointed. All she received was Lin Mo's indifferent gaze. For the past 10 years, I have kept my promise to you, rejecting the confessions of 32 girls and 88 love letters on your behalf. For the past 10 years, you have forgotten your promises, failing to uphold even half. Do you still remember our last agreement? 10 years later, if you still like me, I would marry you and protect you for a lifetime. You have broken that promise. An Miaowei, whether what you say is true or not, I can only tell you that I cannot help you. I still can't forget the scene when my relative had a car accident and my mom went to your house to borrow money. I still vividly remember how your mom kicked mine out back then. Even if you had said just one word from me at that time, I would have remembered you. If it weren't for Chu Yi, my relative might not be alive now. How can you expect me to forgive you? How can I lend you money? Did your mom ever think about today when she kicked mine out? The wheel of fortune turns, and heaven spares no one. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Now, I can't help you, just go. Lin Mo's resolute attitude deepened An Miaowei's despair. She had never felt so helpless as she did today. She knew Lin Mo was still angry with her, but right now, she truly had no way out. Because of her relative's petty character, there were hardly any friends or relatives who liked them. She regarded Lin Mo as her only hope. Even though Lin Mo was so resolute, she felt no anger now. Lin Mo, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I don't ask for your forgiveness. I just ask you to help me. I really don't want to lose my mom. I am willing to marry you. I am willing to return to your side. How about it? An Miaowei cried, feeling heartbroken. Tang Susu and Lin Guodong also sighed lightly. Now this family was under Lin Mo's control, and they had nothing to say. In the past, An Miaowei's family had been too extreme. An Miaowei's cries drew the attention of passers-by on the street. The number of onlookers from the neighborhood kept increasing. They pointed and whispered at the entrance. Those who were clear about the situation naturally understood the ins and outs of the matter. They could also understand why Lin Mo was so resolute at this moment. But such people were very few. Most were unaware of the details. However, those who were unaware still supported An Miaowei. Hey, a little girl is kneeling down to beg you. How can you be so heartless? Yeah, no matter what, you should at least lend her a little. Right? Borrowing a little isn't a big deal. Girl, stop crying. I'll lend you 100. Don't embarrass yourself. Didn't you hear that girl say her mom has a terminal illness? Lending her 100 is just a drop in the bucket. If you say it like that, won't it cost several $100,000 here? Do you think they have that much? Don't say that. They might not have it, but this guy's current partner does. Yeah, his partner is the daughter of the richest man in Jiangcheng. Huh? I really didn't expect that. No wonder this girl is begging for money from their family. Who says otherwise? Seeing some bystanders speaking up for An Miaowei, Lin Mo approached the door with a blank expression and said calmly, "Whoever is willing to lend her 10,000, I'll give her 100,000 right away." Upon hearing this, the onlookers who had just spoken for An Miaowei all took a step back with awkward smiles. Watching the excitement is fine, but when it comes to their own heads, let alone 10,000, even 1,000, no one is willing to give. Why? Other people's matters have nothing to do with me. An Miaowei had caused a commotion at Lin Mo's house for over an hour, but in the end, Lin Mo still did not lend her any money. The outcome of today had long been predetermined. If An Miaowei hadn't been so indifferent to herself, if her mother had been willing to lend money to Lin Mo's mother in the past, but there are no such ifs in this world. Some things have already shaped the current situation and cannot be salvaged. Some say that a life without regrets is incomplete. And if everyone were given a chance to travel back to a certain day in the past, I believe that 99.9% of people would choose to do so. Filled with regret, An Miaowei painfully left Lin Mo's house. In the end, they could only accept the arrangements of fate. That day's rain was heavier than the day Yiping had borrowed money from her father. A few days before New Year's Eve, Chu Yi also came to Lin Mo's house. She brought a lot of gifts, all clothes, furniture, and food that Lin Mo's parents had seen but never bought. The many gift boxes added up to more than a dozen items. It was probably worth no less than 100,000 yuan. This left Lin Mo's parents stunned for quite a while. Lin Mo suddenly felt fortunate that 10 days ago he had made a last-minute decision not to tell his parents about the expensive items he had bought, but had secretly hidden them away. Otherwise, if they knew the value of these things, it would probably scare them. Those valuable gold and silver jewels would remain as backup savings at home. The world is ever-changing. No one knows what will happen in the future. One cannot be sure that the flap of a butterfly's wings won't change the world's landscape, so one must prepare for any eventuality. On New Year's Eve night, the entire Jiangqing was filled with colorful fireworks echoing in the sky. Every corner of the city was brightly lit, and every household was decorated festively. It was a lively and harmonious scene. Only at An Miaowei's home was there nothing hanging, leaving it cold and desolate. The hundreds of thousands in medical expenses weighed heavily on them, leaving them with no heart for celebration. In this world, many friendships and even familial bonds are more fragile than one might think. You might believe that steadfast friendships could be broken over tens of thousands of yuan, or that amicable family ties could be severed over hundreds of thousands. The greatest love in the world, aside from the rare and unwavering love that one might find after searching for a lifetime, is the love of parents for their children. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's family was harmonious and busy preparing for the New Year's dinner. Compared to previous years, the atmosphere was still warm. However, it was clear that their dining table had more dishes than usual, especially Peking roast duck, shredded pork in Beijing sauce, Peking grilled meat, abalone, and dompa pork. These were all arranged by Lin Mo, who had asked Wang Difu to buy them. He remembered his father had once said he wanted to taste these dishes. He had often seen on TV how delicious they were, but had never tasted them before. In the past, he didn't have the means, but now Lin Mo could easily fulfill his father's small wishes, and he certainly wouldn't be stingy. After half a year of guidance from Lin Mo, Wang Difu's real estate company had grown larger and had already surpassed its previous peak, becoming a well-known rising star in Jiangqing. Lin Mo did not directly tell his parents that he had arranged this. Instead, he said it was Chu Yi's arrangement. Indeed, this was easier for his parents to believe. In fact, he wanted to do more than just this. He wanted to buy his parents a villa so they could enjoy a comfortable life. But now was not the right time. He felt he couldn't fully disclose that his career was already successful. He was afraid his parents might not be able to adapt to that lifestyle. Once they moved, they might find themselves without anyone to talk to. The older generation was used to chatting with neighbors, making it difficult for them to accept the loneliness of living alone in a villa. So it was better to take it slow. Starting from these small details, let the parents who have become accustomed to hard times gradually feel the changes in life. This is not without its own kind of happiness. After several hours of careful preparation, more than a dozen exquisite dishes were placed on the not-so-large coffee table. In addition to the dishes arranged by Lin Mo, Lin Mo's mother was also happily showcasing her culinary skills. She made several dishes that Lin Mo and Lin Guodong particularly liked, such as scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sauced beef, stir-fried mushrooms with meat, sweet and sour ribs, and fried hairtail fish, among others. These dishes surrounded the table, looking extremely sumptuous. This is the flavor of the new year. At this moment, Lin Mo felt quite emotional. In his previous life, after 2011, he had never experienced such a joyful new year. In 2012, due to his college entrance examination issues, he made his mother so angry that she ended up in the hospital. Now they were sitting around the table, happily watching television. A simple life, yet it felt very happy. They laughed along with the hosts of the Spring Festival Gala. Welcome to the new year, dear audience friends, everyone. Happy New Year! With bursts of warm applause, the sound of firecrackers exploded around the stage. Just as the performances began and Lin Mo's family of three gradually immersed themselves in this festive atmosphere, the roar of an engine approached from afar. A black Mercedes slowly stopped at Lin Mo's doorstep. Hearing the familiar sound, Lin Mo suddenly realized that Chu Yi had arrived. Did she actually come on New Year's Eve? Lin Mo felt very surprised. He quickly got up to greet her at the door. His parents behind him were equally surprised. The two elders exchanged smiles, looking very pleased. See, I told you our son is capable, just like me. Stop being smug. Can you compare to our son? Yes, I can't compare, but still, it was you who gave birth to him, All right, stop the banter. Go welcome our future daughter-in-law. The few of them hurried out, just as Chu-yi had already gotten out of the car. Lin Mo quickly went up to her. Why did you come without notifying me in advance? I would have prepared to pick you up. Seeing Lin Mo so happy, Chu-yi felt delighted as well. Today is New Year's Eve. I just thought about coming to see you and uncle and aunt. As she spoke, she gave Lin Mo a look, signaling him to look inside the car. At this moment, Lin Mo noticed that there was someone else in the car. Chu Qinhe. Lin Mo did not expect that Chu Qinhe, the richest man in Jiangcheng, would also come. His parents behind him were equally surprised. This was a truly big shot. Someone they usually only saw on television, never in person. It turned out today was the first formal meeting between both families, and the elders appeared a bit awkward. Although it was a bit sudden, Lin Mo expressed that he was very surprised and very happy. Why did Chu Qinhe suddenly think of coming to their house, especially at such a special time? Who visits on New Year's Eve? Looking at the smile on Chu-yi's face, did this all mean that Chu Qinhe accepted him? Did he no longer oppose his relationship with Chu-yi? He politely greeted, Uncle Chu, long time no see, good evening. After getting out of the car, Chu Qinhe responded with a smile, Lin Mo, long time no see. Chu Qinhe arrived, and he seemed to be in a good mood. After greeting Lin Mo, he looked at Lin Mo's parents. Brother Lin's sister-in-law, I hope my sudden visit today doesn't inconvenience you. Seeing this, Lin Mo's father quickly smiled and said, What are you talking about? We owe your family a great debt of gratitude for saving my life before. Your family is a great benefactor to ours. It's our honor that you can come to our home. Please come in. It's chilly outside, and let's sit inside. This was the first time Lin Guodong had met such a big figure like Chu Qinhe in real life. He felt very excited, even struggling to articulate his words, afraid that he might say something wrong. As an ordinary person, he had never thought that one day he would be able to talk with the richest man in Jiangcheng. This made him feel a bit inexplicably nervous. Seeing this, Lin Mo quickly added, Uncle Chu, don't be polite. Please come inside and sit down. We just had a meal together. Chu-yi playfully winked at Lin Mo. Suddenly, Lin Mo had a flash of inspiration. It seemed he guessed why Chu Qinhe had come today. At this moment, Chu Qinhe said, Then I won't be polite. Please make yourself at home, Brother Lin. After you. Saying this, Chu Qinhe casually gestured for Lin Guodong to go ahead. He also pointed to the car's trunk. The driver quickly opened the trunk, revealing several boxes of gifts and an oversized wooden lunchbox that caught everyone's eye. Just looking at these packaged gift boxes was enough to show their high quality. This made Lin Mo's parents feel even more uneasy. They feared these items were not cheap. The wealthy certainly knew how to spend extravagantly. However, the more lavish he was, the more it amplified Lin Mo's parents' underlying sense of inferiority. Despite Lin Mo's excellence, they knew their family situation was vastly different from that of Chu-yi's family. It was often said that wealthy families placed greater importance on social status. They worried that Chu Qinhe's visit today was not a good sign. If that were the case, was Lin Mo's marriage really in jeopardy? Would a girl as outstanding as Chu-yi really miss out on this? Their anxiety grew, a deeply ingrained memory for the older generation. Even with some unease in their hearts, they still forced smiles and did not show any unusual expressions. Please come inside, have a cup of tea to warm up. Please, after you. Chu Qinhe also gentlemanly extended his hand, indicating for Lin Guodong to walk alongside him. After them, Lin Mo quietly pulled Chu-yi aside and asked, Uncle Chu came here because of you, right? Chu-yi smiled gracefully. Yes, I really wanted to come and see you today, so I dragged my dad along. Anyway, he has nothing to do at home, Are you sure you didn't use any cute tricks to persuade him? Lin Mo looked suspiciously at Chu-yi, as if the signs of her deception were written all over her face. Of course not, Chu-yi pouted. Actually, I just thought my dad was too lonely. Even though I, his daughter, am with him, it still feels like something is missing. Then why didn't you say something in advance? I could have prepared. It wouldn't be good to neglect my future father-in-law. Stop it. My dad hasn't agreed yet. What are you talking about? Oh, so that means you are definitely willing to marry me? Eh? Disgusting, I never said that. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Lin Mo's mood today was much more lively than usual, which made Chu-yi very happy. It seems that Lin Mo really is the type to warm up slowly. Once warmed up, he can shine continuously. Chu-yi and Lin Mo followed their parents into the house, one after the other. The driver moved all the gifts into their living room before returning to the car. Lin Mo's father kept insisting that the driver sit down and eat with them, but no matter what the driver said, he was unwilling to stay and drove off after getting in the car. Lin Mo found 2 more chairs and added them next to the dining table for Chu-yi and Chu-china to sit down. The 5 of them gathered around, and the scene looked very harmonious. The sumptuous dishes combined with their current atmosphere made it all seem so harmonious. Lin Mo poured a glass of Maotai that Chu-china had specially brought for his father and for Chu-china himself. Then he poured a glass for himself. Chu-china looked at Lin Mo with a gaze that carried a hint of something different. He turned to Lin Mo's father and asked, "Brother Lin, you seem to be in good spirits. Have you recovered well?" Lin Guodong smiled and patted his chest, saying, "I'm fully healed. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you and Miss E. If it weren't for Miss E helping us with the medical expenses back then, I probably wouldn't have made it to this day. To put it bluntly, you two saved my life." As soon as Lin Guodong finished speaking, he picked up his glass and said to Chu-china, "I've never had a chance to thank you in person, so today I can finally fulfill this wish. I'll drink this glass to express my gratitude." Seeing Lin Guodong being so generous, Chu-china smiled and said, "All right, brother, I'll drink with you." He looked very happy, seemingly very satisfied with Lin Guodong's performance. Just as he raised his glass, Lin Mo suddenly walked over, grabbed his father's arm, and intercepted the glass. "Dad, you should drink less. Your health has just recovered and can't take it. Uncle Chu, let me toast you instead. We'll drink 2 glasses for you, and you drink 1. Lin Guodong and Tang Susu were stunned, and Chu-china was also taken aback for a moment. Looking at Lin Mo, he smiled with appreciation and said, "A tiger's father does not produce a dog's son." "Good, let's drink." The 2 clinked glasses and drank it all in one go. When they clinked glasses, Lin Mo was also very polite, lowering his glass half a cup lower than Chu-china's and holding the glass with both hands. At this moment, in Chu-china's heart, Lin Mo's image became even more 3-dimensional. If before he saw Lin Mo as a clever and smart bookworm, now the attitude Lin Mo displayed towards his family made him feel that Lin Mo was a person who valued emotions and loyalty. His demonstrated business talent and extraordinary courage also made Chu-china look at him with new eyes. This advanced insight was something even he had to admire. Moreover, Lin Mo's way of treating guests made him feel extremely comfortable. Many small details reflected a person's upbringing. Raising the glass with both hands, taking a seat last, pouring wine, a series of actions done both standardly and politely, leaving no room for criticism. Lin Mo was much more outstanding than he was at that age, far more so. From learning ability to business talent, from exceptional insight to handsome appearance, and from caring for family to etiquette, every aspect found no fault in Lin Mo. There are no perfect people in the world. No one is without flaws, but in Chu-china's heart, Lin Mo was already almost a perfect person. Most importantly, he was only 19 years old. His future will definitely be even more brilliant and dazzling.